feeling really good. Good to be back in Wijk and Zee, of course.
It's a special tournament and I'm happy to play here.
They are the best players in the world. I'm ready to go.
It's the youngest field ever. I'm the oldest participant for the first time.
Very strong and very young.
But I guess it also opens up quite a bit of opportunities if you play well.
A lot of tough fights with the other top grandmasters.
I've been here like 8 years ago in the challenger sections. Just very nice to once get a chance to play in the Masters.
It can be physically tiring when you play the game 6 hours every day.
So many young people. I mean, you have Yagis Khan, who is 14 years old. Really crazy.
I'm very excited and happy. Any tournament I play, winning is the goal.
You have to be sharp at the board.
And ready to fight.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello, welcome to round 11 of Tata Steel Chess. We're now in the final stretch. 3 rounds to go, 1 leader in the Masters, 1 leader in the Challengers. But this is the part where the championship titles, they are won or lost. I'm Ivanchuk, and I'm here with the absolutely brilliant Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, and we are live from the Café des Zones alongside our audience who are bringing all the energy, all the vibe. They may be small, but they be mighty. It's our audience. Give us a cheer, yay!
Do we clap like... I thought they had to clap for themselves, poor guys.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you guys here, giving us your insights, giving us your moves, giving us the energy. And talking about energy, Tata Steel is an event that always delivers. And round 10, no different.
Yeah, there was plenty action, but we had a rest day yesterday, so no reason for the players to not keep it up. Look at the results. So many decisive games. Is that normal? They make a lot of draws in these super tournaments.
Well, normally, I would say it's not normal to have so many decisive results, but this is what we have come to expect here in Wijk. 4 decisive results. Wins for Aravind, who got on to his first win. Vincent Keymer under Gukash and Matthias Bluebaum, all just showing that they are here, they mean business. And let's see what the impact was on the standings. Well, it was unchanged. Nodirbek and Dusseldorf still leads, but a 3-way tie now between Vachier, Sindarov, Jorden found Foreest, and now your countryman, Matthias Bluebaum, all on 6 points.
Yeah, back-to-back victories for Bluebaum against Gukash and Giri, beating 2 2700s, and also means he crosses 2700 for the first time in his career. Still 3 rounds to go, so too early to celebrate, but great outing from him.
Definitely too early to celebrate. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And it was also equally dramatic in the Challengers. We expect a decisive day, and they, of course, deliver with a whole lot of victories. And this had actually some movement, had an impact on the movement in the standings, because tournament leader Andy Woodward fell at the hands of Vasil Ivanchuk, whereas Aydin Suleimanli, who was half point behind, he won. So there was a change at the top with Aydin Suleimanli leading the event for the first time, and now it's a 2-way tie for second between Andy Woodward, Marc-Andrea Maurizi, just half a point behind. Still wide open.
Yeah, but our Dutch fan favorites Max Warmerdam and Erwin Lamy made a bit of a comeback. Can't really win the thing anymore. I did the math.
It's a bit difficult for them to win, but certainly we will be cheering them on here, especially as we have the support of the local fans. Now let's take a look at today's pairings, especially because it's so close at the top and again, so many exciting pairings.
Jorden against Nodirbek up to Satorov. Jorden van Foreest also having a great event, only half a point behind the leader. The with white pieces. He looked confident at breakfast. He was watching tennis mostly, but still looked confident. I'm sure he'll be gearing up for a fight. And we remember in 2023, Jorden beat Nodirbek in the last round, ruining his tournament victory. Maybe he will have similar intentions.
Yes, well, that is the big question. Will Nodirbek be thinking about that particular moment in the last round of 2023? Or will he remember the moments in 2024 and 2025 when he struck back and won his game against Jordan? We'll find out.
We don't talk about those. 2023.
2023, it is the moment. Yeah, I agree. And of course, we also have Arjun against Vachier-Lagrave, and also another one for Matthias Bluebaum playing with the black pieces against Vladimir Fedoseev. Those are definitely ones that we will keep an eye on. But for Jorden, he's on 6 points, half a point behind the leader, and maybe he's starting to think about the history. You know, 2021, he won the event. Maybe he could repeat.
I don't know. The common advice is usually play game after game. Don't start planning your tournament victory with 3 rounds to go. I'm just happy he seems to be in a very good place, established himself above 2700, looks well prepared, fit, so it's great news for Dutch chess. But I doubt that he's plotting his victory just yet.
No. He's definitely not going to be plotting just yet because the tournament is not yet over, but we will see, because in 2021, Jorden did win. And let's have a look at the way that he got to the title. All I remember was this epic tiebreak that he had against Anish Giri.
Yeah, he was in a bit of trouble against Anish, but then came through in the end. We have to say, though, in 2021, Jorden was still in his prime. He was like 21 years old. Now at 26, it's a bit harder for him to keep up with all these young players.
Are we writing off a 26-year-old?
Maybe not yet.
Not yet. Well, hopefully not. He's in great shape, as Jan mentioned, and he did overcome a very strong field in 2021. We'll see whether he can repeat that feat in 2026. Let's go and check out the pairings of the challengers. And there again, keep your eyes on some big matches. Aydin Suleimanli will face the might of Vasil Ivanchuk, whereas Andy Woodward plays Marc-Andrea Maritzi, both of them in shared second place.
Yeah, the race still kind of close now, and Ivanchuk has been getting into better and better shape. Don't be fooled by the rating, he can still beat anybody. And Suleimanli, now all of a sudden, the hunter became the hunted. It's gonna be an interesting game for him, how to handle it.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite nice there, because all the kind of people in the pack of who could win the Tata Steel Challengers, they're all fighting off against each other today. Also, the women, they are declaring battle against each other. So we have some very fun matchups, and there we can see in the tournament hall is Fiona.
Can she hear us?
No, she can't hear us just yet, but maybe soon. Well, one thing that I like to see is how up close and personal the audience are. You can go there to the Demorian and just watch your favorite players in action.
That's nicer here, no? Like, why stand there all day long? You can follow the games. I mean,
you can do both.
Go for 5 minutes, check them out, but then come over here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all happening here. You know, we have our audience, we have our cafe, we have good food, we have pea soup. Have you tried the pea soup?
I haven't eaten here at all yet. And the pea soup is good?
Yes, it's a very much a Wijk thing, isn't it? Yes,
That
and like thumbs up there from our audience. Let's go straight to Fiona, who's live from the playing hall.
These are confusing instructions. Go to Fiona, no.
Okay, let's
Now
now go.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 11 already here in Wijk, and I'm so happy to be joined by Leoncio Garcia. Leoncio, you are one of the world's most famous, most respected chess journalists. It's not your first visit in Wijk. It's great to have you back. How is it to be back?
Well, I'm trying to be as loyal as possible to the tradition, because for me Wijk is like the Roland Garros of chess. I don't say Wimbledon, because for me Wimbledon was Linares,
yes.
But Wijk is the Roland Garros, and I'm trying to be here every year, yeah.
And this year, I mean, it's been a really special tournament with a lot of mistakes, a lot of action. I think it's going to be a fantastic final weekend. What has caught your attention the most about this event so far?
Well, I'm always trying to find out some subjects which are interesting not only for the chess community, but even outside that. And I think that seeing a 14-year-old boy with such an incredible performance, being able to win such a tournament at 14 years old, I think is, for a general journalist, is the most attractive subject right now.
He had a tough loss against Gukesh just a couple of days ago. Do you think he will bounce back this final? We're talking by the way, of course.
Of course. Well, now he has to prove that he is mentally strong. I think he is. Mm-hmm. Actually, he was at some point he was winning to Gukesh. It was very difficult to catch, tactic. But he was winning. So the mere fact that he was so close to beat the current world champion is already incredible. And just 3 rounds to go, he has some chances still. So I will look forward to him. Yeah.
Today is also a very exciting day in the Challengers, as right next to us there is a legendary player, Leoncio. You've known him for a long time. What does it feel like to you to see Vasil Ivanchuk play in the Challengers here?
Well, I feel very emotional when you are asking me about Ivanchuk, because I knew I met him for the first time when he was 17 or something like that. So Ivanchuk is for me much more than a grandmaster. He's a genius, of course, and somebody who deserves of all kind of admiration. And he is still able to win the Challengers. So, well, what else can I say? I mean, it's also fantastic.
It's going to be a very, very exciting match today against Suleimanli, and also the clash between, right behind us actually, between Maurizi and Woodward. All these players are still fighting, of course, to qualify to the Masters next year. Leoncio, thank you so much. Always a pleasure having you around, and we will see you throughout the weekend.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are going to continue right here, if I may, Johan. Can I ask you, Johan, a couple of questions? I know you're about to hit the gong, but I think we have a moment. First of all, welcome, Johan Berntsen, the tournament director of Tepe Siegemann. And Johan, there's been a long-standing friendship, I would say, between the Tepe Siegemann tournament and Tata Steel Chess. You guys come and visit almost every year. First of all, tell us about what do you like about this tournament and what makes this friendship so special?
It's the tournament. Like in tennis, it's Wimbledon. So it's fantastic coming here every year. It's a whole festival and all this. So it's it's a tradition. I've going here since late 90s, actually.
Okay, that's a very long time to be visiting. This year it's an especially special. I feel like there's so much side action. Has there been one moment that has stood out to you in this tournament, or maybe one player?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually I have when Ivan Sokolov bet Kasparov. Yeah. I watched it live actually.
You were here
Queen
live?
G2. Yeah, I saw
99.
it. Yeah, many years ago. I'm a friend of Ivan, so that's why I looked at it. So I remember that. That was a big moment.
Maybe one of the most famous games which have been played here. And Johan, this year, your tournament is very special as well in Malmö, because you just announced Magnus Carlsen will be taking part.
Yeah, he will play actually. It's a little bit surprisingly, but yeah, we have. He played 22 years ago in our tournament, and after that we have stayed in touch off and on. And now I guess the stars was in right position, and perhaps he needs a tournament before Norway Chess. But I'm not complaining.
You must be very excited, I imagine, to have Magnus playing. And what else can we expect from your tournament this year?
Yeah, we hope to have some other good players also, of course. But we have just started to look for players. So yeah, we have to see.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing what's up. I don't know if we will have time. Well, you know what, Johan, we will let you get ready for the big moment.
Yeah, I will do my best. Okay.
And we are going to go to talk to one of your colleagues, actually, whose event is starting much sooner. Much more sooner than yours. Thank you, Johan. Peter. My pleasure, Peter Boleslav, Tournament Director, Organizer of the Prague Chess Festival. We were just talking to Johan, who of course is the Tournament Director for Tepe Siegemann. That's still a few months away, but your event is starting in under a month already, Peter.
Yeah, already. I think already 3 weeks already. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
And what do you have in store for us? Prague Chess Festival, it feels like every year it's become better, bigger, stronger. What can we expect this year?
I hope that our spectators and visitors, they have the same feeling like you. And this year is something special even for all Czech Republic, because current world champion is coming, which is, we look at history, and I think it's 95 years when some current world champion played serious tournament. So it is huge news for us.
Gukesh, of course, being there, huge news. There's many other very strong players. For now, first, it's the final weekend here in Wijk aan Zee. You come to visit us almost every year. What do you look forward to this weekend?
No, I am very curious about Nodirbek. Of course, he's already leading, like I think last 2 years, and I am quite rooting for him, to succeed this year and win the title. Yes, I hope so. But it will be, as always, last weekend will be very, very exciting, I guess, and I'm very glad I am here.
You will stay all weekend?
I will stay till the end, and watch like many.
Yes, I see Nodirbek. He has arrived. He's there today. A full house once again. I think you're not the only one. Nodirbek, he's been so close so many times. He has so many fans. So we'll see if he can hold on to the lead.
Today is a very important game, with local hero Jorden. So. Yeah, I am looking forward, especially for it.
So am I. Peter, such a pleasure having you here. The music is starting, that's our signal. Enjoy, and we are gonna head into the playing hall. Have fun.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in Wijk aan Zee after a well-deserved rest day for all of us. So the batteries are reloaded, I hope, and I'm sure that we will see 3 more very exciting rounds. And in all groups, at least in the top, everything is still open. So it will be very exciting till the very end on Sunday. Vandaag hebben we de 11e ronde in de Masters and Challengers, de 11th round in de Masters and Challengers, and also de 7e ronde in de teamkampen, 7th round in our amateur section. Commentaar in de zon is zoals gebruikelijk van Jovanka Hauska en Jan Gustafsson en begint nu, dus daar kunt u straks al naartoe. Dan de telefoons, gevoelig onderwerp, u weet het. We willen geen telefoons zien in de speelzaal. Het mag niet, het is gevaarlijk voor anti-cheating, u weet het verhaal. Fotocamera's mogen wel gebruikt worden voor het maken van foto's van uw helden. Dat is toegestaan voor 7 minuten. Please don't use your cell phones in this playing hall, also not when the round has started, also not for pictures, also not for paying. We don't want to see them. Dan gaan we over naar de gong, de daily gong, the hit on the gong to open the round. It will be done today by my very good friend Johan Bellensen. We know each other a very long time. He's the tournament director for a very long time in the Siegemann Tata Chess tournament in Malmö. And I may also congratulate Johan because Magnus Carlsen will play there this year. So congratulations, Johan. Also here are my good friends Peter Boleslav from the Prague Festival and Johan Audun Jansson, JJ from Norway. And of course, Leon Garcia and Jonathan Tisdal, also welcome for you. So, Johan, after your hit on the gong, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
The final act of Tata Steel Chess has begun. Gong has been struck and we're waiting for the players to make their first moves. Prague yet to make one move, whereas in the other games, of course, we have some opening to be decided. Is that C4?
Dai trying to surprise Hans Niemann with the English opening. There we see Fedosseev very dangerous with the white pieces, but what is he doing? He's going for the 4 knights against Bluebaum. That's a surprising choice from him. But let's get to our top game, Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces against Nodirbek up to Satorov. And another English opening by Jorden. Can do anything. The man from Groningen trying to get Nodirbek off the beaten path here. But Nodirbek, tremendously well prepared, blitzes out. The symmetrical English, it's called. And Jorden now faces a decision. What will you do here? Knight, pawn, pawn?
Knight.
Horsey out?
Yes, both horses out. But Jorden, you know, we saw him try d4. We saw mainly he's an e4 player, now c4. What kind of position is he aiming for against Nodirbek?
Normally he has very targeted preparation from game to game, and at the top level it's so important to be flexible, to be unpredictable. If you play e4 every game, and people can zone in on it and prepare their whatever, Berlin, Petrov, whatever people are doing, it's very hard, so it's important to surprise guys. And Jorden followed your advice, went knight to c3, pawn to e6 by Nodirbek. I'm wondering if he wants to play the so-called Dubov Tarash with g3, d5, takes, d4, knight c6. That is very trendy. But Jorden himself, if memory serves, did a course on the Tarash. So maybe Jorden spotted some ideas there and thought, okay, let's try to get Nodirbek there.
Well, it's an exciting development because we have a lot of Jorden fans in our audience, right? Yes. Can I have a cheer? Remember, there is scientific data just from here that the louder the cheer, the more successful the player.
What's the science behind that?
Energy.
That
It travels in
very
waves.
scientific.
Exactly.
But yeah, hard not to root for Jorden. The Uzbeks have been strong though. Both Nodirbek up to Satorov and Sindarov have been in the lead for most of the event. So it's a big, big game today. Van Foreest, thinking about it, I don't think he's been surprised by this preparing here with his brother Lucas, also a former Dutch chess champion. And their work looked very fruitful.
And if you were a betting man, Jan, what do you think we're going to be seeing? G3? You kind of highlighted G3, but do you think we're going to be seeing anything else?
I think G3, E3 or D4 are the moves people are playing here. Whereas with white, you can't really claim an advantage anywhere, so it's more where Jorden wants to take the game and where he wants to surprise Nodirbek. But I would expect G3. I said that before he played it.
Yeah. You did. And,
barely.
And now, what do you think?
I think D5,
you
C
think
takes D, E
D5?
takes D. Yeah, that's what these well-prepared kids are doing. Nodirbek taking his walk as usual.
Gives a little nod. I don't know. just because you gave us some advanced info, which I'm sure Nodirbek has, that Jorden has produced a course.
People don't care. They
People don't
trust
care.
their own analysis. Like, the knowledge is out there for anybody. I don't think that will deter him. But maybe you were right, because he went b6, which could either be respect for Jordan's Tarrasch knowledge, or saying, you know what, I want a bit more of a fighting game. I don't want these forced lines. I want to play b6, bishop b7, and play a slower game. But that should give Jorden more chances to fight for an advantage.
Okay. Well, it's looking like this one is going to be a very nice fight. No tension just yet in the center, but it will develop.
No, there will be. He's going to castle, bishop e7. And normally people play d4. There will be blood.
There will be, and I'm expecting maybe a jump with a knight to e4, but we will see. Let's move on from this game and check in on Anish against young Yaz Khan. So both of those players, they lost in round 10. And it's super exciting, right, to be playing at the Wimbledon of Chess.
Which one is it? I get confused. The Roland Garros, the Wimbledon, the Australian Open, I hear different tennis tournaments.
Uh-huh.
Leoncho just said that Linares was Wimbledon, but he's Spanish, he's biased, right?
He's biased. I mean, I've known it to be the Wimbledon of Chess, right? This is the Wimbledon of Chess. This is like the tournament that you gotta play in at least once in your life. And if you're super top, you gotta win it.
I'm not a big tennis guy, so calling it the Roland Garros is an offense, because Wimbledon is more prestigious.
I'm not a tennis person either. I think they're all good. They're all part of the Grand Slam thing.
It is the Wimbledon. What we do know is the Queen's Gambit declined from Yas, very solid line, but Anish is a very dangerous theoretician. And this is the main line, pawn to c5, takes, queen here. White keeps the tension, knight c6, a3. I'm very curious what Erdomush has up his sleeve here, because this is very dangerous territory against Anish. I remember in the Carlsen-Caruana match, this was hotly debated, this position, queen a5, rook d1. And Caruana came up with his novelty, rook d8, but since then, theory has advanced. So I'm very, very curious.
Yeah.
Yas certainly did his homework, but he's only 14. Anish has been studying theory and playing at the top level for at least 16 years. So Anish must have an edge.
Exactly, and Anish has played a whole lot of games here because there's a lot of prestige to playing in this event. You know, all the eyes of the world are here watching this game, especially Yaz is just 14 years old, and it must be a little bit like nerve-wracking as well to be here in this kind of very closed
Nah,
round
I've seen him in
robin.
time travel. He looks very cool, calm, and collected.
Well, he might be cool, calm, and collected, but let's find out whether he was excited when he got the invite to play in this event.
Yeah, I think the organizer write to my coach Shehriyar Mamediyarov, and I think we were going to some restaurant, and he called me and say that you got invitation from Tata Steel, and I was just very happy. And also my father, mom, my sister, everyone was very happy.
So you heard it here first. When he got the call, his whole family celebrated. They were like, wow, you got to play.
So he did like that he got invited. He was not happy.
Because it's like you kind of get that stamp of approval. You are a big talent. And let's actually find out whether, as soon as he got the call, whether he started preparing.
Yeah, okay, we're working every day with my coach. Okay, I had some other important tournaments before Tata Steel, so I was mainly preparing for them. But my last classical tournament was against Maxim. We were playing some match, and after that, we only focused on this tournament, and we prepared lots. Yeah.
Well, the life of a chess player is always busy, but as soon as he could, he did start preparing. Because I guess, you know, you get that list of participants and then you kind of look at the thing and you say, I gotta have this, I gotta have this up my sleeve.
No, it's always a good reason to work even harder if you know like specific opponents and can prepare specific stuff. But I'm assuming if you're the best 14-year-old ever, according to Magnus Carlsen, that your work ethic is probably pretty good in general.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think we put him on the spot and said, "Hey, what about school?" And he said, "Yes, school. It's not as important as the chess."
But has he made a move yet, or has he been taken to school here by Anish? This is sort of a surprisingly long break in one of the main theoretical positions there is. Then again, we've seen him pause quite a bit also against, I think, Erigaisi. They played some heavy theory battle, and he spent all his time, even though it looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. So I haven't quite figured out when he takes breaks and when he doesn't.
Yeah.
Queen went to a5, so a move has been made.
And rook to d1, I imagine, is the
response.
response.
Is the main move. You can castle queenside here, but that's not how Anish rolls. Now, another big decision. Rook e8, rook d8, bishop e7, h6. I've spent way too much time on this position. You don't get back these hours, you know.
No, but hopefully you get some reward.
Doubt it.
No reward at all. Oh dear.
Okay, let's move to something more rewarding. Which game you want to see?
Okay, so let's bring up the full board view. There's one game I have my eye on, and that's just because there's a queen on b1. And is it any surprise that it came from the Arjun Erigaisi against Javokhis Sindarov game? Nope, I'm not surprised.
What is this?
Well, okay.
d4, this we know. The Queen's Gambit. The Semislav, Sindarov's main weapon. Queen c2, very rare move. Not defending this pawn. And Sindarov says, thank you. But of course, Arjun playing quickly has something in mind. And normally he's very good at surprising opponents with a rare sideline like this move, queen to c2. Then again, in this tournament, nothing seems to be really working for him.
No.
Pawn to a4, pawn to c5. I think I've seen this before, but I'm far from an expert. So Sindarov is not trying to hang on to this pawn. He's trying to clarify the situation in the center, saying, okay, you can have that pawn back eventually. But after e4, he decides not to take, but to jump. Here goes the queen. Now he takes, bishop takes, pawn to e5. Looks like both guys know what they're doing. No, pawn to e5 if we take. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That would be unpleasant, so you can't take. Arjun castled. Sort of symmetrical. The question is, can black still get away with leaving this pawn undefended in castle? Or is this the time to take it?
Well, okay, let's try. We have all the time in the world and the resources to waste it. So let's have a look. So now I guess you go queen to e7. Or should I, is that the wrong direction? Maybe you want to go queen c7 now that I think about it.
I'm not sure what's going on
at
all.
I had ideas of going bishop takes f2 if you move the knight.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether that's any good either.
Okay, this can get wild already. Bishop f4.
Knight to h5 is the...
Try to use
yes.
this.
Oh my goodness. Knight takes. Bishop to d6.
I'm assuming I have knight b5, but it's hard to calculate.
Bishop takes knight. And I was kind of hoping that that knight is trapped.
Probably is. You could also argue we've gotten a bit ahead of ourselves from the position they actually have on the board.
Okay.
But, Some drama could ensue. Then again, if Sindarov doesn't want any part of this, he can also go queen e7 or queen c7, cover the pawn, and castle later.
But Arjun's so good at this type of open position. I can see that if your queen comes to e7, there's going to be some bishop g5 shenanigans, and white is going to get very active. Maybe jump in with a knight to d5.
Yeah, then again, this guy still covers the square.
Yeah, what a
so
shame.
Immediate drama.
Like, pawns can't move backwards. Because a3 would be a very good move.
That'd be nice, but yeah, he needed a4 early on.
Yes.
To stop black from playing b5. Not sure, but it does look like Sindarov is the first to spend time here. Arjun did surprise him. Let's see if Arjun can turn the ship around, because his rating losses in Wijk and Zee total are up to what now, 68 points? Imagine he never played in Wijk, he would be 2-8, I can't do math, 40.
That would be very impressive. But he has played in Wijk, and he has been distributing
Keeps
his
coming
rating.
back for more.
Yep. Okay, well, it's not working well for Arjun, but, you know, he does have history. I remember, was it last year, where he did really badly, but he still managed to steal some points at the end. It's a very important one against
Well,
Gukesh.
he is the number 5 in the world. We shouldn't expect him to lose every game all the time. But
No. But
they
okay.
haven't treated him well.
But let's kind of like play a little fun game or thought experiment. You're Sindarov. You're playing against Arjun. Do you go castles, kingside? Look, Arjun is like wandering around saying like, I know absolutely everything. Do you defend that pawn with the queen, or do you castle and go right?
Generally, if you're out of book, you try to play the more solid way, which would be to defend that pawn. If you have a feeling the guy knows his stuff, and then to go for these very sharp positions where you would play against the computer. I don't think you want that. Well, queen e7 or even queen c7, maybe it's mildly unpleasant with this pin, but at least we're not a pawn down in a crazy position. So that would be the practical choice. Then again, I've seen Sindarov often being out of book, taking his time, and then playing all the most principled moves, just trusting himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would cover that pawn.
Okay. So Jan would cover the pawn. I would also cover the pawn because I'm lazy like that, and I feel like this idea from Arjun deserves a lot of respect. But who would be like, nah, let's take on the challenge and castle kingside? Anyone in the audience? No,
No, there was one finger
okay.
raised.
Well, congratulations, sir. You are very bold. But yes, both of us and the audience, we think that Sindarov's most practical approach is perhaps to chicken out and defend the pawn on e5.
We shall see. Not how he rolls. We mind if we switch to Pragnanda versus Keymer for a second. First of all, it's always a fun matchup. Pragnanda, the defending champion, but not his tournament so far this year. And also, what's Keymer's knight doing there on a6? Is that a thing?
Well, he put it there voluntarily, so...
Why?
He wants to break the rules. Aha, he wants to put a knight on c7.
So this is sort of a normal position, but here the theoretical main lines are... The most popular is bishop b4 check nowadays, bishop d2, then you take on d6, which is quite logical because you get rid of this bishop before locking it in. And the other one is pawn to e4, also very aggressive. Takes here is possible, but then the queen can't really be challenged because we have the pawn there. This is supposed to be somewhat pleasant. But what Keymer does, d6 and knight to a6, strikes me as very provocative.
Well, it's also got a whiff of the home cooking, right? Because Vincent's barely paused for thought. The knight is coming out to
how much
c7.
cooking can you do here? d6 and then put the knight on the rim? I'm sure he has a point. He always has a point. It just looks weird.
Yeah. So I guess the point is like if white ever goes d takes e5, then the knight will come to c5.
Yeah, generally.
But
you're not too afraid of this. You lose the
Right.
right to castle, but if the pieces come out, bishop here, whatever, knight can jump.
So yeah, I don't think Vincent's afraid of that. But you kind of pointed out e3. Is there any e4?
Yeah, I
e4.
was
There's some
thinking.
point of like taking on d4 and then getting your knight to c5.
Because I'm assuming if white goes knight here, which also looks normal, then he
E3,
wants to go
E4.
e4 and d5. We'll argue. We get some strange reverse French, which is not too bad for black. Yeah, I was curious about pawn to e3, just keeping that construction and then going knight e2 and castles.
And this is interesting, right? Because as black, do you just want to go bishop e7?
I think if you play slowly, you're worse. Like, and then also, what's the point here? Like, if you go here, 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 then white should be very happy, even just developing. And later, white can start taking over the center. So he must have some specific idea. Bishop here.
Well, then b3.
b3 takes, and maybe here black is in time to do something unpleasant. d5. c5. Okay, maybe c5 is committal.
But b6 then?
Yeah. Okay, so could be you were right, and Keymer does have a point, but Pragnandar went a different route. He went pawn to d5, which is also very logical.
But it does hand the c5 square on a platter, which may or may not be a big thing. So, but here I would be like, okay, CD, just because I don't.
Yeah, what else, right? I mean, this pawn is under attack. Bishop d7 looks very slow.
C5 doesn't make any point.
Positionally. So you take.
And
I'm not even sure how white wants to recapture. Like, could also argue for knight takes and trying to keep a piece on that square.
because my instinct was to take with the pawn, but then I kind of stopped.
Yeah.
But this kind of also feels like one of those King's Indian, like with a quick c5 that they do against the fianchetto, where black just very quickly puts the knight on c5, the bishop d7.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I always like the white space advantage. But Vincent is a fighter, and he likes creating unbalanced situations, which is not so easy with black. I'm sure Pragnandar won't mind either. Big fighter himself and not having the greatest tournament so far. So they're probably both happy with how this is going.
Well,
Keymer does take.
he does take, and
Being boring, I would take with the knight here, just trying to spoil the fun.
well, knight takes,
Knight takes, queen takes.
then knight c5,
Yeah,
bishop e6, next move.
yeah, have to time it a bit. Yeah, this pawn could be in some trouble. I don't know. Could get complicated if we can play b4. B3 looks a bit slow. Bishop e6, queen d2. If white manages to stabilize, I'm still happy, but I'm not sure I have the time here.
Well, yeah, there might be some f5s in the air, so there was no surprise about that move coming from me. But well, decision time. But okay, c takes d5.
Prague is not into it. Just goes c takes d. And all right, they both got their battle.
Yeah, okay. So let's go back to the full board view.
Where shall we go? We've covered the Dutch guys.
Yes, so maybe we go and have a look at how Matthias is doing against Vladimir Fedoseev. And do remember, if you guys in the audience have any suggestions who you would like to look at or what moves you want us to consider, feel free to shout them out.
Yeah, this started sort of slowly. I thought of Fedoseev as more as a d4 player. He can do both, of course, but to play the 4 knights, he must have something very specific in mind, especially this so-called Scottish 4 knights.
He just wanted to avoid Bluebaum's Petrov.
Yeah, but one d4, which he normally plays, does avoid the Petrov quite
normally
nicely.
does. But the last encounter I checked, it was in 2026, the Bundesliga, and it was a draw, and it was a Petrov. So
yeah,
there was maybe didn't want the Queen's Gambit or some kind of funny thing.
Not sure. Petrov players, yeah, they're aware of this trick avoiding the Petrov. And this line at this level is supposed to be a little drawish, but it could be that he has something specific in mind. So this is all mainstream theory, takes castles. You shouldn't take here because black gets too much play, rook e8 and bishop e3, knight g4. So castles, it's not really a big sacrifice. Castles, c takes d, pawn to h3.
It's important move. I once had someone play queen f3 against me.
Also good.
Yes. And I think I just went c6, bishop d6, but then they forgot to
You
go.
trapped the queen?
I did trap the queen.
Nice.
Very nice.
How do we manufacture that?
I think they went bishop to...
bishop here.
Yeah. And that was it.
Good job.
Always nice when you do that.
Yeah, Fedosseev dodged that bullet, barely. h3 played, c6, queen f3, bishop d6, all sort of normal stuff. Rook e1. This is this type of position where you don't take it too seriously, but it can be mildly unpleasant for black after bishop f4, because you have some weaknesses on the dark square. And I've always been a little afraid of this from the black side, and if you are afraid, there are more forcing ways to play these positions. Bishop e6 followed by c5. But Bluebaum so far has looked well prepared, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing here.
One thing I also got to say about black's position is, yeah, you know, you're in the short term, you have to be careful. But the long-term stuff, I feel like it's in favor of black. Like, you know, you go rook to b8, rook to e8, you take control of the center, and I feel like that's just easier to play.
I disagree. I always suffer here long term. White goes b3, bishop f4, rook d1, exchange the bishops, plays c4. I feel black has to solve his positions. If both sides get the pieces out, it's slightly unpleasant to play for black. But maybe it's just me.
Well, I'm a center girl, so give me the center, and I'm super happy. Even at the cost of the opponent having some activity. So we'll see. We will see how both players handle that. Let's just take a quick peek and see how Hans is doing against Win.
Hans the center boy?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Kind of.
Kind of. He went e4, or c4, e5.
Pawn to e4. This is a funny line. It looks so strange to weaken that square, but white's main point is if you go here, which looks normal, then there's this trick, knight takes e5, and it gets very sharp. Knight takes e5, pawn to d4, regaining the piece. And some theory here, but this line is not easy for black at all. So Hans avoids it and goes bishop here. But now white is arguing, okay, I weaken this square, but you don't really control it if you can't go bishop c5. So I'll just play d3 and have a grip on this square. It's a very challenging line. I'm not sure though, because Taidai had this heartbreaking loss last round against Aravind, and here he's going for a full-fledged positional fight, which Hans surely welcomes as well.
Right, but when you're doing super badly in an event, there comes a point where you just think, you know what?
You think he doesn't care anymore?
Yes.
He looks like he cares.
Yeah, but you know, you're just like, whatever. I'm just gonna play my game, and if I lose, I lose. And I agree with you. I agree with you completely that Hans is going to be welcoming this imbalance and a big fight. But for Win, I just think when you're suffering in an event,
Think he literally doesn't care?
yes, he literally does not care.
Must be nice, carefree. Pawn to a3, bishop to a5. Takes here might look natural, but then white gets the two bishops, and all of a sudden he's controlling all these squares. So you don't want to do that. You want to keep the bishop. Bishop a5. Now there's a bunch of theory. I think b4, knight a4 is a line. But he goes h3 indirectly, fighting for the center square, avoiding bishop g4. Hans says, now you no longer have your knight takes e5 trickery, so I can put this bishop on its rightful diagonal. And another interesting strategic decision, bishop to e3. Offering this structure, which once again looks funny, but white controls lots of squares in the center and can be a bit unpleasant. So Hans doesn't take, just castles. Here we are. How's Hans doing? +1, he's doing all right, but lost touch with the very top, no?
Yes, he needs to start winning, basically, if he wants to be there in the lead. And he's got the black pieces. I think he'll be welcoming the fight. Bishop takes, bishop in the air, maybe some knight jumping into d5. By the way, I was a little bit surprised that there was no bishop to g5. Instead of, like in this type of position, I don't think I could help myself. I'd go bishop e2, and once they castled, on I go with bishop to g5.
All right.
I'm a simple person. I remember my patterns for when I was 10 years old. Yeah. And, you know, get knight d5 in, you're laughing.
It's just very bad. You really don't want to play these Italians with a pawn on c4.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay. There was a bishop to e3 played, and instead,
castles.
Keep the tension.
He can still do it. Now he provoked castles.
Yeah, but you did remind me of that. There was some. I remember this Max Euer middle game book where he talked about, like, if the bishop comes out, you go h6 g5, and you just clamp down on the break of the f4 square.
Did he write those himself? The Dutch audience will know. Like there was some talk about some ghostwriters there involved, maybe. No?
Really?
I think so.
So everyone.
Was it Kmoch? And don't sue me, whoever's doing this. I'm just asking questions. He had several ghostwriters. It was different guys, yeah.
Oh.
Prince as well.
So okay, so
still,
Ludovic.
These books are good.
Yeah, these books are really good. Ludovic Prince. Okay, so he didn't write them himself.
I'm sure he did something as well, but yeah, like
did he
I heard was a co-production.
Oh wow!
Just speculation once again.
I feel like my reality has shifted there.
What did the book say about this structure?
It just said, you know, bishop to g5. You know, you got to be very careful because of this h6 g5 lock down on f4. And it quoted a very famous, I think, Capablanca game. I think. And
where the bishop gets
stuck here? Yes, the bishop gets stuck there.
That I have seen.
Yeah. So I was like, wow, this is impressive. But now I feel a little bit tricked. He didn't write them himself, but they were just 2 books.
I think it was a longer series, but maybe it depends on the on the version.
I just had 2 books.
Sorry, I shouldn't accuse. Legendary Dutch world champion. Those are great books.
No, it seems like our audience are also, they know stuff that I don't.
I know.
Okay. Well, tense game there. Still a bit of a slow burner. Let's... Last time I'm looking for the action. No fireworks just yet. So I'm thinking that maybe we can afford to go... Let's go to the challenges. And
already? Yeah, I think we've been through. Let's have a look at Gukesh.
Okay,
he's the world champion.
Yeah, okay, let's go there. But it's...
Another Queen's Gambit, as we've seen in the Anish game, but Arvin played the other, or one of the other main moves here, b6 instead of Erdemush's c5, which is also a very solid line. Now you take, and you want to equalize slowly by going c5 later. Let's see if Gukesh has something up his sleeve. So you get this equal structure. White will try to do something with piece activity. Arvin plays knight c6 after some thought. I thought the move here was knight here, hinting at this. But okay, knight c6 played. Now can White ask some questions? Knight here.
That
is this knight c6 strikes me as shaky.
Well, my experience in these is that there's no natural home for the queen. So like if you kind of run with that move a bit more, like knight c6, knight I liked your knight to b5, just because it's like eyeballing d6 as well.
Yeah, there's other moves like rook d1 or takes, but this looked ambitious.
Yeah, and then where's the queen going to go?
Yeah, sometimes it has to go to some awkward square for a while.
But it's not like c8 is ever going to be very comfortable for that job either, because the rook comes to c1, and there's also always this knight to d6 or bishop d6 in the air.
Yeah, I don't like knight c6. Like, I think you go here to at least give the queen some shelter so it can stay there. Maybe disliked, I don't know if directly, but in one of these positions. Some stuff like this, but normally you're not too afraid of these types of positions with black. With the 2 pieces against the rook and 2 pawns, as long as the middle game is normally fine for black.
Okay. Well, we found already our position where there's some imbalance in terms of the valuation bar. It's not strictly in the middle, because here we feel like Arjun could potentially be in trouble.
Yeah, not the end of the world, but it looks slightly unpleasant for sure.
Like, okay, let's run with like...
Ivanchuk is also curious.
Yeah, Ivanchuk. Okay, we have a lot of Ivanchuk fans here. I also got a fly hovering around. But yeah, he has a big matchup against Aydin Süleymanli. But let's already start asking the questions to the queen. Where's it going to go? Queen c8?
Yeah, okay, this is a different line. Knight takes c6, very primitive, but the engine is saying this is also good for white, which is not too surprising, because there's...
Yeah. And I guess you have to go knight... What about rook d8? Let's try to get rid of some pieces.
It's all a bit...
It feels like it's
shaky.
going wrong.
Yeah, knight c7 is there.
Are you going to trap my queen? The black queen. Knight c7, rook b8. Oh, you got bishop a6, bishop b7?
Yeah, no, there's no direct win. But apparently even this is unpleasant. Only here, if the queen tries to sneak out, then it's in trouble. No, Arjun taking some liberties here in the opening with his knight c6, and Gukesh is looking to punish him in deep thought.
Okay. Knight c6 could be on the agenda. Black is in some trouble for the time being. He has to navigate finding a square for the queen. Shall we cast our eyes onto the challenges? Because I'm kind of curious. So first up, maybe we check in on Aydin and Ivanchuk.
All right. I only care about the Max versus Erwin game, but
I also care about that one as well.
Süleymanli is the tournament leader. Let's show some respect. Where is he?
He's at the bottom. But I also, just because Ivanchuk was on the wander, and I was kind of curious.
This is some old school stuff. The Scheveningen via slightly goofy move order, but they arrived there. Queen c7, I'm already surprised. Queen c7 used to be popular move in the 90s. Maybe Ivanchuk is saying, let's play some forgotten line that these kids won't know. But computers dislike it nowadays because of this strange looking move f5. Don't ask me why, but that's why everybody moved on and stopped playing Queen c7, now plays e5.
Yeah.
But Queen c7, Süleymanli didn't play f5, but went bishop e2, e6, bishop f3, and now we get some old school position that, yeah, these types of structures were debated a lot between Karpov and Kasparov, and then later Anand and Kasparov. So all through the 80s and 90s, we've seen plenty Scheveningens. But it's fallen a bit out of favor because these Petrovs and Berlins, it's a bit easier to equalize than here.
Yeah. And White does have a variety of plans at their disposal. You know, I think I did used to play this when I was younger, and I always go bishop e3.
Me too. Yeah. I learned.
Well, I never played it as black. I played it as white.
No, I play with black.
No, I never touched a Sicilian with black, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you go here, I guess the bishop comes out, and then what are the options?
I think as you go bishop e3, and then I was going a4 because, again, I'm a little bit of a chicken, and I don't want b5 anywhere. Also, I was doing queen e1. Let me also try to remember what I was doing. I was going queen e1 because I think my brother once taught me that.
Well, you can't play like a4, queen e1,
No,
and
no.
bishop e3.
No, I was just. I said when I was chicken, I was going a4, and that was me not knowing a single thing and just start thinking that b5 was a problem. So then my brother said, "Enough of this. Learn some theory." Yes, he was quite a strict teacher. Queen e1, and then he would go put your queen on g3.
Yeah, many options. Ivanchuk, I guess he won't mind because, of course, he was a world-class player through all these theoretical debates. While this has fallen a bit out of favor, and we also see Suleimanli already spent half an hour, so it's not like he's blitzing out some prep here. And this bishop e2, bishop f3 is not supposed to be the critical try. So maybe Ivanchuk using his experience to get the kit on unfamiliar grounds.
What's a good
I'm saying the kid,
idea.
I have no idea. He's probably 25. But
He's 20.
Okay. Still a kid.
So he's still young, yeah? So he's maybe inexperienced with these old lines. Okay, let's go and check in on the old Dutch encounter between Max Warmerdam and Erwin.
Before we do that, I have to put you on the spot. How good is your pronunciation of this chess opening? Like in front of a Dutch audience, no pressure.
Okay. You are asking an English person who we're notoriously bad at saying difficult words. Scheveningen. I got it. That was the vibe. Well,
It's all right.
okay, but you know how I would normally say it? Scheveningen. So I did
That's
try.
worse, that's worse.
And that's like, but I have been to the place.
I've been there, yeah.
Yeah. It has a pier.
I think
Yeah.
Anish Giri either lives in Scheveningen or very close to Scheveningen.
Ah, okay.
It's part of The Hague.
The Hague. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cool place. I was in Harlem yesterday. It was very nice.
You went to New York City?
Yeah, I did. And then back again on Concorde. That was I time traveled, you know.
Okay, sorry. Where do you want to go?
I want to see the old Dutch encounter between Max Warmerdam and Erwin Lamy, because I know these two guys have a lot of support here. So let's check in on this.
But we should find out who's team Max, who's team Erwin. Like,
Oh yeah. I'm down for that. Okay, so how many people want Max to win? Give me a yeah, because
Tilburg in the house.
the best player. Okay. And what about Erwin Lam? Yeah. Okay, we've got more Erwin fans.
But Erwin has been here for 25 years. Like
He has been
this
cultivating
is
a
like his
following.
home.
I understand. But okay, we'll go in there. So Max Warmerdam with the white pieces. Erwin plays black. And
Erwin means business, playing the King's Indian.
yes.
E6 is normally a sign. People want to be more solid. But he goes G6, bishop G7. Max plays E3. Maybe he wasn't sure if it was going to be a King's Indian or if Erwin would switch to the Grunfeld. And E3, the point is that now after D5 takes, there's no knight to exchange on C3. So even though white lost the tempo, this is a bit pleasant for white to kick this knight away now. So sort of forcing Erwin into a non-Grunfeld structure.
This was like your recommendation for on the black side of things a long time ago.
I don't recall, but you do enough courses, you've recommended every opening once or twice.
It was for the old Chess 24 site. Yeah, it was very good.
So Erwin goes B6, going for the double fianchetto. Castles, bishop B7, E6. Trying to keep it fluid if he wants to go D5 or D6. Knight BD7. Max is a very strong theoretician, so maybe Erwin is saying, okay, I don't want a direct battle, I'll try to play more of a structure.
But hang on a second, look at Max's last move, B4.
Yeah, like
no
it.
D5 in the equation for you because
His
you're
point
just
is if d5, he will just go
c5.
c5, grab
Exactly.
some more space.
So that forces Erwin to go on d6 territory,
Yeah, I
and that's
guess you
kind
sit
of.
with d6, no d7.
But I don't know. Whenever I've seen Erwin play, he's very much a d5 player. You know, he coming up with these triangle systems. He likes to grab space. I don't know how comfortable he will be with, you know, d6, queen e7, knight d7.
I think his solid appearance is fooling you. He's a hacker at heart. Like, he plays these nice positional games, but he often is looking for ways to mix it. And what has he done? He's played c5. See?
But that just invites to take on c5.
Yeah,
and I
what's going
wasn't
on?
sure. No, my instinct was to take with the d pawn.
Takes.
And then go after bc5 to go b5.
I'm a bit curious. Do we have tricks here?
Then bishop b2. Hang on there.
Knight d5.
Okay, let's take. And bishop takes. Actually, I wanted to trap that bishop, but maybe you don't need to do anything. Maybe you should do something about. I'll do something about the pawn. d6.
Yeah, but I'm an exchange up. If I just go back, I mean, it should be more or less okay. Compy is giving some weird stuff. c6 takes, and claiming compensation.
With knight c3.
Well, that's very wild.
Oh, okay.
Not forced, of course. Max can do whatever he can go. B takes c, or even bishop a3 or something. But could be that's what Erwin has in mind. Just because we recapture, like even this type of structure, I think is quite pleasant for white. Then you go bishop b2,
Yeah.
knight b2, a4, and it's very hard for black to do anything.
That was exactly what I had in mind, but yeah, okay. So did you think we're going to see this?
I'm assuming it's Erwin's point because he knows the structure. So if he starts with c5, there must be some tactical idea after d.
Yeah. And if you take with a b pawn, just.
I guess then you recapture. At least we avoided this.
Yeah.
b5 business.
But this feels like a game with the hanging pawns, knight c3, some taking eventually on d. I don't know whether you should go knight c6 first.
I was not sure. I still prefer white's position because also rook b1 will win a nice tempo. Ask some questions, but maybe it's not so serious. He takes d. I don't know. ed. No, looks a little nicer for white, but Erwin looked like he was looking for a fight, and he will get one.
He will get one with moves like c5. It is confrontation immediately. Okay, so let's can we move on to the game between Andy Woodward and Marc-Andrea Morizzi? These are two players
These guys
sharing
are
second
tied?
place.
Yeah. They're tied for
Yeah,
second, right?
they're tied for second. But what I like about this is because Andy's trademark, especially here in Wijk, is to be like the complete maximalist. He loves like pushing his pawns, his pieces follow through, and Marc-Andrea's like, you know what? I'm going to do exactly the same to you. So this comes from a Catalan.
What's going on here? They got some Dutch stonewall out of the Catalan. Very early knight e4. Not a common move here.
No, but you got to try the Dutch when you're in Wijk.
I'm not sure you have to, but he not only set up the stonewall, but then followed up with h5. Very aggressive.
Yeah.
Knight to c6, because the classic stonewall is more c6, knight d7, castles, b6. Tried to bring the bishop out like this, but he goes knight c6. Bishop a3, logically enough, trying to exchange quote-unquote bad bishop.
Yeah.
Bishop f6, e3, h5. Wow.
Well.
He's also blitzing, so some.
And now the decision time, right? Do you just make a move and allow black to play h4? Which, am I the only person who finds that scary if black gets an h4? Because am I the only person who's a chicken in the room? Would you allow h4? Like, actually, just saying no if you're not going to allow h4. No, see?
It sounded like a bit of a leading question.
It was a leading question. It was.
But also, if you try to stop it, then black goes g5.
I know.
There's no safety.
That's why I know there's nothing, no safety at all. But then if you allow h4, I can see the future, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, no, it looks like something went wrong for Woodward. I don't know exactly what, but
His moves were so natural.
absolutely, yeah. Bishop a3, bishop f6. First computer move here is white playing h4, which is also not something I would think of. No, very, very aggressive plan, and nice against the Catalan, where normally with black, you try to be careful and survive, make a draw, but Marc-Andrea is saying, no, f5, h5, h4. With hindsight, maybe b3, bishop a3 is a bit slow.
But that is literally the prescription when you have this type of position.
Yeah, normally black has castle already. Maybe that changes things a little bit. I've also never seen this, so very curious.
Okay. Yeah, let's. I see some moves have been played, so h4 was allowed.
Knight fd2 already feels not desperate, but not ideal. And h4.
Yeah.
Knight takes. Now, how do we recapture? 7 games still with d takes e4.
Well, I don't have to answer the question for you because he's actually captured with a d pawn.
Which I guess is the right way. Here, white counters.
Yeah. Also, you're kind of one step closer to liberating the bishop on c8. Although I'm not sure you ever want to go e5.
No, well, it looks nice for black.
Well, it looks nice, but how nice is it? So what is white just ignores everything?
Yeah, I guess you develop somehow.
Yeah. And then what next? Yeah, that was what I was worried about, Jan. You know, when I saw the h-pawn coming, I was like, oh my god, if black has the queen on h7, you're...
I don't know what the way is, but it looks tempting to try to get it here.
King f7, queen g8. I like that.
Why not? I mean, white will probably counter somewhere, but I'd be very worried.
And if you go f3, because again, you know, you have to scramble for a breakthrough.
Yeah, maybe king f7
Yeah,
is
king
pushing
f7.
my luck a bit too much.
Okay.
Let's try this way.
Okay, f3. Let's go still in that direction.
I was hoping now that I would have
Might be
some
some
tricks.
knight takes.
And Andy's made a move.
We might be seeing this. Knight c3 played.
C3 played. I have no idea what's going on here, but with this king, I'm always mildly worried.
Yeah. And mildly worried is a little
Woodward
bit of an...
struggling with the water ball there. No, he's managed. And takes a zip before Maurizio returns.
I thought you were going to do one of those tongue twisters there. Woodward worrying with the water. No.
I'm very bad at those. What are like English tongue twisters?
Oh, I learned this other one. This one, Betty Botter. Have you heard that one?
Betty Botter?
Does anyone know this one? Okay, no, it's a bit poor. Well, okay, this is how it goes. Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said, the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. Butter, bitter, better butter, that would make my batter better. So she bought a bitter butter, better than her bitter butter, and she put it in her batter, and the batter was not bitter. So it was better, Betty Botter bought a bitter, better butter. There you go.
I'm not going to try, but that was impressive.
I try.
No,
sorry about that. And no one clip this one, please. So this well, our conclusion is that everything is dangerous for whites.
Yeah, it looks nice. And also the kind of chess that Maurizi excels at. He's very much an attacking player, likes non-standard positions. While Andy has looked more classical, doesn't mean he can't handle this position either, but I think the opening battle was won by Marc-Andrea for now.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you go hard so early, then you have to obviously maintain that momentum, but yeah, it's looking dangerous. Shall we check in on Elina Rubers as she plays Carissa Yip? For both women, this is like super important. For Elina, it's a matter of pride. She's just not had a tough, not an easy ride. Whereas Carissa, she needs that strong finish if she wants to get a GM norm. She needs 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah, Elina also playing the 4 knights, but she's not playing d4, the solid line, but going for one of these funky moves here, h3, which looks somewhat random, but it has a point. She's waiting for black to play d5 when she wants to take and play bishop b5. Play this type of position with colors reversed, but with the pawn already on h3. So it does make some sense. And here after bishop to b4, now the bishop goes to d3, which normally, you see beginners playing this, you teach them, don't do this because you're blocking your d-pawn and then you won't be able to get the bishop out. But modern chess, covering this guy, preparing castles and preparing knight d5, it's a thing still. Don't try this at home.
No. Nope.
d6 castles, and now you have castles, which looks normal. I guess she was worried about knight to d5, even though I'm not sure it's a big deal, frankly.
Then you kind of almost feel similar to that Adomush game against Gukesh.
I'm a
bit different.
Confused, because to take here voluntarily sort of justifies everything that white's been doing. Now d takes c, and the bishop can get out to e3 or g5. So I think Carissa should have waited here. She's also taking a lot of time, so she was surprised, which is understandable. There are bigger problems to solve in chess than h3, followed by bishop d3. But it looks like it's working nicely here for Elina.
Yeah.
Takes, pawn to h6, stopping bishop to g5. Just as I gave my speech that this looks premature, I checked the computer, and computer says black is better here, so computer is very happy with how black is playing.
Well,
e3.
Carissa did something smart, right? And I could see from the camera that she just relocated the knight to g6.
First computer move, by the way, fun fact, is rook g8, intending g5, g4. Computer's not messing around here. But she played knight to e7.
And, okay, and then...
Knight d2, I don't like knight d2. Sort of standard reaction to knight e7 if you can. Because black wants to go knight g6 or g5 followed by knight g6. It's knight here, especially with the pawn on h6. Trying to fight against that, and after g5 you have this.
And then that's a very important move, because knight g6 will be met by like something coming into f5. Well,
knight d2 feels like the wrong direction, and now black could very much consider this g5, knight g6, bishop e6. But
she didn't do that. She just castled. And now is it time to just go all in with f4? Because I don't know, I feel like f4 has an expiry date.
I don't know, it might be okay. I wouldn't want to do it because it weakens this square so much. But you might get enough space. I'm not sure. Maybe it's fine. But she played queen e2.
Because now knight to g6.
Out.
Yeah, okay.
Not concerned about f4 apparently. Bishop e6, rook ad1. Yeah, now if the knight goes here, there's no more f4.
Yeah, but for white, there's also no active plan. Like, what else are you going to do?
This whole stuff, knight d2, queen e2, rook ad1. It doesn't look like it's so on point. It hasn't been Elina's tournament so far. Just 1 out of 10. But she had a great success before this in the World Blitz
Yeah,
Championship.
she came third in the World Blitz Championship. She also, I think she won the European Women's Blitz. Yes, I'm getting nods there from our audience. So she had a really successful time, but it was at the Blitz format. Of course, playing in the classical, it's a lot different. You know, you have different openings. People have time, unfortunately, to work things out when you go wrong. So knight to g6, already played by Carissa, and Elina has to find a way to apply pressure to the black position.
Yeah, not sure there is one. All right, what else is there?
Okay, well, let's go back.
Let's check in with Faustino for a second.
Oh, yes,
sorry.
yeah, absolutely. I forgot about Faustino. And
What's the grandmaster, the youngest grandmaster situation, by the way? Is Erdomush the youngest grandmaster in the world still? Or is there somebody in between? Because, of course, if Faustino becomes one, he will take that mantle. I was just wondering. Erdomush is already 14. Do we have any 13-year-old grandmasters out there?
I haven't heard of any.
I'm also not aware of any, so it's probably still Erdomush
Yeah.
is the youngest.
But he wasn't the youngest participant of the Masters. That honor goes to Peter Lecko back in '93.
But Peter Lecko is like 46 years old. He can't be the world's youngest grandmaster.
No, he wasn't the world's youngest grandmaster, but he was the world's youngest player of the Masters. So Erdomush, you know, despite only being 14 years old, he is not our youngest participants in the Masters.
Hard to compete with these Hungarians when it comes to records, like Judith Polgar. Was she a grandmaster before him as well?
Yeah, wasn't she a grandmaster? She broke Bobby Fischer's 15, and then I mean she's just smashed all those records. And well, Faustino, he's got a little bit of time, but not that much if he wants to break the record that was set by Abhimanyu Mishra.
He looks like he has a good position here. Wants to go g4, h4. Yufa also having a tough time. Lost this nice position the day before yesterday to Suleymanli. Here, counterplay is just very slow. Some things went wrong. He's also taking a lot of time, and there's no obvious break in the center because that square is so well controlled.
Yeah.
Speaking of break.
Well, I just wanted to put my money where my mouth is, because I said that Peter Lecko was the youngest participant here at the Wijk. And let's take a look at this graph, and here you can see.
You're always setting up like stuff from the show. I never thought. Wow.
No. I'm being backed by my team. But yeah, Peter Lecko is the youngest ever participant back in '94. He played at the age of 14 years, 4 months, and then it is Erdomush, and then Peter back again in '95.
He was older in '95.
Yes. And Anish back in 2011, that's when he beat Magnus, right? No.
No, I think it's correct. I think he won against Magnus in 2011. Yeah, he started way earlier at 14, but yeah.
So he was here even younger.
Yeah, for sure. Ali Reza, what's Ali Reza up to? Where is he?
He's playing some fantastic chess elsewhere, but he was just 16 years old in 2020. Well, and if Faustino, by some miracle, he's not going to do it. But if he qualified to the Masters by winning the challenges, he would have been the youngest participant by miles.
We'll see if he wins today. Maybe he still has a. It's gonna be tough from 50%.
No,
won't be able to do it.
Okay, well, we are just getting started, and you can still feel the tension building. We are going to go on a short pause, but don't go anywhere, because during the break, Vincent Keymer explains his round 10 win against Erigaisi.
Vincent, congratulations. A nice bounce-back win, beating Arjun to move to 50%. We had 10 games in. You've only had 2 draws so far.
Yes.
You told me you feel like you've lost more games in this tournament than you did all of last year. You're also winning a lot. What's in the water? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not whole last year, but the last half year. I mean, in classical chess, I only lost maybe 2 or 3 games in the whole second half year, and here I lost 4. And also, were just really bad games. It's not like they grinded me down and outplayed me. It's just I donated the point quite easily, and many people do somehow. And I still try to figure out. I mean, I never won a single game against Arjun in classical chess till date, never. And I lost 2, so it was like normally it's not so easy. He's well prepared and everything. And now, I mean, today. Again, it was far too easy out of the opening. He made some weird choices, had a very bad position, and then, okay, basically just suffered. So, like, that you beat these top players so easily, it doesn't usually happen the same way. I lost and I also won. So, also we see Anish, who's usually so reliable and a great player, losing games in kind of unexplainable ways. So, yeah, I really don't know what's going on this time here in Vachier-Lagrave, but yeah, I will certainly try not to fall back into another one of those episodes of losing horrible games.
Yeah, I mean, your game yesterday against Jorden was very uncharacteristic for you.
Yeah, I mean, he had a nice opening idea. I got slightly worse, and then I was trying not to be slightly worse, and while trying not to be slightly worse, I just lost immediately. So, yeah, I don't know. Yesterday also, after I got back, I felt like, what is this now? I mean, we are supposedly top 10 players, but that certainly is not worth it. So I really have to play better chess. So yeah, you know, I felt that after I lost second and third round, okay, then I started playing better. Now maybe I'm out of it, and then I had a second relapse. So I'm really hoping that now that's it for now. And yeah, I will have a rest day, and after rest day, we hopefully continue on the good side of things.
Let's hope so. Only 2 games to go. But first, let's look at today's game against Arjun and what was happening there.
Yeah, I believe this is still a pretty standard position. I mean, normally people will go rook e8, knight f1, h6, knight g3, bishop f8. That's like the standard idea. And he went queen c7, which I believe also exists. I'm not entirely sure, but knight f1, I mean, usually queen c7 is combined with quick d5, so something like rook d8, d5. But he combined it with the other idea and playing rook e8, h6, when I believe this tempo with queen c7 really, really matters. Not only is it a tempo, but also the queen on d8 doesn't cover some stuff. So like knight h2 or d5, I will go queen f3, and you know, knight f5, knight g4, d5 square, so many weaknesses. Already, I believe after h6, knight h2, his position should be worse.
Do you think it's a matter of him mixing things up or just forgetting his lines?
I don't know. I mean, he's a person who plays nearly every single opening, so maybe that's you can. I guess he didn't expect me to play e4, and then he wasn't fully prepared and just kind of went for this line. And yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he has it somewhere in his file. It's not the thing, but I'm not sure when he looked at it last. So yeah, c4. It's like everything felt pretty desperate, especially h5. I mean, here h5 is a move he really hates to play, but yeah, I don't know, like otherwise he can try to go bishop f8, but knight g4, knight g4, h4, so it's like, okay, normally I shouldn't even get half of what I achieved here, and basically without doing anything, so it's not like I showed anything new in the opening, I just got this position more or less for free. h5, yeah, I mean, I was trying to find some direct win here, because, you know, it feels like with that pin there could be something, but I didn't manage, so then I decided to just keep on playing, you know, anyway, I have a nice structure. These weaknesses around the king will always be there. The bishop and knight are both bad, so I'm pretty sure it's also good, but maybe there was some knockout. I mean, I was calculating b4, knight c4, bishop c4 take, rook d1. Now I'm threatening to take everything and take d6, but rook d8. And now he's in like the full pin, and he needs to play queen e6 and rook d7 before the knight can move, but still I didn't manage to find yeah, because if I do this, then he will just give the exchange and already have some counterplay. So I decided to play it calm, and yeah. Okay, he also kind of, I'm not sure rook d8 is good again. Like, I had the feeling he should probably get out of the pin, although this is also really sad. I mean, my bishops are safe, queen e3, queen h6, do b6, knight this coming. The position is just really bad, I think, regardless of what he does. And yeah, knight c4 probably also wasn't too great. Like, I get f4 in immediately, and yeah, I mean, the weaknesses are just too much. I don't believe there was too much interesting going on here. Yeah. Just too strong. I mean, his pieces are not really coordinated. There are too many weaknesses, so there's no real hope in defending this position.
A fun game to play, but I understand another one where you ask yourself, what are we, I mean, we collectively, as in the top guys here in Vachier-Lagrave doing?
Yeah, it's really difficult to say. I mean, Arjun, I really feel for him. I mean, he has had so many bad tournaments in Wijk aan Zee, and otherwise he's certainly a great player. So that's somehow, I don't know, maybe it's Wijk aan Zee, maybe it's also the feeling that he hasn't played here before, so he feels extra pressure. But also since we see so many other players playing badly, yeah, it's hard to explain. I mean, Jorden so far is one of the most solid people. I mean, if I think of someone who hasn't lost some horrible game, maybe I'm forgetting something, but maybe it's him. So.
And Sindarov, well, he's made some
Like
mistakes.
Sindarov, I let him out last time, so I could have been the one. But yeah, he is more or less. But also like the first few rounds, I mean, he had made so many blunders, losing the games, or I mean, he should have
against
lost to
Anish, the
Gukesh.
missed
Yeah,
chance.
exactly. So also uncharacteristic. He's like an insane calculator, so usually that also shouldn't happen. Yeah, I just don't know. That's pretty much bottom line. I'm just trying to avoid relapsing now. That's
3 more games to go, a rest day coming up. And the question I said I wanted to ask you, we just had Aydin Süleymanli here in the interview, and he actually said he thinks there are too many rest days. He said for him, 1 rest day would be enough. How do you feel about the 3 rest days here?
I don't believe 1 is enough. I think with 2 you can do, because now we shorten the time control. It's very different. I mean, I'm playing probably only little more than half the time I usually do. So it's really different than it used to be. So I agree that with that time control, you might be able to take 1 day away, but still it's Wijk aan Zee, it's a top level. And also, you know, for him, he's playing challenges. He doesn't maybe need to put in as much effort into preparation. So I really like having rest days from time to time, and I believe they are important to keep up the level, which hopefully normally should be there.
So even the rest day tomorrow, the 3rd one, is appreciated.
Yes.
And Vincent, the final question, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, the Grand Chess Tour announced the field for the upcoming year, and you will be making, I believe, your debut in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Grand Chess Tour is one of the events that, you know, I really look forward to. It's always a kind of a goal to get there for a top player, and this year I will get to play both Norway Chess and the Grand Chess Tour, so that's really great to see that, you know, my good run last year up to number 4 in the world was also really important for getting those invites. And yeah, it will be kind of my first year in those very elite events, so of course there'll be a lot of preparation to do, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
I remember you were saying you had such a busy schedule at the end of last year, the start of this year. Now you're saying Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess. You're also playing Weissenhaus in February. Prague, and you've been announced for Granke. So the calendar is not slowing down, is it?
Not really, no. I'm hoping I will have some, I mean, mostly I'm trying to get both training and relax, like some calmer period in around like March, April, start of May. That's pretty much what I'm hoping for. But yeah, of course, you know, our calendars are full, but with such events, it's also really something you enjoy doing. So.
For sure. Well, Vincent, we look forward to seeing you in all these events. Congrats again on the win today, and enjoy the rest day tomorrow.
Thank you.
In chess, 1 mistake is 1 too much, and this was also the case in the game between Vasil Ivanchuk and Andy Woodward. Both players have an amazing run in the challengers with very exciting games, and this one was quite exciting as well. So let's have a look. Vasil Ivanchuk opens with d4, and the game became the Queen's Gambit declined. White continues with knight c3, and this became the Ragozin defense, where Black has a more ambitious approach to the opening. After h6, White decides to trade on f6, giving up the bishop pair, but getting a lot of activity in return, and Black still needs to develop the queen side. So c5 is played, d takes c5, knight d7. Here White gives up the pawn in the best way possible, because that pawn was lost anyway, and now Black's pawn structure is ruined here. But this is a pretty well-known position, and here after short castle rook d8, knight e4, we are in a new position now, and here White is attacking the queen on f2. But there is a pawn hanging on b2, and Andy got lured into this by Vasil to take on b2, which turns out to be a mistake. That queen does not belong there. The queen had to either be saved on e7. Queen f5 is also possible, but it looks very shaky over there. I would rather put the queen to safety by putting it back to e7. but instead queen takes b2 was played, and this was the deciding move of the game actually. Now at first it looks very innocent because he just took a pawn and what's the matter? But soon, in just a couple of moves, it will be visible why this move is bad and how black is lacking a lot of development. Black is getting stuck with their pieces after rook c2, queen a3, knight e5, attacking the knight on d7, which is pinned. And at the same time, in order to try to get rid of the pin, the bishop cannot move. You want to move the bishop so that the rooks are connected. But if you move the bishop, then you lose the knight on d7. So that is why in this position, Andy spent over an hour. He has 1.5 hours on his clock now. And after his move queen a4, he only had 26 minutes left. And it makes sense because it's really difficult to find a good move here. He probably realized that he's in a bad position now and it's difficult to find counterplay. The pawn on c6 is hanging. There's a lot of threats in the position. And I want to show one beautiful line after c5, which is probably one of the variations that Andy saw, because c5 is quite a logical move in terms of making sure that the pawn is not hanging anymore. And also it defends the bishop on b4, which could use some help. The queen is not a good defender. But a beautiful line here is with knight f6 check. The knight can't capture because the rook on d8 is hanging. So g takes f6, obviously. Queen g4 comes with check. Let's say king f8, otherwise it looks very dangerous. And here white has a strong move, knight takes f7. And after king takes, queen takes e6, it will be checkmate in just a couple of moves. But that goes to show how many crazy ideas there are. And this is only one crazy idea. But there's so many of these ideas in the position because white's pieces are ready for the attack. Whereas black's pieces all situated on the queen side, all put on the queen side and not able to develop whatsoever. That's why it's very difficult for black to defend and very easy for white to attack on the king side. Now, queen a4 was played, and here after bishop b3, queen b5, knight takes c6 was played, and black's position is completely falling apart. Black is giving up the exchange, knight takes d8, bishop takes e4, trying to complicate matters, but Ivanchuk found the brilliant move, knight takes f7 here, bishop takes c2, bishop takes c2, and the idea is that now king takes f7 doesn't really work because queen f3 check and the rook is lost. And also white is threatening bishop a4, so the knight on d7 is hanging, so that is why knight f6 was played instead. And now the knight is free with knight d8, attacking the pawn on e6, so e5, bishop a4, and white is easily getting out with their pieces, queen b3 check, knight c6, and even though white is only up one pawn, the fact that black's pieces are so poorly coordinated, the bishop is also hanging, the king is very vulnerable over here because we have a light squared bishop. This dark squared bishop on b4 cannot defend anything here. Black continues the defense with a5, trying to hold the position as much as possible, but after just a couple of moves, it becomes clear why white is winning because of the amount of activity that white is having here. Queen b7 now, bishop b3, every single move, white is attacking something in a position. And good to note here is that the rook is attacking the bishop and the queen is the only one defending it. And it's hard to see where the queen can move instead. So queen f5, the bishop is lost. And another final trick here in a position that Ivanchuk is defending very well with rook d2. And now offering the queen trade, king h2, putting the king to safety. And after a couple of moves, Vasil defended very well. And after bishop g8, Andy resigned here. A tough game for Andy. One mistake that was too much, and Vasil punished that mistake very nicely. He activated his pieces when it was necessary, and he deservedly won the game.
are back with round 11 of Tata Steel Chess, and the players, they are focused. The people, they are watching. Also, everything is going down here, though, in Café des Hommes. We have an incredible audience. Yay! And the games, well, they're a mixture. You know, we have some games that are brewing up to be super sharp. We have some which are kind of on the highway to an endgame.
Yeah, in the top encounter, Jorden van Foreest against Nodirbek up to Satorov, a lot of pieces were exchanged. We saw the opening, sort of a head shock type of thing. But up to Satorov, of course, is a very modern player, and he knows some details here. In the old days, this move order was supposed to be inaccurate because it allows white to go knight b5, trying to force black to play d5, and people would usually play like d6 and a6 first, trying to stop that. But Nodirbek clearly had a look with his computer, and the computer saying after knight b5, d5, things aren't so bad. Jorden knew this stuff, but after rook c8, he sort of took his foot off the gas with queen to d2. Not sure there's much anyway, but yeah. Pawn to b4 or queen somewhere else apparently was more critical. After queen d2, b5, everything was exchanged. And the question is, can Van Foreest still find a way to put pressure here? There's some hope because this square is a little weak. After Satorov just played bishop f8, avoiding any trickery. Doesn't look like very much.
No, it doesn't look like much as well. Also, is the black rook ever threatening to come in to d2, or is that just way too ambitious?
I don't know, we're worried about it. We can put the knight here. I don't think it has much to do here. Anyway, this is sort of the Ulf Andersson school of chess. Put the knight here, go f4, king f3, and then try to create some weaknesses. But these endgames, you get these positions often from Catalans. It's very, very little, but if anybody is better, it's white, because his knight does a good job, like blocking the rook and controlling all the squares. So yeah, I would guess Jorden will try this. But it's hard to believe he can win this against a player as solid as up to Satorov.
But it's not quite 100% comfortable, though, for black.
No, some mild suffering, but also not. I mean, Jorden is good at everything, of course, but I'm not sure these slightly better endgames are his cup of tea. He likes activity. Queen's on the board.
Yeah, but he does seem to have come to this event with some renewed focus. You know, some understanding that, you know, before in the past, perhaps he was a little bit impatient. And we kind of feel like we're seeing a new Jorden in town.
Very much so. I talked to him the night before the rest day, and everybody was going to, what's the place called? Bookbelt?
Yeah.
But Jorden said, no, it's 10 p.m. I'll go to my room, watch a show, prepare a little. He's serious.
He's serious. Okay, well, it's what age does to you, I guess. But I don't know. I feel like he wants to win. Gotta ask. So how many people here? This is a dumb question. I think it's a very silly question. Think Jorden will win this year's Tata Steel?
The tournament?
The tournament,
Wow.
yeah. How many people think Jorden will do it? He's in second place.
No one believes in Jorden.
No. There's some people raising their hands. I don't know. I feel like this is something that he's gonna enjoy, this position, and I think look at him. He's a man that is laser focused. He wants that chat show circuit that he did last time he won. That was quite impressive, actually.
No, if he wins today, of course, he's very much up there. And the knight goes somewhere, but he went knight c6, didn't he? Looked like knight c6.
It looked like a forward knight move.
Just as we were praising his patience, he's going for broke.
Okay, but the
that
rook
allows
is rook d2.
rook.
There's zoom in there. And
Blitzed out by Satorov.
yeah, how are you going to defend b2?
I guess you
Go
move it.
b4.
Because if you start taking pawns, only black can be better with all these nice targets here. So b4, a6, but now black is active, and I'm not sure what the knight is doing here.
Yeah, I must admit, I really like this knight d3 construction, and then, get the knight out of the way on c3 and f4 in the air. This is, could we be seeing a turnaround at some point? G5 coming?
Still don't think he's in trouble, but yeah, it's going to be hard to...
But like here, G5, like let's grab some space.
Yeah. No, yeah, it looks roughly equal, but we've seen the likes of Magnus Carlsen win some positions with black like that, even pushing h5, knight g4. Still, Jorden should be alright. There's no reason to panic.
Okay.
But I don't see a big grind here.
Okay, well, some reassuring words there from Jan. No panic needed. It should be okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. I was feeling so self-assured there, and no, not yet. Okay, so what about I can see that you've got Anish's game up on our screens.
Yeah.
And how did it continue? Because Edomush was in the tank when we left it, but he ended up going queen a5, rook d1, and then what decision did he take?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, not by the moves, but by the time usage. Then again, we've seen Erdomush do similar stuff in like theoretical lines where it seems like he knows what he's doing, spending a lot of time. But rook d1 sort of threatens pawn to b4, so he went bishop e7, which is the old main move, but it's considered to be a bit better for white. Anish, of course, knows everything. Bishop e2, knight jumps, you take, this is all theory. Now queen takes or pawn takes are both possible. Takes, castles. Erdomush was taking loads of time, you can see. Here he only has 47 minutes left. And went bishop to f6. When white is a choice, knight d4 is also interesting. But Giri played c4.
Yeah, I can see that in the database, Anish has played this position before in 2014.
Yeah, you will know this stuff for sure.
And this is also a question, like, it used to be the case where I knew all of the games I played.
Okay.
Used to be. Now I don't remember anything. And the guys that are playing so much chess, do you think that they remember most of their games?
I don't know, Anish is a special case, I think he is. Exceptional memory and work ethics. I'm not even sure if he remembers his own games or if he needs to, but I'm fairly sure he knows this line, and this is, still sort of common. Also, c4 he played quickly. So I'm not sure. Did he still have this position or where?
Yeah, he had this position.
Sorry, switch off your phones.
Yeah, don't do that in a chess tournament. You will lose. But here, nothing of the sort happens. But yeah, he did have this position before, but in that game, the bishop to e6 came, and then some bishop came out to g5.
Yeah, he probably remembers that.
Yes. But instead, okay, so we have a dc. Oh no, what have you said? What have you triggered?
Bad example set. So bishop f5 played, attacks the queen, logical enough. And queen to a2, also the best move, keeps an eye on this pawn and targets this guy. No, this looks nice for Anish. It's not much, but with this pawn construction we have this extra pawn on the king side. As long as there's queens on the board, the black majority doesn't do much. White controls the center. Even rook d5 could be a threat here.
Well, actually, that is a big threat right here, right now.
Yep.
So, okay.
Bishop d6, we have some annoying stuff.
Okay, right. So how do you even deal with rook to d5? Move the queen?
I don't know. Where?
Where'd she go? I don't know. No, but I mean, because the thing is, though, if you want to cover d5, you're either going to go bishop e4, which I'm not a big fan of because it allows rook d7. And there's a lot of pressure on f7. Not a happy customer there. And if you move the queen,
Yeah, I don't
as
see a
you-
great square like b6.
the
Looks awkward
b6.
with some.
Well, like at the very least, you kind of see it's still rook d5. Is it bishop d6? Oh, bishop d6. Bishop d6. That's what you mentioned. And that's going to be a bit of a killer. Hang on a second. What about? So I was also focusing about rook d5, but bishop d6 is in the air, and how to handle that. So if you make a move to cover, say that like that, bishop d6.
Here. This black is still hanging in there, but not a fun choice for the 14-year-old. Also, bishop d6, not forced here after bishop e4, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
We can go here. No, Giri putting pressure, and Jas doesn't look thrilled.
And he's using up a lot of time as well to work through. I mean, our evaluation bar tells us that white is a little bit better, but Jas is going to be feeling the heat.
It's a long tournament. He's been doing great, still on +1, but lost last round. So did Anish, but Anish has so much experience playing this tournament. He's normally quite good at coming back. He's already shown us after this horrible start with 1 out of 4, where he was more or less lost in every game, even in the draws, but then won 2 nice games, but was stopped last round by Bluebaum. So not his best year. Normally he's competing for the title in Wijk, but I don't think he's going to collapse. And today he's putting pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, and we
Look
haven't
how
come up with a
sad,
comfortable
Jas
solution.
looks.
Maybe we'll go bishop to g6. Can we try that?
Yeah, it's still sad, isn't it? Like rook comes. Once again, we're hinting at this.
Rook d8. Hang on a second. I think I've blundered something to bishop c7.
Oh, so there you No,
Yeah.
it's not pleasant.
Not nice. So, Anish doing well. Also, he's got a massive lead when it comes to the clock. Just over an hour's advantage. And my body language 101 says that Jas doesn't like his position. There you go.
Yeah, clock is running.
Stating
Just
the
looks
obvious.
sad.
Okay, so things are looking sad for Edomush. Let's have a look at what is happening between Arjun and Vachier.
It's not that bad. He looks completely devastated. No, I mean, like
Yeah.
it's 0-27.
Yeah, but we know that. But he
course.
doesn't know that. He's just thinking, oh my goodness
Apparently
me. Oh. Oh. Let's not dwell on this too long. He's just 14.
All right, moving on. Where do we go?
Let's
Any
get
moves
to
by
yeah.
Jorden? A3
Oh,
plate.
what a nice camera angle.
Oh. Where's
Very
Arjun?
intense. Where is Arjun? Arjun.
Yeah. Against Sindarov, not Erigaisi's tournament, while Sindarov has been doing well. And yeah, we last left it here. We were wrong again, because we were asking if the pawn should be covered or if it can be sacrificed. And Sindarov takes his time, sacrifices the pawn. He's not afraid.
But did...
Erigaisi didn't take it.
No, he didn't take it.
We briefly looked at some complicated stuff here. But Erigaisi went for the pin anyway. There's your pin.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop g5, bishop h4. Still queen e7. Comes in handy. This square is covered. h3, whatever, bishop out. Now hang on, that's sacrificing a pawn. Ah, yeah, it was taken. Takes. It's too complicated for me, but Sindarov probably knows what he's doing. He gives a full pawn to activate.
Well, there's rook takes knight incoming, right?
Yeah, or knight
maybe,
takes pawn.
yeah.
Very dynamic play. Also using that these pieces are a little clumsy. It's just so good, this Sindarov kid, the World Cup winner.
Well, we're going
Not
to see.
afraid.
Gonna see him in action in the candidates.
Yeah, e5 played.
Where did the knight go? To the to the edge of the
Knight
board.
h5.
Yeah,
Best
knight
move.
f4.
Also not what you taught in chess school, but it was better than knight d5. After which, I'm trying to figure out the difference, because now apparently white is doing well with rook here. Funky move. So he goes knight h5, and if we do the same, knight here, b6, rook here. And the difference apparently is now that the queen has this square. Deep stuff. But Sindarov so dangerous. With the initiative, we've seen it against Bluebaum, where he also sacrificed the pawn with black and then checkmated.
Yeah.
Poor Bluebaum.
And let's take it. What's happening here after rook? Because that last position didn't look that clear.
No,
either.
Nothing's clear. God, looks dangerous.
Yeah.
You're the body language doctor, or how does Arjun look?
Worried. He's calculating.
What's he looking at? It's not the board, but normally people look up when they're not looking at the board. Just looks into the deep.
This is why we need to invent a machine where we can actually hear what the players are thinking. Because we're probably assuming that they're thinking about some lines, but it might be something else. Might be just like
People
a
are working
monkey
on
and
that?
well, maybe.
Her Tesla stopped producing cars. Are they working on like chess player mind reading?
Yeah. They also like to listen into people's conversations too.
No, he's calculating something in his own way, but it does look dangerous.
Okay, so I reckon he's going for that rook a3 line.
Yeah.
And queen,
Apparently
and
this is
then
smart.
yeah, and now let's have
exchange
lots of
everything.
checks. Yeah,
Takes.
rook d1,
Kraken stays.
c4.
I don't know, maybe it's not bad. Computer says it's equal, but to me it looks easier to play with black for sure. The knight jumps.
Yeah,
This is here.
yeah, the bishop on h4 doesn't make a great impression, right?
No, probably just has to go here
But
to
then
contribute a bit.
the knight takes
Cover the
g3
square.
is kind of in the air.
Yeah, you know, black should be fine. Takes. So without takes. This.
Yeah, this, I don't know, this feels really dangerous for white, you know. You have to go king h2 because otherwise there's rook takes b2 coming, and then you have to go rook d2, repair, and then the c3 is in the air. Yeah, this is the big point.
Take yet.
With king h2.
No, apparently white is alright, but yeah, I'd also be scared.
You need nerves of steel, though, to go into that. Is there any way to kind of clarify the position a little bit more? Like, instead of... Okay, let's, after queen to d5, let's look at knight takes bishop.
Guess
And
it comes down to the same.
is it the same? Is
Yeah,
in...
I think he has to.
He still probably has to go for this. Oh, but this is no fun. And as we tell everyone, chess is all about having fun.
What's more fun? Look at these people. The joy.
It's there. I mean, look at Arjun. He looks super happy.
All right.
Oh no!
You're the body language expert. More happiness.
Oh no! Our producer's just trolling now. Oh.
Great fun.
Looks can be deceiving. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. Well, okay. So, Arjun, gonna have to play precisely to defend that one. Let's go to
The
our...
only guy who's having fun is Anish, walking around while the poor kid has to think.
And so is Sindarov.
Yeah.
Looking very smart.
Wow, he looks like a supervillain.
Actually, I was thinking more the man from, again, I'm going to age myself, the man from Milk Tray. He would...
What's that?
It's a very British thing. Like a long, long time ago, there was some adverts that were advertising these chocolates, and someone dressed exactly like Sindarov would come in and deliver these chocolates.
Ah, okay, those didn't make it abroad.
They didn't make it.
Sorry.
No, they probably did not make it abroad. And I think we're not even allowed to call our chocolate anymore.
I see. Anyway, looks like chess is much nicer when it's not your move. Prague also seems relaxed.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. Prague seems relaxed, but let's see whether he should feel relaxed. Let's go over to his game, because it's the English school of chess. And, you know, we said it many, many times. We were ahead of the curve. You push the H-pawn as far up the board as it can go.
I think we can all agree there haven't been any greater trendsetters in chess in the last 30 years than the English.
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people play the English today. And we got Vincent flying the flag for us with H5, H4.
Any position, they just go for this.
Just
and
go
often
for
it's
it.
being ignored. People don't care anymore. No one goes H5, H4 with white to stop it. Just do your thing.
Just do the thing, exactly. And, okay, so getting to this particular position, Prague is brave, bold. You know, he's even put the queen out on b3, which kind of goes against my rules, because I always have this kind of small little rule that, you know, if your king is a little bit shaky, the queen should be on hand to defend her king.
So,
there should
according
be no
to your
divorce.
rules, queen to e1 is the best move? Or?
No, queen to stays on d1.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, but this is only there if the king is in imminent danger. There should be no divorce. That's the whole point.
Got it.
So I probably would have focused on getting the bishop out into the game. But queen b3 played. And what do we think?
Not sure. It's this typical modern decision, which frankly I haven't mastered yet, because the computer very often goes for this, and I'm thinking, okay, you're trying to open the H file and checkmate, but nowadays often you just put that pawn on H3, and then you continue as if nothing happens, saying that pawn will restrict the white king long term. And of course, these modern top players, they've caught on to that. But to me, it looks so strange to go H5, H4 to attack and then close everything with H3. And Vincent's also thinking about it. He can play a neutral move like B6, keeping the pawn. Apparently, queen B6 is also a good move, but it's not really his style. To start an attack and then exchange queens.
Yeah,
So
not really
sure.
his style. You know, after going H4, you kind of want to do something else. So, but the big question is queen takes B7 in the air? If I were to ignore it,
I'll take it.
you take it. So in that case, maybe I'll go B6.
Yeah, that seems very logical. I'm not sure what Pragna is up to. Maybe he wanted to provoke B6 to then try to jump here. It's very complicated. But I hear you, leaving the king alone like that does look slightly scary.
What is White's plan?
Queen takes B7. And if B6, then knight B4, and if queen B6, then queens get exchanged. So, very direct play. Apparently he's not too concerned about being checkmated.
Okay. But let's just run through the B6. Well, although Vincent, not happy, but knight takes knight?
Why does he look so sad? The position
I don't
doesn't
know.
look so bad.
Knight takes
Yeah,
knight?
yeah, knight c5 is also there. I'm not sure. Here we have to deal with this,
Yeah,
which
the
is annoying.
Queen e7 or Queen c7. I don't know.
Yeah.
What about, let's try your Knight c5. Actually, I quite like that one.
Yeah, Queen goes somewhere. I don't know. This is always a question. Like, I don't know what random move we make. Let's say this. If this knight is an attacker or if it's far away from the action. And now maybe can start thinking about some
Yeah.
checkmating plans. I guess I didn't play well this night before. Queen c4, knight c6, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Vincent having a long think. But
We don't like that.
no, long think, wrong think. That's the cliche. And it's a cliche for good reason. You don't want to get distracted with other things. So, but what do you think? Knowing Vincent, do you think he's going to go Queen b6 or do you think he'll just go b6 or go h3?
I'm not sure. Like, apparently Queen b6 is the best move, and these modern top players, of course, they're capable of offering queen exchange whenever, but to me it looks strange to start this attack and then go for the endgame, even if it's fine for black, which I can believe. Like, these double pawns aren't so bad, and the knight comes here, but I'd be slightly surprised if he went queen there.
Yeah, I think it's much more, at least
Oh, and he's
consistent.
gonna do something.
Hang on a second.
Was it?
No.
Go for the queen?
Don't play with us, Vincent.
Oh, queen b6 played. It's too good. Spoiling our fun.
And now it's Pragnander's turn. Do you think he's going to take the queen?
I don't know.
Or do you think he'll go queen a3?
Maybe. Because your rule could also apply to Vincent's move. No, the queen is also a bit far away from the
Yeah,
action.
like it should be there. I liked your queen c8, I'm going to be honest. And then bishop h3 and then
Yeah,
hack
maybe.
attack on the
Maybe you
h
shouldn't
line.
take. Because this looks quite comfortable for black. Hard to attack the pawn. Knight comes to c5. This h3 boxing in the king is still there. Yeah, maybe it's Prague who should avoid it. And queen b6. Queen here. Threaten bishop e3. All right, complicated strategic battle. Where shall we go?
We should go and check in on the game between Gukesh, I think.
He's better. The opening. Yeah, Aravind played this inaccurate move, knight to c6. When he should have put the knight here, and Gukesh just took. We also looked at some jumps, but just takes, and it's a bit unpleasant for black, because he can't control all these jumps without giving up the two bishops. So that's what happened. And such a position, the bishop pair, especially this guy, should be quite strong. And yeah, bishop here, takes. Bishop d5. I guess we're not exchanging anything. Yeah, bishop d3. If
Yeah.
black takes, what's going on?
Can I not take on f6?
Ah, yeah, this looks critical, but fun trick. Maybe Gukesh learned this from his game against Erdemush. There's also this. Boom. So it wasn't played. Knight d7.
What do we think? Bishop is going to go back because you got to preserve the advantage of the bishop pair.
Yeah, if black does nothing, is much worse. So the question is, can you get away with grabbing this pawn?
Well, I feel like there should be at the very least queen to g4.
Yeah, there's all kinds of.
Also, you can shut up. You can go queen c2 and then go b3.
Ah,
but
queen c2 might threaten this.
But to be fair, I think I probably would just go queen g4. Because it's quite tempting, you know, threaten checkmate.
Yeah, g6 is too ugly to contemplate, so I guess here.
Yeah.
No, it's great compensation, but at least you want a pawn for your suffering.
Yeah, that is true.
Gukesh taking a nap. Nice. He's concentrating.
Well, he's very direct as a player. Also nice to see him joking around as well.
Was he joking around?
Yeah, he did an interview with Fiona where, you know, after his round 10 win against Edo Mushin, is like, yeah, I just wanted to teach the kid a lesson. But he kind of meant it in the context of when he was a kid. We're still a kid. When he was just 14, everyone was like dragging him into these like rook and pawn endings. And he was like, let me do the same.
Yeah, he had to dodge a few bullets, but he did win his last game. Do you feel he had to grow up too quickly? Still a very young man, but now with being a world champion and ambassador, he has to give all these serious speeches.
Well, do you know, Gukesh has always struck me as being like a wise head on young shoulders. Like even when he was like 12.
Yeah.
Like you kind of got this aura that he was a lot wiser beyond his years. Actually, I feel that with a lot of the young talents as well. They're very composed, very mature. I have this general rule, Jan, which is if you play a kid that over the board behaves like a kid, like swings their legs and can't sit still.
Like Erdomush.
He doesn't swing his legs. But he could be an exception to my rule. But if you have a kid behaving like a kid, then chances are he will play like a kid, which is weaker than you expect. I once had...
I can't keep track of your rules. Which one is it? So if you play a kid that behaves like a kid, he will play like a kid.
He'll play a kid, which is
that's
like... Whereas
good or bad?
That's good. That's good. Because if you play like a kid that behaves like they're an adult, then chances are they will rip you apart, and that's bad. I once played a kid who later became an international master and a good friend, but he would make his moves like super quickly, and then he'd come back, make another move super quickly. But what I kind of caught a glimpse of him, he was playing with a balloon. I was about to lose to this kid that was playing with a balloon. I was like, that can't happen.
But now it sounds like it's also bad to play against a kid that acts like a kid.
He's like, well, he was, but then I dragged him into a rook and pawn ending and I won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Twist. No, I agree that Gukesh, he always seemed very composed and very mature and smart, but still sometimes I wonder, of course, it's amazing to become world champion at this age, but there's so much attention on him. I saw him during the World Cup in Goa. If you can't take a step without like hundreds of eyes on you and every one of his words is like mainstream news, it's also...
It's tough, yeah.
Must be tough.
It is tough, but I gotta say that Gukesh's year has made him all the more relatable. Like if he'd just become world champion and then just gone from strength to strength to strength, you know, everyone would be, I don't know. But he's had a tough time and he's made mistakes which we all can feel, and he keeps on again setting himself a new challenge and rising above. Okay, so by the way, we are seeing this. Bishop C3.
Bishop C3 played. And I guess Aravind has to grab the pawn, might as well, because if he doesn't, then he's just in the same trouble, but doesn't have the pawn.
Yep. So, okay, so bishop takes a2. I don't know, I feel like it's, I'm a pawn grabber, but I feel like that one is like, ooh, might get the bishop.
Queen C2 is also very unpleasant. Like,
okay, knight F8.
And maybe some B3s. Not sure if it's winning directly. We still need one or two moves because this is also under attack. But rook C1, queen B2. Yeah, this will end badly.
Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I mean, but how else to kind of lock this bishop out?
Apparently, this is maybe a difference because now B3, we can try to bail out like this. Okay, these are computer lines. None of those look very very fun for black to calculate.
But would you even go in that direction, right? So
I think you do out of necessity, because you know everything else is just bad for free, so you're trying to calculate, and if you see any chance here, I would think he will go for it. Because if you don't, and play, I don't know what move, h6, then the problems don't go away.
no. Well, I think h6 is
Maybe h6 was bad, but
yeah.
any move, I don't know.
Well, I was thinking maybe if the block at all times to queen to g4 is f6, I was thinking maybe you can spend some time with queen b7, and unless there's some kind of, I have a feeling there's going to be some sacrifices.
Yeah, there's gonna be troubles.
And then e4 and a bishop.
e4 still maybe takes, but even this
Yeah.
and e4. It's all very
Okay.
shaky. Aravind also. I don't know, you tell me, but it doesn't look joyful either.
No. No, we've caught them on a bad day. That's all I'm going to say.
There's Anish. Bishop to e4 played, so Erdemush overcame the sadness and played the best move.
But rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7 apparently. This has to be done.
What?
Covering,
Okay.
counter-attacking. White can keep a small pull like this, keeping an eye on this. That's not the end of the world. Now the queen goes somewhere. I don't know.
And then I guess you double maybe flick in h3 just for fun.
Yeah. I'm not sure that we can leave the queen here and attack something.
Okay.
But
Yeah, well,
yeah, black is still hanging in there.
interesting, because it felt like Anish got all he wanted, and yet the evaluation bar is telling us that it's really not that much. So go bishop e4. Let's run. Okay, so now bishop to d6 is going to be met with bishop e7. Everything is perfectly aligned. And if you go rook d7,
Yeah, this
queen
looks critical, but queen
h4.
h5 apparently hangs in there.
Yeah, queen h5. And you take. I didn't want to take that because I thought there might be some discovered, like
Some
might jump
jump,
in. Yeah. And the rook is hanging. Yeah, you don't want that. So, and bishop takes f3 is also incoming with that queen swing. So, and bishop d5 feels like it's just a little bit too accommodating. These kids are good. By the way, don't you think that there should be adults-only tournaments? I mean...
But then you can't have the Tata Steel Masters, no? It's like 80% kids in this tournament.
I know some people
What's
who...
the minimum age? What should be the minimum age?
18. No, hang on a second. I need to discuss this with my audience. What do you think should be the minimum age? I was going to say 18 plus, but then I realized that those 18-year-olds are pretty dangerous. we want like less theory monsters. 25 plus? 30 plus? 53. But
Well,
we
that's
have the
senior
seniors.
tournaments,
That's
no? They
the
have those,
seniors,
like
yeah.
50 plus,
And you know,
I'll
you know
be
what's
there
great
soon.
about the senior events? I know some people who are actively counting down until they become senior, because they are like the most chill locations there is. There's like in Madeira, they have some in Sardinia. I'm like, I wanna play chess there.
So you're saying the only chess tournaments in nice locations are senior tournaments?
Well, no, not the only, but and Thailand Open. No. I'm just saying that they're rather nice locations.
All
and
right.
that I played a lot of tournaments in
also for many people that have the dream of becoming a Grandmaster, I think that's actually the best path, because you get the Grandmaster title if you become senior world champion.
Yeah.
Which is still a very tough thing to do, but it can be easier, maybe, than having to score all these norms. I think some people did it, no? Like
I think a lot of people. A lot of people kind of, do you know, when they have the 3 Grandmaster norms and they just need the rating requirements, they go and just have a look at the calendar and they choose locations like Wales. Wales is a great place to go to. In general, in the UK, I've got to give you a heads up. In the UK, we're not big theory monsters, but we like our little sidelines and we like to play just for fun. And
I know you guys aren't that good at chess, but we still like having you around. You don't have to apologize. It's fine. Don't study too hard. Like play the Grand Prix attack. It's very dangerous.
That is our school of chess. So we don't believe in too much opening study. I'll give you heads up there. So, you know, but if you walk into our pet variations, we can take down anyone.
I don't know. Where are all these English players in this tournament? Like, and they don't like Wijk aan Zee in winter, or
No. I've seen loads of English players here. Not in the Masters, not in the Challengers.
Exactly.
But actually, wasn't Mickey one of the ones who has competed in Wijk a lot?
Of course. You have some good players. we're aware of that.
And John Nunn.
Tony Miles?
No, he didn't factor in on the stats, but I'm sure he was here.
All right. Moving on before we get into more trouble. Uzbekistan, there they feel studying some openings is okay. And Abdusatorov, is he equalizing against Jorden or not yet?
I think he's...
G6, knight to b8. Jorden is all over the place.
Yeah, well, this is interesting because...
Oh, and bishop h6.
Yeah.
So he could have just defended, but Nodirbek doesn't want to go. Back, rook d1.
Okay, this is interesting. No f4s or anything.
Could have blocked. Rook c2, rook d3.
And
pawn to e5.
Okay, well, threat of e4. Or, okay, rook check.
I have no idea what's going on here. This gets sharp.
Rook takes e2. e3 incoming. Knight to g4 also in the equation. Bishop e3 as well. Okay, king f1.
Yeah.
And
it's like black should be at least active enough. I'd be slightly worried as white.
okay, I would be very worried because knight to g4 looks terrifying.
Yeah, computer as usual is not worried, goes knight c7, smart move, and then if knight g4, there's this little trick, knight e8 check.
King f8. And then you start taking the knight and then take on h6. Oh.
So Jorden, I'm not sure if it was on purpose, but he did spice it up. This guy got much sharper than it was even a couple moves ago. Here he could still play f4 and be more or less safe, but now it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Playing for 3 results.
So let's run through that again. So knight takes a6. It kind of felt like it was very forced.
This looks so dangerous. Can you bail out here?
Well,
King f3 or f3, something.
f3 perhaps is a way to bail out.
What's wrong with this?
It just felt very scary. Bishop c1, bishop d2.
Yeah. No, I don't think white is better here, but I thought this other line looked even more dangerous from a distance.
Mm.
Well, here, I guess, yeah.
And then a takes b4.
Stuff gets exchanged in the end?
Okay, well, but stepping in to the firing line with king f3 felt... What about your f3 move?
Also possible. Van Foreest is in deep thought. Of course, he wants to play for a win, and he's trying to evaluate if he can spice it up, but it looks very scary.
But it was very direct and forcing. So rook check, knight takes.
Yeah, this is all forced. King f1 is forced. Rook a2 also more or less forced.
And
yeah, I guess he's calculating stuff like this. But even here, like, if black doesn't blunder this and moves the bishop somewhere.
Knight d6.
No, apparently it's fine for white. I'd just be so worried with the king here.
Yeah.
Like e3, knight g4.
That's
but
why.
Apparently he's on time.
That's why I wanted knight d6 to take on e4. But okay, if you go e3, if we continue that.
It's all a bit scary, of course. 0, 0, 0 everywhere.
Yeah, but do you get? Yeah, but you're right. Here it's a 3 results game, right?
Yeah.
Why do that?
3 results includes 1-0. Well, the others, I guess, there's only a draw to hope for. But I feel the moment has passed, and he's risking more than he can gain now by going for these adventures.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to roll the dice, go knight takes a6? Who thinks that Jorden is going to play knight takes a6? Who thinks he's going to go king f3? So king f3, play it safe. Give me a yeah. Yeah, a few, a few hands. And what about knight takes a6? Yeah, okay. Our
like
audience
pawns.
like
I
to
understand.
gamble.
No, so yeah, it's maybe talking tournament victory. Maybe that's his best chance, because then anything can happen. While the other moves, a draw is a big favorite. Just looks riskier for white than for black, because the white king will end up being attacked.
Also, I'm just tracking his eyes. Looks like it's a knight takes a6 job. He's at the very
Nodirbek
least.
always looks so confident, staring at Jorden like.
I got it all figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Well, the decision is there for Jorden to play it safe with king f3, or go knight takes a6, in which case you might be rolling the dice.
Come on, make a move, Jorden. There you go.
Oh.
It didn't look like knight takes a6.
No, it did look like the king.
He's hesitating.
Oh.
He's just teasing us.
He is just...
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, it looks like it's an F pawn, F3.
F3.
Okay.
Stopping e4. Yeah, I mentioned that also.
But this one
Solid
wasn't
choice.
so easy, right? Wasn't there some...
I don't know. I don't think we went much further. Like, black can create a distraction with bishop here, hitting this knight when, I guess, the solid way is knight d5 maybe. You can also go here. Takes. What is going on here?
Well,
Pawn is under attack.
well, I guess you can get some time by just going bishop c3.
Yeah. Counter attack.
King f2. Yeah, king e1 if you check.
I guess. Still sort of equally at some point.
Knight takes.
Go after these pawns and then
Yeah.
things disappear.
Okay. And this is pretty level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Looking.
Made sense. Knight takes a6 looked so crazy risky, and you're not better anyway.
Right.
You have to fight for survival. So
Exactly, and he's not far
I like
off the
this
lead.
decision.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very practical decision there from Jorden, and this one at least head for the path that is the easiest to play. Well, as the players are thinking, Nodirbek has a choice where to go bishop to d2. We have a Meet the Masters video where we have kids asking players the questions.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Well, I have a question for you.
Okay, let's go.
What do you enjoy the most about playing chess?
Chess is amazing, you know, you can look at a position, look for tactics, look for beautiful things, and that's what I like the most about chess.
Who is your favorite chess player?
I'll say Magnus. He won a lot, you know, he's very good.
If you didn't have the opportunity to be a grandmaster, what would you be?
International master. If I didn't have a chance to be grandmaster, I would be stuck at the international master.
Why did you begin with chess?
Started because of my sister. My sister was the first one to start in the family, and I picked it from her.
How old were you when you began with chess?
Quite old by modern standards. I was 7.5.
What is your favorite color on the chessboard? Would you rather be white or black?
White, you know, taking the small advantages.
Do you have regular routines before a chess competition?
I try to solve puzzles. Also, I try to practice online, play some blitz games.
Did you ever get in a fight while playing chess with your brother and sister or not?
Yeah, we got into a lot of fights actually when we were younger. Not just when playing chess, so all the time basically. So, but we're still here, healthy, and now we actually work together, so we are good friends now.
My question is, what is your favorite thing about chess?
Generally about the game, I like the fact that it provides a lot of challenge, and especially when you play against someone, you want to prove that you're a better player.
What do you do like before the game? Do you prepare or?
No, I'm just gonna sit there and think. To which guy I'm now gonna play, and I don't have a routine.
Welke interne vragen stelt u uzelf tijdens een cruciale fase in een partij?
Ja, wat je eigenlijk moet proberen is gewoon echt over de stelling na te denken, niet over alle andere dingen.
I think some of the most important questions to ask during a game is like, what is my weakest piece? What is my weaknesses in the position? What are my opponent's plans?
I mean, sometimes I'm asking myself, like, why do I make the stupid move if I feel I made a blunder?
Wat is volgens u het verschil tussen het denkproces van een amateur en een grootmeester?
To be honest, I don't think it's such a big difference how the grandmaster and the amateur player thinks, because both of us want to find an idea that the opponent missed, so we want to trick our opponent.
Thank you.
Nice video there. I like Anish's response. International master. I would still be playing chess. I also quite like how Matthias is still Matthias, even with a kid.
That is what he's normally thinking. Why did I make this stupid move? But it's been going well for him in this tournament on 6 out of 10. Let's check in on him against Fedoseev just briefly. Okay, not much happening. Looks like exchanges incoming. So back to Jorden. Has anything happened?
Yeah, basically, you called it, they played it. Now
The 95 was also played.
Yes. The players there following the script. And now King F1.
Yeah, it looks like this should end in a draw. King
In fact,
F2,
it might
I think it went
end in a draw. Like, because he's thrown in a check.
They're repeating King F1, Rook C1?
Yes. Well, hang on a second.
Yeah,
they
they're
are
repeating. Yeah, it doesn't look like white is better anymore, so... No, that was the moment. This pawn to F3, I think, was Jorden agreeing he shouldn't play for a winner.
And the eye contact has been made. A draw by threefold repetition there between Jorden and Abdusatorov.
That's all right. He tried, and no reason to go too crazy there, I think. In these knight takes a6 lines, losing chances were much higher than winning chances, so was a good time to bail out. Like this stuff, even if computer says it's possible, it looks so risky.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's
The
entirely...
new mature Jorden, like choosing his spots. If it's a draw, it's a draw. Still on +2.
Yes, still half a point away from the leader, Nodirbek, but we'll see whether anyone can join Nodirbek in the lead. Well, let's check in on Matthias.
Yeah, not much going on.
So, just a little bit curious, what's it like in the German camp, you know, when you're playing for the teams? Like, is Matthias always Matthias criticizing himself?
I think people got the wrong impression of Matthias because of his behavior over the board, where he's shaking his head and he looks emotional and so on. I had this debate yesterday actually with Smates and Anish that maybe Matthias is the most normal of all these German guys, because he's just a laid-back guy away from the board. Like, he likes, you know, he likes his online chess, he likes his science fiction series. Like, he's not into smart stuff. It always has to be like some explosions and he's happy, and other than that, no, he's very laid back. Just
very laid
he's
back.
very hard on himself when he plays chess, but other than that, yeah.
Because I saw a video of Matthias where they asked him a mathematical question, and then he was like...
But I heard he failed embarrassingly.
I think he got the right answer, but he kind of talked himself out of it. And it was very impressive. He goes, oh, there's a formula for this, and it should be very standard. And then he kind of went into this whole loop, and I was like, okay, well...
I didn't see the video. I was told it was an easy thing, and Matthias studied mathematics, but he tried to show off with whatever formulas he had learned and struggled to solve it.
Well...
But anyway, no, he's quite a laid-back guy away from the board.
Okay. Well, he looks very laid back there on our screens, walking
he is away
up
from
and down.
the board.
He's yeah, exactly. You're right. Now, let's have a look at the position. So Matthias,
it's boring.
It's
They will
boring.
exchange all kinds of stuff and make a draw.
Oh no.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you want to keep this pawn. Actually, you can just take. What am I doing? Yeah, just take.
Okay, and then you can just trade off everything. Okay, so this one looks like it's very balanced, headed to a draw. Well, maybe we cast our eyes on the challengers because it's far from a draw there. So
Let's say Anish was the kid for 1 second before we
yes.
move on, but Anish hasn't made a move. Okay, so moving on.
Yep.
Oof. You remember the days when we used to call Magnus Carlsen the kid?
Yes. Do you know, I keep on inadvertently aging myself, like Concord. Magnus Carlsen being
what
the
talking
kid.
about there, don't worry.
Exactly. Teletext. You. So bishop b4, no move has
been played. Did you hear the radio this morning?
I did. And I received a telegram as well. Actually, that I never got.
So, how's the Dutch clash?
Yeah.
Max Warmerdam against Erwin Lamy.
Well, Erwin has quite the fan base here, and I think it's good news for Erwin.
What is going on? So we've seen this c5, and we were debating d takes c and some sharp stuff. Max went b takes c, knight c3, knight out. And queen b3 computer dislikes because he's stepping into the same file as his rook. Knight b5, Max going for some adventures.
Okay, let's take the knight.
He did take. Now what?
Take the pawn. So it is
Erwin's
black
in
to play.
deep thought. But you can take.
You got to
Then
step
the
out.
queen has to take, I guess.
Yeah. And
this
yeah, that's
stuff,
something you've had your eye on for quite a while. So can you do something about it right now?
I was thinking even the most dumb way, like takes, bishop takes, and now if I move the knight, isn't the rook sort of trapped? Maybe one's rook d4 and counterplay, but I don't know where, like here.
Can you go bishop d2? That's what I wanted to do.
Okay.
And then kind of argue, dark squares, forget about the evaluation bar. White is fair. Black is very active.
Yeah, queen f6, no, it looks good. Also, knight d5 apparently is not the way. As usual. The computer move is much smarter. Knight to g4. And his point is now if you go bishop d2, now we can even throw in knight e5, exchange more pieces, and then take. Which, yeah, doesn't look like enough for white.
No, that just absolutely looks killing for black.
So Max is in trouble, yeah? Erwin very focused.
But you have to go after bc4. No, you have one more move, but bishop takes knight isn't coming, so you have to move.
You gotta take.
So you got to take, and then you're being very brutal there. Bishop takes knight.
Very simplistic. Apparently this is even stronger. Hits the rook, and if rook b1, we have another jump.
But you have knight d4 though.
Yeah, now there was something weird happening, but this looks much more complicated than.
But your line was very simple and very effective. Just bishop takes knight, no knight d4 in the equation, and then knight to g.
Yeah, just for the record, sorry, I keep staring at the computer here. Apparently this is good, but this doesn't look very human. You sacrifice a piece and then you make a bunch of quiet moves. But because of your rule, queen is too far away from the king. Even this is dangerous. But back to the boring line, just take material, no? Takes, and knight g4 was very strong.
It looks...
Max in trouble.
Max is in big trouble. So, still Erwin to play. We'll come back and see whether he has captured on c4.
How's Ivanchuk doing? He looks comfortable there in the background.
Okay, and he's also walking around. Let's see whether he should.
No, he's sitting there. That's the strange thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go there. And, well, white has gone on the aggressive. Look at that, g5, f5 on the board.
Yeah, we've seen this Scheveningen structure, and after a3, he went bishop c8. Like I learned this as a kid, but normally you do it as a reaction to g4. But Ivanchuk is not even waiting for it, saying, okay, time to regroup. Not the first move that comes to mind, is it?
No, more putting the bishop on b7, but
g4 was played, so he anticipated. Same pattern. Normally you wait for g5 to go knight d7, but he says, no, I'll go.
Knight g3, is that gonna...
I don't know.
Yes. Very direct. f6 in the
f5
air.
very double-edged. You might checkmate, but you're also giving up this square for good.
Okay. It's kind of funny, right, to kind of go queen e2 with the idea of taking on b5, because you would have thought you would be all
Modern
systems
chess
go.
is playing all over the board.
Yeah.
I guess he wants to jump here and then stabilize this for a second, then resume the attack.
Which is a very good point.
Yeah, it seems like a strong move, this queen e2. I agree, it's not what you think of, you want to say.
Yeah.
go here. But
Exactly, I was just completely with a one-track mind. But what about bishop a6? I guess that doesn't do anything. You're not threatening b4 after all. Yeah.
pinned.
Yep. Okay.
And Ivanchuk doesn't look thrilled with the situation.
But he has
Suleimanli going for a walk.
he has a lead on the clock, so he's got time to sit down and figure this one out, whether to go b4, bishop a6. Either way, he has to protect the pawn on b5. It's also all systems go, by the way, Jan. In the game between Andy Woodward and Mark Morizzi, I mean, that one was pretty much running on 100%, like out of the opening, where Morizzi went hard with h5, h4. And we were really liked Morizzi's position if he'd gone queen d7, which was a bit fancy, you know, just to perhaps transfer. But I can see that there was no queen d7, and instead...
But hang on, so something strange happened. So he took on g3.
Yeah.
And Andy went f takes g.
Right, which we looked at this, didn't we? And then
No, we were
looked
doing
at
it without takes. But f takes g
knight
looks
takes
like he
pawn.
blundered knight takes d4, but apparently it wasn't a blunder. Knight takes d4 is actually a mistake.
Aha.
Black should have done something else. Like
Queen d7.
all our great ideas, queen d7, king f7. Peter wants a5 for whatever reason. But knight takes d4 looks tempting, because after takes.
You net a pawn.
Yeah.
Can't be wrong. Except...
So why does this work? F takes e. If we take, we still lose material. Wow, queen g4. Ah, that is nasty. And all of a sudden, it's white who gets to do the attacking.
Yeah,
You
you
must
have to
have missed
cover
this.
g6.
You had to play king f7, but now it's a different story. Now you take. White king is safe, and this guy is here. So Morizzi thought he was crushing already with his knight takes d4. But very nice counter by
Yeah.
Mr. Woodward.
Very nice. And I was just...
Where's he from? Do you know? I know he's American, but where is he?
Where's he from?
based?
He has a draw, which indicates to me that he's from the south. But let me Google it for you.
No need. I'm just curious. I had no idea. E takes d, queen takes, king h1, and e5 played, asking him if he wants to bail out with queen takes e4, take this slightly better endgame, but Woodward says, no, thank you, let's keep the queens on the board. And it looks very unpleasant for black now.
Yeah, it looks terrible for black. I don't see black surviving this one. Now the pawn is going to be falling rook to d1. And the black position falling apart.
Yep, this is a big game for the standings, because these are the guys tied for second place. So if Suleimanli were to lose to Ivanchuk, for example, whoever wins this, take the lead. But we're being told that there's stuff happening in the Faustino Oro game.
Well, things are going super well for the 12-year-old. I mean, you highlighted earlier on, like way before White even launched a kingside attack, that Faustino could just go g4, h4, and it was looking very, very nice.
Yeah,
this was the point. You were like, yeah, problems. The sign was already there.
Also, what I'm wondering, if you're a solid, experienced grandmaster like Daniel Jufa, who's not having a great tournament, do you have to play like these Sicilians with opposite side castles against the kids? Like, play the Petrov or
Yeah, but they know the
something
Petrov
boring.
as well. If you want to
Okay,
spice
so-
up, that's the problem with like playing black. Every single opening, there's a super sharp response.
What's the super sharp Petrov response?
Well, you can sack your queen like Hare Krishna.
That line we know.
You can
also.
go knight c3 as well and get into the opposite side castling.
Also the
and then some piece sacrifices. And if you wanted a super sharp response against e4, e5, knight 3, knight c6, I guess you don't go bishop to b5, but maybe you do bishop c4, but that's boring as well.
No, anyway, this still is a good opening. Just, yeah, if things aren't going well, this looks like, yeah.
You
really
know, but I agree.
Pushing your luck to get into this.
And especially against the youngster, because, I mean, you highlighted already here, and I remember your words, well, it's going to be very difficult to get d5 in, and White has got the free hand with g4, h4.
This takes so long.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. It was predictable.
And now this is the position they have on the board. Queen, knight a4 played. Yufa is trying to create some counter chances, but apparently there aren't that many, and if Oro just goes for this, threatens checkmate, pawn to g6, and the queen goes away. You better be fast with your checkmating attempts here, because h5 will just break through.
Yeah, even if you like land a rook onto c3, which was my thought, you don't even need to take it. Or maybe you do.
You can. I would play this, of course. You don't have to.
And that would be good enough.
Even this is very nice for White, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently you can take.
But it was to take with the, yeah. And then, yeah, there's nothing there.
Not enough attackers.
Okay, so you...
Ah, sorry, I have queen takes. We can take.
Yeah, well, you couldn't take with the queen, unfortunately. But the thing is, h5 is just incoming. It's so quick. So, Faustino, maybe you have to go h5 yourself and then hide with your king. Like, yeah, that's like sometimes a defensive technique. Like this, and now as black, you go h5. Then after pawn takes,
they would take.
You try and hide behind that pawn. So I was thinking, yeah, but
Don't
king
hide
h7, h5.
Doesn't look very safe either, does it?
No.
We can never go g5, then there's trouble here. No, I
No.
think he's in real big trouble. Good news for Oro fans. What's his situation? GM norm? What do you need?
He needs 7.5 points.
That's still possible, right?
But it's a little bit complicated because in order to get 3 valid GM norms, you need to have 2, at least one of them be in a round robin and a Swiss. And Faustino's norms have all come from round robins so far.
He's too famous. He doesn't have to play opens anymore, only playing these round robins.
Yes. Well, I mean, they might, if he gets the necessary points, I mean, maybe the Argentinian Chess Federation can submit it and say, can you make exceptional case? Because
but you
they
don't
were
think there would be a bit of scrutiny? Faustino is sort of well known, and it's about the youngest grandmaster title.
I understand that, but you know, getting a norm at Wijk is a pretty big deal, right? It's not like your other kind of closed
Well, if the rules are you need one from
one Swiss.
How can they say, okay, he didn't do that, but he's good at chess? Like, that's not how it works, right?
Yeah. Well.
I don't know. Not against it.
It's just me being, like, playing the hypotheticals. And Daniel, you're in big trouble as Faustino is calculating how to make his kingside attack crash through.
He seems to be enjoying chess, or today at least. Also, why is he 2 meters tall all of a sudden? What's going on there? Is he sitting?
He's sitting
he's
on
doing
his
something.
knees.
There's like, is another kid like standing below?
Yeah,
no, seriously, he's sitting. He's sitting on his knees. Yeah, he has his feet on the chair.
Yes.
Ah. That's not fair. He can't make himself much taller. He's 11 years old.
Well,
anyway, he has a great position.
He does have a great position, and things are looking great for Faustino there. We are going to go on a very short break, But don't go anywhere, because during that break, we have Matthias Bluebaum explaining his round 10 win against Anish Giri. And when we come back, it's that time when the clock enters the conversation.
Matthias, congratulations. Back-to-back wins. Yesterday you beat world champion Gukesh. Today Anish Giri to move to 6 out of 10 going into the last rest day. How are you feeling after this second consecutive win?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing to win 2 such games in a row against 2 such strong players. I wouldn't have even dreamt of this, to be honest. I was just trying to be solid in both games, actually. But yeah, in both games, my opponent just tried to crush me and it backfired.
I mean, you say it, so let's go straight into it. Today, Anish opened with G6 on move 1. Did you already feel that was a little provocation, maybe?
I mean, more than a little, yeah. It's not his normal first move. I mean, normally he's incredibly solid if he wants to. He's incredibly tough to beat. But of course, after 1 G6, I understood he wants to beat me. Like, he wants to play for a win with black. So, but I mean, I was also happy to get a fight. Like, it's not that I mind, and also it's not naturally his style. Like, he actually enjoys being solid, I think. So, yeah, it's of course he was taking risks. So I was actually also happy.
Did it cross your mind to play 2E4 and see what he had in mind there?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he saw my games that I never played 2E4 because I'm not an E4 player, so I'm too scared to play E4.
Well, E4, I'll hand you the iPad. E4 came on move 3. Yes. I said you just before we started the interview, you often, and people in the chat know it, right? You're often quite self-deprecating. I thought there wouldn't be too much to be unhappy about, but you told me.
I mean, I already saw the engine evaluation without, I just checked with Anish a bit the game, so I saw what the engine says. So now I'm less happy with the game. Like, without engine, I thought, wow, like I just crushed him. Such an amazing game. But now I saw like we both completely misevaluated the position.
And well, you can tell us actually when we get to that stage where you evaluated.
So when he played the c5 here, I mean, already when he played this move order, I understood he probably wants c5, and it's a very trendy line to play this, and he probably has seen online games where I like always play d takes e6, so I was thinking for a bit, because of course I understood I'm running into a preparation, but also d takes e6 I enjoy much more because it opens the position, and it's also playable for white, it's interesting. Like, black's idea is just to have a close position and run with the king to c7 and just enjoy live positionally, so yeah, I thought, let's play this. I mean, online I always basically pre-move after d takes e6, I pre-move rook b1, which is what the engine normally says, but I just figured, okay, let's try to be a tiny bit different and start with this bishop b3, knight e2.
And it would make sense, right, to not follow, keep playing what you know he would have seen, right?
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, he's probably very deep into what I normally play, so I try to mix it up a tiny bit. Not really, because it's still like the same setup with bishop b3, knight e2. So he played this knight f6, knight h5, which is supposed to be the best way to play for black to prevent knight f4. Yeah, castles knight c6, and yeah, to be honest, I didn't fully know what to do, and I thought, okay, f4 looks very principled. Like, I'm structurally slightly worse, but I have the bishop pair. I just want to like try to attack and open the position. So I played this f4. Yeah, he played bishop d7, which I think is good, just like proactively going out of f5 with tempo. I mean, after the game, we also saw he could have just played like this. I mean, we both thought that this is interesting for white, but yeah, I think it's just actually fine in all lines. Like knight f4, he can probably play gf, and he's just fine most likely. I mean, there was a line with this and rook g5, but it seems to work out for black.
It's a pretty crazy position.
Yeah, it's very, very crazy. And also I had no clue whether f4 is bad or not. I remember these positions are like 0.2 or about equal, like if he plays correctly, but maybe f4 is already bad for me, I don't know.
But it was, I mean, in a way, like ambitious. I guess you also don't want to sit when you feel, okay, my opponent plays 1 g6, he wants to fight. You also don't want to back down in a sense, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to try to punish it. I mean, like, if I just like let him win this game, I feel a bit sad. Yeah, like he can just play g6 against me and win easily. So I thought, okay, let's at least try to.
A matter of principle.
Yeah, yeah. So he played bishop d7, and I mean, yeah, now f5 looked too slow, so I played this h3. And he actually very quickly played this queen e7, which, yeah, I was very surprised how quickly he played it, because there are many moves. He can go queen h4, so there's no direct g4. I mean, I thought everything should be fine, like worst case I can go queen e1, and I thought these endgames always should be even slightly better for me, but since seeing the engine evaluation, I understand maybe I'm just completely wrong about chess, so...
Well,
yeah.
There we go again. Our fans will be happy to... Do you know that you're famous for your self-deprecating humor?
No, but it's... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so queen e7, and yeah, I played g4 because it felt principled. Yeah.
Did Anish say something about this queen e7 moment?
Yeah, I think he underestimated g4 because he probably also what he missed is that after knight f6 I can just go e5, and I think it's basically borderline lost. I mean, because my pieces just get active. I mean, the one line I shortly thought about. I mean, it's not really necessary, but it just looked cute. Like here, I can go queen a4, and my threat is actually queen takes a7, or knight b6. But if he moves the bishop, I can actually go queen a7. I think because if he takes on d5, I have queen. Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is checkmate, and if he takes on d5, I should be giving check, and take on d5. It's not very important, but
but it's a very cute line.
Yeah, it makes fun in like calculating such lines. So yeah, knight f6, e5, I mean, yeah, it looks very sad for black. I don't think he survives, so he played knight g7. And yeah, f5 is the principled move. I'm threatening f6. Queen h4 also looks very natural, and yeah. I saw this knight f4 looked very interesting, because yeah, there are some ideas where I can trap his queen with knight g2.
But queen h4 was the mistake, right?
No, queen h4 is still fine. H5 was actually
Oh, it was
I mean, he spent a lot of time for knight g7, then, yeah, queen h4 he blitzed out, and h5 he also played rather quickly.
h5 was the mistake.
h5, and then it's bad, yeah. Apparently the engine says this is actually quite decent for black. I mean, I saw that probably here I'm not trapping his queen in these lines, because yeah, now I'm, like, his king is not in the center anymore, and I think it all works out after gf. So my intention was to just play this and trade queens, and I thought, yeah, wow, such an amazing position. I have like the dark squared bishop, his dark squares are all weak, his knight on g7 is stupid, but I've seen that engine actually likes black, so yeah, maybe.
Which is hard to understand.
At least for me. Yeah. Maybe I need to work more on chess. So he plays.
Still have a couple of months before the candidate.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so he played this h5, and I mean it's a very forcing line now, and he just missed a small detail, which is unlucky.
Did you realize actually? That
I mean, when I started calculating here, I spent like 10 minutes again here, and here I already saw this like queen d6, queen d7 in the end. I mean, because also it's very forcing, like he cannot do much. I mean, if he goes back, my intention was to just move my bishop and attack the pawn, but I was also considering this, and yeah, during the game I couldn't completely figure out if this is clear or not. But yeah, I mean, queen d8 is a very sad move, so it makes sense he goes for this. And yeah, the whole time I was also thinking, like, maybe he wants to sacrifice his queen somehow, but I also didn't see how. Like,
to make it work.
Yeah, and he basically blitzed out the whole line, like he always didn't think. Yeah, I mean, he just missed a small detail, which is unfortunately rather important for him. Like after, I mean, if he doesn't go gf, if he castles, for example, I have this bishop f4 and his queen is trapped, and I don't know. Yeah, it's very tough to find a defense here. Maybe there is none.
So what's the detail?
Yeah, rook e3, queen g5, ef7, ef5, knight e7, and he probably actually thought he's smart with this knight e7 because it looks after ef5 like I should just win the queen, because if he moves his king, I have rook e8, bishop g5. But suddenly knight e7, and there's no discovery with the rook. But I have queen d6, and if he takes on f5, I have queen d7 and rook d3 check. And I think this is the because otherwise, actually, after knight f5, he might be winning. So yeah, it's very unlucky for him because he went into this principled line and it just didn't work. Yeah, then okay, he tried to mix it up with bishop c6, but yeah, here I'm also happy I took my time and found this rook e4 because I think it's by far the most precise. I mean, I saw I can win a piece like this, but maybe he has some small play. His bishop on c6 is good, but after rook e4, he basically also cannot keep the queens on the board. Because yeah, if some knight f5, I always at least have queen c6 and bishop g5, like the same trick basically. And yeah, after rook e4, I think it's just gone. He sacrificed on g2, took on e4, but unfortunately, like, he has rook and a piece and even a pawn. But his king is in the center and he's losing some more material. If he takes this pawn, then queen e5, double attack on rook and bishop, so he always loses some material. And yeah, after bishop g5, he just didn't want to look at this position anymore, which is fully understandable. It's lost.
Absolutely, a big win for you, Matthias. And well, I already mentioned you had 2 wins in a row. There were only 3 games between the last rest day and the one that's coming up tomorrow. You could have even made it 3 out of 3. There was this crazy game against Van Nguyen. But, I mean, you bounced back. Well, tell us a little bit about your emotions. I'm sure our spectators will remember that game where you were, you know, winning on the board and on the clock and suddenly had this crazy comeback. But you bounced back with 2 wins. Tell us a little bit about that game and how you dealt with it.
Yeah, I was very disappointed after this game. I mean, first of all, kudos to my opponent who, despite his time pressure, he actually found quite some nice tricks and he managed to trick me. But yeah, I mean, I was so disappointed. It was so completely winning and also had so much more time. And it's not like I was forced to find some only moves or something. I mean, at some point maybe yes, but I mean, normally you should just win this game easily. And I just felt really bad. I just felt like, okay, if I don't even win this, then what am I going to win? But and also normally if you keep messing up chances, you normally get punished in such tournaments. Like if in chess tournaments, if you don't use your chances, at some point you will actually lose some games and you will it's going tough. But somehow, yeah, these two games were just amazing. I don't know. I mean, of course, also with some help of my opponents who always try to play for a win. But yeah, I mean, I calculated well today and apparently didn't evaluate the position correctly after castle's queenside. But still, I mean, I calculated well and it was enough. Yeah, so now, of course, I'm extremely happy.
Yeah, and today was the last game against a candidate opponent. So you beat Anish, you drew against Prague, you lost to Vachier, so 1.5 out of 3, 50-50. Do you feel it has given you a feel for those opponents with the candidates coming up, or is the sample too small?
I mean, I don't think it matters too much. I mean, I've played against enough top players in my life to understand how good they are, so it doesn't really change my perception. And also, I understand I mainly got this point because he played a very sharp line and he missed something. So it's not like I just completely outplayed him or something. So I mean, normally if he wants to be solid, it's incredibly tough to beat him. So, I mean, he might also play differently at candidates. Nobody knows. But yeah, of course, it's a nice feeling to win this game, and also I think actually I might have crossed 2700 live with this win. So yeah, this of course is very nice.
For the first
yes,
time? For the first time?
I mean, before the game I was 95 point something, and I mean, winning against Anish should be more than 5 rating points. So I didn't calculate, but it should be.
And I didn't demount to my 2701, Matthias. Congratulations. How much does it mean to you?
Yeah, thank you. It's incredibly nice. I've been hovering around 2670, sorry, for many years. Basically since 2020, I'm hovering around 2670, a bit more up, a bit more down. But to actually, I mean, of course it's live. It's not official in the FIDE list, but still, I mean, live rating also counts. So it's very nice that I finally crossed this 2700, especially with 2 such wins against such strong players. It's especially special.
I can imagine. And yesterday in the interview, Pragnananda, he said, at least he claimed, we never know, right, if the players are telling us the truth or not, but he claimed he hadn't started his candidates prep yet. How does that look for you? Can you reveal whether you've started?
Started a bit, but also main stuff is coming after this tournament. I think it's probably the same for everybody. I mean, also only at the end of last year, every participant was known, and all the details are known. So yeah, now everybody after this tournament will have time to work.
Tomorrow, the last rest day, do you have any special plans?
I mean, just resting mainly, it's important. It's a very long tournament. It's already 10th round. There's still 3 more rounds to come. So yeah, I hope I can finish the tournament well.
Well, we look forward to seeing your last 2 games. Matthias, congratulations once again and enjoy the day off tomorrow.
We are back, and it's that time where things start getting complicated or they start to clarify. And as the players locked in thought, we see Anish, Giri walking up and down, the crowd just captivated. Maybe we can take a look at the full bird's eye view and see the games in progress, because if we track the evaluation bars, then we can see that Gukesh is doing well against Aravind, but also that Van Wyn is perhaps doing extremely well against Hans Niemann.
Yeah, before we go there, if you don't mind, I want to have a quick look at the Pragnananda Vincent Keymer game, because things got very heated there as well. They went into some endgame, which looked quite pleasant for Vincent, but now Pragnananda has just sacrificed a piece in the endgame. He went knight takes d6, king takes d6, and knight takes e5, sacrificing another piece. And if you take that, bishop f4 check, king has to go a little too active maybe.
He trapped the king.
Here, checkmate is imminent, so doesn't look like you can do that. Keymer in deep thought after knight takes e5. Threatening to take here. You can just cover it, but all of a sudden it's a very different game.
And what about if you take a step back with the king? Then d6 is going to be the answer, right?
Yeah.
And things are starting to turn. So yeah, you got to unfortunately have the king as a blockader. Okay, so
Vincent looks stressed. He had everything under control, but I guess he didn't see this knight takes d6 coming.
Well, it's a kind of curveball, isn't it? Okay, so now rook hf8.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. White picked up 2 pawns. Now check. King somewhere here. Got very strange.
Okay, rook a8.
Yeah,
But then the take on
logical. And now it's what, a perpetual. Huh. Maybe. And Compy says just give this pawn, rook he8, try to clarify things. But also far from obvious why one should give up another pawn. And Vincent looks like he's about to cry.
Yeah, it's a horrible position though to have to defend.
I think the main thing is he was just much better, even if he castles here. He has this big trump, which might not look like much, but it's very awkward for White to deal with this. And White can't really touch anything, but he went for this bishop f5, king d7, thinking he has everything under control. Knight takes d6 sort of turned the tables. So Pragnanda, tricky, gets up. Keymer working.
Well, that's why the jacket is off. Knight takes f7 incoming, d6 in the air.
Yeah,
The black king is a target right there in the middle of the board. Okay, so let's just quickly look at rook f8, because I feel like that is the most natural. And then it was bishop.
Yeah, what we were doing looked sensible, like bishop d4, no check and bishop d4.
Yeah.
Threatening this.
You got to stop that, so you got to go rook e8.
Here, and now another check. If White is too slow, then black probably stabilizes. But what was it? Check, and it looks like this is the way to go.
Yeah, you don't really want to be running. Can you go? Well, the problem is that anytime you try to run, say king c7,
Yeah, d6 check is so
D6.
annoying.
king b8, and you think, well, I'm out of the woods. But are you?
I don't know, maybe this is possible. Still looks super complicated. Compy says equal, knight a5, and some weird stuff.
But this is... But wait 1 second. You go knight a5, and I would just be going, well, hang on a second. Bishop e4, and... Life is never as simple as one hopes it will be. e4 incoming.
Very complicated all of a sudden over the board, and especially from such a position of complete control. Now he has to calculate direct lines. Doesn't look happy.
And that's Prague's playground, right? Calculation. And Vincent as well, I mean, would you say that
I think all these guys are great calculators, but here, I mean, you are chilling in a better endgame and then having to defend and calculating complicated lines. Pragnanda must be very happy because it was just much worse if nothing happens, while now anything can happen.
Yeah.
Look at Vincent.
Well, also the clock is ticking down on there, and how many moves?
Let's move 18, so still a while to go till the time control.
Yeah, it's just mind-bogglingly complicated. And the best line the engine is telling us is just to go rook e8, which is like weird.
Yeah, check.
King goes to e7.
Might jump somewhere. Now king d7.
Oh, it wants you to dance on d7.
Some weird dancing going on here. Who knows? Black has an extra piece, so if nothing nothing happens, it can be a factor. But white raised 3 pawns looks very active. I'm not sure.
No, and also this kind of plan of going f3, e4. And there was the extra piece is stuck there on a6. Okay, well, Vincent?
He's about to make a move.
What is he going to do?
Look like the rook, but is it going to be f8 or e8?
The hesitation there from Vincent. Don't keep us guessing too long.
The German star, still number 4 in the world on the live rankings. Up to Satorov was coming very close, but he made a draw today. And Arjun not doing well, so he fell behind a little. And yeah, rook f8, that is the human move, covers the pawn, not falling. For king takes e5, bishop f4.
And if Prag wants, can he repeat the position? Can he go knight c4 check? King d7, throw in another check, yeah?
Possible, I don't know if black can dare to go somewhere else, like king d8. Are you happy?
I don't know.
Looks so scary.
I don't know if anyone is happy.
Me neither.
Because king e8, d6 is coming, and
yeah, we still have bishop here, so it's
yeah.
not like it's game over. But even going back.
And if you go, yeah. Well.
Yeah, it got messy all of a sudden. And Keymer can't be too thrilled with this because the endgame looked so nice for him after Pragnanda went wrong with this.
Did we have a suggestion? Remember, you can always throw in a suggestion. This is a safe place for moves to be thrown about left, right, and center. Any suggestions? Because this one is super hard. No. I'm also feeling like this is...
No, it could be that they will find a way to repeat moves, but yeah, this has turned on Vincent, and Prag looks optimistic now.
Yeah.
All right. We had a draw in Jorden, Foreest against Nodirbek up to Satorov, our top pairing. So nothing changing there. Where shall we go?
Well, okay, this one is still pretty complicated on our screens, but I see that the evaluation bar is shifting quite rapidly in Gukesh's favor against Aravind. And also Van Wyn, he's not doing so well, but he can play the role of spoiler. The evaluation bar is in his favor. So maybe let's check in on the most straightforward one, which is Gukesh. This one looks...
Yeah, we've seen this, and Aravind did take on a2. This was the moment where might as well take a pawn, but Gukesh being precise, when queen c2 with this double threat. Bishop h7 and b3, knight f6, good move. Queen a4, apparently very smart. Bishop d5, and now the queen is causing trouble from the other side.
I like the route as well.
Yeah, very nice
Queen
geometry.
e2, c2, a4, woo.
He didn't go directly, but
No.
instead he did this little dance, forcing the knight here. And now something drops on the king side. h6, takes. And h4.
Setting up bishop takes f5 ideas.
Ah, this looks horrible.
I guess as black you kind of have to grit your teeth and go queen d8.
Yep.
Try to say queens off. But yeah.
Don't think he will grant him that favor. King e7.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe repeat moves? Nope.
Also unlikely. Yeah, maybe it's not over directly, but it has to be bad for black. Even this.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's not pretty, is it?
Nah.
Nope, not a pretty position at all for Aravind. Gukesh there. He's down on the time, though. He just has to maintain his initiative. Let's also just quickly look at Van Wyn against Hans Niemann. Van Wyn, he's in, I wouldn't say time trouble, but he's lower on time. But his position is better.
Some strange positional stuff was happening, but apparently White did quite all right. Knight h2, maybe preparing some stuff here to get rid of the knight. Opening the queen side. Hans looking for counterplay here. Sacrifice the pawn. F3. I like F3, just stopping all G4, which takes H3 dreams.
Well, I guess Hans said, well, I insist. H5 got
Might
played.
as well. Queen F2. Endgame. No, thank you. But costs another pawn.
And still, like G4 is going to be met with pawn takes. HG.
Setting up some rook G5.
That's what I was thinking as well. Rook G5 and then Queen H4, simply rook takes bishop.
Oh, well, this continues.
Mm-hmm.
You do nothing. Rook takes and queen takes.
Oh, pawn takes. King H2. Why is this not winning for white?
I don't know, the B pawn is still there.
Interesting.
Nadia, but with the pawn here, it might be enough counterplay for black.
Did you think with C5 incoming and the whole lot of pawns? C6.
Oh, this becomes some weird race.
Well, we might see this, you know.
Hans went for G4, so we might get there. Hans still has a lot of time, but playing quickly.
So let's work through that one move at a time. So you have to take.
Is this a bailout? Because if queen F4, then we maybe stabilize.
And then F4.
That's a bit sad. So let's take. Gotta take back. If rook G5 directly, there's rook H6. Ah no, that's checkmate.
No, but there's also queen H4.
Oh, queen F4, yeah.
Or queen F4, yeah.
So can still think about queen F2 here.
Mm-hmm. And that might be.
Maybe that's more prudent. I don't think it's what he wanted, because rook A5 is sort of yelling, I want to take and play rook G5. Maybe that's what he should do.
Yes. And that one is at least without risk, because the two rooks against the queen, that was just a bit weird. So knight takes pawn, rook to G5.
Yeah, now for whatever reason, king H7 was a smart waiting move. And then after takes, you take back.
Mm-hmm. Rook takes bishop.
Yeah, probably also forced now. I don't know if there's a good way to wait. Takes, takes, takes.
Mm-hmm.
This was clever. It gets messy. Okay. What can you tell us about Tai Daivan win?
He won the Challengers last year.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, he's had a tough time here. I think that's because it's his first Tata Steel Masters, and it's so easy to kind of use the clock a lot, you know, just kind of. But he's
playing a bit slowly, no?
Yeah, playing a little bit slowly, but and I think a lot of errors have come in that manner. Like Edomush, I mean, it was fine, but he didn't have any time against Edomush, and Yaz was the one who was able to win the game there. Also, the same goes in his game against Nodirbek.
Oh, and he played queen F2.
Yes.
So he saw this. Possibly his original idea wasn't so easy.
And it just makes a lot more sense.
Very practical.
And especially when you don't have too much time on the clock. Actually, he's down to under 4 minutes and a half.
Yeah. Now, I don't know Tai Daivan well. I know he went to German school, speaks better German than me, and also with these Dutch questions, he seemed to have very little trouble. So, gifted guy.
Very gifted. And at the minute, he's at the tail end of the tournament, so he might as well play with as much abandon as he likes. And the queens have come off, and now I'm expecting everything to get traded. HG.
How do you trade everything?
Well, one set of pieces.
But I don't understand, because if we take,
I don't understand. No, don't do that. No, I wasn't planning for that. I was planning for rook h, the rook to move, so that you always had some kind of knight f1. Or g3, that was something. No, g3 I don't particularly like.
No.
Oh, okay, well
no, still a bit messy.
By the way, we have some big news in the challenges. Andy Woodward won his game against Mark Andrea Maurizi, so he moves to 8.5 points out of 11.
Good job by Andy. Got in trouble in the opening, but then he lured Maurizi into this very strong-looking knight takes d4, which turned out was a big mistake because he had this brilliant counter, knight takes e4 and queen g4, and all of a sudden it was Maurizi who had to defend, and instead of defending he went for a bit of a desperate attack, which didn't pan out.
Also, it looks like Aydin Suleimanli is in trouble against Vasil Ivanchuk. So Aydin might have just pushed a little bit too much in this position.
Doesn't look like Ivanchuk's pieces are that far advanced, but he's doing smart stuff, yeah? Why did White close the position there with f6? Do you have to do that?
No, he didn't need to do that, but I guess it was a natural continuation of the attack. And so this, okay, the evaluation bar is saying that Black is firmly in control.
Almost winning, which is surprising.
But this one is a game that can still very much turn. Yeah. And just saw that Anish has been making inaccuracies against Yaz. So maybe we go there. Because when we left it, bishop e4, the correct move. Yes.
I see a lot of white.
But before then, you also see some orange moves indicating that.
But this is the position they have, and apparently knight takes f7 is sort of winning.
Okay, well, let's go and investigate, because this is huge. Anish could be winning against Yaz if he finds there. See the red outline on the board, the only move, knight takes f7. Okay, so let's it's
try
like
to understand.
But it's the most obvious move on the board.
Yeah, sets up whatever discover check you want. Okay, rook takes f7 is just very sad. Yeah, that should be good for White with an extra pawn. But unpleasant now having to sit there and you don't know where this guy is going to jump.
Well, you have to find a move to survive said jump.
Make some move.
Knight
attack.
g5.
We can even keep jumping.
I was thinking queen b1 first.
Yeah,
I wanted
queen b1 is even better, but here I'm already resigning, and he's about to take something.
Of course, he's going to take on f7.
Don't take with the bishop. No, knight takes plate. And Giri apparently winning. What defense could Yas have?
Rook takes knight.
Nah, that's... I mean, he might have to do it, but that's just lost. If I play, I don't know, let's say g6, trying to make a luft. But it's... Nah, this is always too strong.
Well, that's not pleasant, to say the least. So don't go there.
Some other square for the queen.
But what about knight g5? Well, queen b1, you're going to block that with g6.
Yeah, that's why. At
That's-
least I'm controlling the diagonal. Oh. Chess is too tough. And he played a move. I guess he went queen c3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But look at this tactic. Knight g5, king h8. Boom.
Yeah, but you just take.
Bishop takes. And now queen b1.
Mm-hmm.
g6 takes.
Queen g7. Haha.
Yeah,
And I'm
but-
going to invite you to play rook d7.
No, I'll pass. Show this, rook d7, rook d8, or queen a1.
Queen a1.
Queen a1 is just checkmate.
Yeah.
But you can take. This just wins. It's 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
So, not an obvious tactic, but Anish can spot this, no?
Yeah.
Seven,
Is
queen
that is
b1.
okay? Well, the red outline is back on the board again, which means that is the only way for Anish to get the advantage. Anything else?
Your computer says anything is better for white, but bishop takes b7 sort of wins.
Yeah. So if you were to make like some random move, like h3, h4.
Also good.
Mm-hmm.
He's calculating. I think he's seeing it.
Oh,
His face
okay.
like, I saw what's happening, just double checking.
Well, maybe we can track the eyes and we can come to a collective opinion. Do we think that Anish will spot bishop takes b7? Yeah. There's a lot of nods.
I think.
You think?
I think he's seen it. He looked like he saw something.
But the thing is that his position is so good that maybe he might not be thinking about bishop takes. He might be just going into the coast.
Nah.
No. Jan has faith. Our audience also believe. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna say he's not gonna play it.
Okay.
Yeah. But no. I'm only doing it to be contrary. That's it.
You're just a hater.
Okay. Also, talking about hater and talking about speed and everything, Van Wyn, they're move 38. He's got 21 seconds. Should we go there, see whether he can make the time control?
And he's worse all of a sudden. It keeps happening to him, no? He builds good positions and then he's so low on time that he messes things up on the way.
Well, move 39. He's just got one more move.
Ah, no, hang on, he's better again. b3 was wrong, rook takes b6, preparing b3 was strong.
Mm-hmm.
But now b3, rook b5, only one move to go and the b pawn is stopped. And Hans had 48 minutes and he blitzed out this b3. Maybe he got a bit excited about tie-dye's time trouble, no? Because that seems to be really turning the tables.
Well, how do you stop the b pawn? Maybe Hans has another idea, like rook a8.
Plate.
Oh,
f4 blitz out and blunder.
Oh no!
Oof.
But why is this a blunder?
I don't know, I'm just staring at the engine bar like all of us. But d4 or c5 was good, but after f4, rook d6.
Okay, yeah, well that makes sense, but you go d4, what's the problem?
Let's find out.
Rook a3.
Apparently,
Oh.
all these... Such a weird pawn structure. Black has these two pass pawns here.
But White has such an impressive flank of pawns.
Yeah, it's very surprising that all of a sudden white is lost. Okay, you can't go c5 because of takes, and they all fall.
No, but you can go knight f3.
Knight f3.
If one
takes.
falls, that's okay. You go let's go e5. King goes back. D.
No, apparently it's
Oh,
really
okay.
bad.
Bishop e4 is coming.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh dear.
Poor tie-dye.
Oh dear, so close. It looks visually
And if instead he
impressive.
plays d4 or c, oops, sorry. c5 was the most precise. Okay, Compi now says black holds, but it was white who was pushing. That's also the worst feeling when you come back. Now he made move 40, he's gonna go for a walk, then you come back, you study the position, and you realize your last move just messed it up. It's painful.
Well, I think that's yet to sink in because visually this just looks so good. You know, you're just thinking white is on the way to just advancing all of the pawns, and that's the end. Unfortunately, if Hans finds the right continuation, it will be Van Wyn who is struggling. And I was actually taking a look at some of the other games, and I'm seeing that Vincent Keymer is turned down of like repeating the position.
Always.
Maybe we go there and just quickly, because I think we even had this position on our board.
We saw rook here, cover the pawn, bishop d4, logical, rook e8, knight, and it was also Prague who didn't even ask for the move repetition. Went f4, both big fighters. Bishop h8, nice little move because the bishop is never hanging whenever e4 comes or the position opens up. Now the check, king d7. Now Prague said draw. Vincent said no, thank you.
No, thank you. And also with the pawn going to f4, we were kind of getting f3, e4 in, and that looked like a very nice construction. This way, maybe Prague is the one who has to be super precise now. And, well, whilst I hate to brag, I think I should brag. Anish didn't find bishop takes b7. But he found the next best move, h4.
Yeah, still. He's a bitter disappointment.
Oh, yeah, that's so harsh. So h4.
There were bragging rights at stake.
Yeah.
Come on, Anish.
I mean, that was very beautiful. I'm sure I'll be pointing it out to him later on. But h4, very good, very pragmatic.
Just makes a luft and keeps all the threats here. So still.
And it's actually, I think, some g6 got played. So h5, I guess. Continue what you began.
If I take.
Well, I hadn't gone that far, but
fair enough.
Queen e1, Queen b1, sorry.
Oof, that's too deep.
Hmm?
That's too complicated. We can't take. There's some checkmate. Huh?
I'm hoping that there's some checkmate.
Apparently it's winning, but having to calculate that is too much.
Well, the rook swings in, and the rook and queen, they're pretty good against the lone king.
Every day it's a new combination you're teaching us, like
queen and knight.
Queen and knight are
but
good.
you told us queen and bishop.
Queen and rook. Queen and bishop
Yeah,
are also good.
And now queen and rook against the lone king. Almost always, 99% of the time will end in checkmate.
But unsurprisingly, I'm quite fond of the first computer move here. Not even going for this h5. Bishop e6 looks very nice, making inroads for the rook.
That's very clinical.
And there's just nothing black can do.
I guess you can go rook ae8.
Yeah, but whenever you do that, I mean, then I'm always
you
happy
bank it.
to just take it.
Yeah.
Black just can't move anything, really. The bishop can't go. If the queen goes away, then I can keep improving.
And Anish has got all the time of the world to come up with a decision here. That's 30 plus minutes. So he can enjoy this position, think about what he wants to do. Bishop b6 would really be very clinical. h5 is a possibility. He can basically do whatever he wants. And maybe we check in on Arjun against Sindarov. Because when we left it, Sindarov was like mega active with the pieces, and there've been a lot of trades since then.
Now we've seen something like this. Queen d5 takes. I went knight to c3, didn't take. Sindarov got the pawn back. They did some clever stuff. Looks sort of balanced, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he picked up a pawn.
Well, maybe not for long.
No, apparently white is still active enough to keep the balance, but it's Sindarov who's trying to win this.
Well, now queen d2. Threaten knight f3. Although it does let go of. Hang on a second. If you take on c5, I thought that there might be some funny business with knight e2, queen d1. Isn't that a dangerous mating combination?
But I think I have a counter.
Oh, why is this so bad? You're threatening checkmate. Oh. Nothing is happening.
Yeah. Arjun about to move. Yeah, I thought queen takes f8, but that only works after queen c1. And draw.
It is just a draw. Yeah, I also considered that too, but with the pawn on h6, I didn't think that there was any trouble whatsoever. But
so Sindarov could join his countryman in the lead if he were to win this one. For now, doesn't look like he will. Still a pawn.
And
let me just see if Anish made one of the smart moves.
You know, he hasn't made a move.
Bishop e6, there you go.
He's played bishop e6. Yeah,
keeping control.
Rook d7 incoming.
It's just so sad for
King g7.
I guess.
And let's hide out in the open, yeah.
For how long?
For as long as we can.
It's very cold outside.
It is. It's a windy day.
But looks hopeless.
Yeah, f4 is incoming, right? So if you go h6, just yeah, knight e4. And the queen falls.
If you have a choice between giving checkmate and taking a queen, always take the queen, because it might not be mate.
Sound advice there. And yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What about? I'm struggling.
There's nothing. He could resign here. Because white has complete control, and of course it's sinking in.
No.
Once again, my thesis: chess is not joy. This is the strongest 14-year-old player ever.
Well, it's a fair take. I can understand why you think that. And let's ask him after the game. I wonder.
Not today.
Not today. Okay, the only thing I can see, and it's a really miserable one, is rook takes knight. But then I agree, you might as well just resign. Why even prolong the game like this?
Yeah, I mean, he can do it and struggle on a bit, but white doesn't have to
Yeah.
do anything special, just his king is so much better.
Okay, well, how long will this game last as the suffering continues for Yaz?
I think it could end any moment.
Oh.
It feels wrong somehow to watch kids suffer, no? Like,
I'm not going to be the person that says yes.
yeah. I'm not gonna be the person to switch the board.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, but for Edomush. He started so well, he was an equal second and then 2 losses in a row. It just has gone completely wrong.
Yeah, and it's just... I can't even think of a move like... White has all the time in the world to improve, and whenever you play a half-active move, some knight fork will pick up material.
I mean,
Queen also has to keep
could
guarding
you
the
go Queen
long diagonal.
F6 or something, you know?
Yeah, but
Rook
it's also not
D7.
threatening anything. I'll just
I
keep
know.
keep building. Now with threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
Anish, you sometimes do this when you expect resignation. You stop by at the board, see if the guy wants to resign, but then if you keep thinking, keep walking.
But
okay, let's give Yaz a break. We'll see when the game ends, unless he makes a move.
no, well, he's struggling to make a move. We can see that is very obvious. And yes, they're on move 25. No, actually more than that. My.
Did Hans Niemann find this business?
Yes, he did.
I went rook d6, d4, but he went rook a3. Not.
But rook a4 was a bit deep. Is rook a3 not good enough as well?
I don't know. Looks logical enough.
But maybe this is not so easy. Maybe you kind of give up the rook. So I was thinking, yeah, and then just whatever, king d4.
Funny position. Yeah, here we have a lot of pawns still.
And this one is scary. Very scary. So
No, I guess black can do better, like rook here.
the rook takes b2.
Takes
And then c5.
Rook g2, I thought.
No, I just wanted to go c5. So rook takes b2 is a bit of a must. And then c5.
Okay, same.
And what I was hoping for was that there might be some c6. Or rook yeah, I should probably go rook takes bishop. But I wanted to go c6 and then b7.
But why is white not lost here? Ah, no. Like this, you survive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything could happen.
But that one...
Sorry.
But that one actually feels like white could be the one that has the upper hand there with that row of pawns. It's like a game of horde.
I'm not sure who's better and why. Like Compy gives all kinds of random stuff like d5. The best move is rook f6, but who plays that?
No, you go
Give the check.
b2.
Rook a1 also looked normal.
What are they suggesting?
Rook a2.
Rook a2? Rook a2, you just go c5.
Yeah, I guess he wants b1 and then take the knight. Oh, he's smart, but this is all very tough to find. So, still hope for tight Ivan. I can't stop just... okay, he did take and went king h8, prolonging the agony a bit, but okay, we don't need to keep track of that.
Well, I think Anish's
can, though.
next move is pretty convincing.
Oh, he took it back though.
Ah.
Oh.
Well, he's touched the queen. He's got to move it.
We've all seen it.
Why could he hesitate about putting the queen on e6?
I don't know.
It looks like a fantastic move.
Wat heb je gedaan, Anish?
Come on, Anish. Have faith in yourself. Queen e6.
So what other queen move is he considering?
well, he's kind
so
of...
went queen a1 instead, I'd be sad.
No. No, well, I don't see anything that he can play. I mean, he's touched the queen.
He's going
He's going to go in, yes. And now h5 is incoming. Rook to d7 also going to be there.
Queen on e7 would also be tough to deal with. No, it's completely hopeless. Is Gukesh messing up a bit?
Well, if the evaluation is to be believed, then it's not as
too
good.
Badly, but yeah, not completely winning.
And talking about messing up, Bragg, we felt like he had a difficult position. And now it is turning in Vincent's favor.
So it got more difficult.
Yep.
Check. King. Knight d6 and knight g4. Nice move, apparently.
But
Do
why
we
not
understand?
knight
if
takes rook?
This gets taken, which he didn't do for some reason.
Knight takes e5. And okay, and you can't rescue the knight.
And the knight is
by a distance
stuck.
of 4.
Distance 4 always applies. And also the king is stuck, so the pawn on h3 is finally doing his job. So there's bishop d4 check, and the king can't go anywhere.
Yep.
Therefore, Mr. Pragnanda tried knight takes b7, but that looks very sad. Knight takes, I guess bishop takes. The same trick. No, it's not Pragnanda's tournament somehow. No, I'm not sure what happened to him recently.
Well, he got off to a bad start, right? He was just lost out of the opening against Arjun, and then he lost again against Abdusattorov, who was playing extremely well. And then since then, he just hasn't been able to get motoring. You know, it took him a long time to get that first win against Aravind. And now we are seeing a bishop land. Bishop takes e5.
That was
It's
me.
threatening to land on d4, but it's a very instructive threat, so we'll keep it up on the board for a little bit longer, but
No, well, with Pragnanda, it's not just this tournament. He looked so strong for 2025, most of it. But then in this World Cup, I mean, he made it through a couple of rounds, but you could tell he wasn't being his normal self. So, I don't know. I mean, it's never linear that these top guys keep getting stronger. But I was surprised. He looks more shaky than we're used to.
yeah. But as we've seen, sometimes all you need is just to rise up to the challenge of those big matches, and he has a big tournament coming up in April or end of March. We'll see whether he can pull his best there. But as we've seen, you needed to cover the d4 square, rook f to d1 played.
Just keep the knight. This is cunning as usual.
Very nice. Oh dear. And then there's no rook takes a7. There's nothing in it. Bishop takes rook. There's no good discovered.
Does look winning for Vincent Keymer, who is continuing his no-draw policy. One draw out of 10 games so far for Vincent.
Also, you know, we put him at 6.5 with a win, and Nodirbek is on 7.
But Vincent only has 5, so he still has a way.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was looking
Way to
at
go.
the wrong person. Yeah, but still 6, just 1 point behind Nodirbek. 2 rounds remaining.
6 are better than 5.
And I've been hanging around some young children too much, because the next thing was 6, 7.
The joys of American culture. Thank you.
In my case, it was hanging around with 6-year-olds.
Yeah, same here, but we know where it came from.
So, okay, so Prag doing well, Vincent, no, not Prag doing well, Vincent doing well, and
Hang on, the kid is done.
The 12-year-old
One of the kids.
is finished. He won his game against Daniel Juffa.
Good job by Faustino. See how he got the job done. Was this kind of stuff we looked at. H5 was played. I just took everything. And won the endgame. Very clinical. Yeah, he's good. Seems to be in a hurry.
Well, he's got places to be, things to
Yeah,
see.
Really.
But excellent game there from the 12-year-old. And just seeing in the Masters, Giri, let's see whether Anish is able to put the finishing touches to this in just a few moves. This is a check on the board.
I was wondering why Queen f6 isn't checkmate, but it's not illegal.
But it will be
Yeah.
soon if you can deal with it. So you have G3, you've got the Rook F4 block. What else?
Yes, looks pretty good.
Queen D8.
Queen D8
Oh,
here.
I feel like if you try to, Queen C3 is also pretty active.
Yeah, but it's the same problems for black. You just can't really move anything.
And next move is going to be Bishop E8. No. Yeah, Bishop E8.
Yeah. Rook d4 back.
Yeah. I quite like that. So A6, Bishop E8. And then Rook F8. And oh dear, checkmate on the board.
And Rook f4 about to be played. Yes, blitzes out. Queen c3 back. Queen e7 looks so dominant, just taking away this check, controlling all the squares. And then, you have this double threat.
Well, Anish is not pausing for thought.
No, he spotted that.
It's like such a natural move as well, because you immediately making a beeline for that f8 square. That's where the checkmate is going to get delivered. Queen.
Oh.
Did he touch the piece?
Not sure.
Well, he's going to move it anyhow. Okay,
one more check. Yeah.
there, Queen e7.
Goes. Also nice that he's just threatening to pick up more material. It's just hopeless.
Yeah, and Adomush is on the verge of giving up.
We did think that before, but yeah, I really don't see a way to continue.
No. Shaking his head. And What do you think? Do you think he's going to throw in some queen g7, keep the game going for a few more moves?
But it really doesn't keep the game going. Like queen takes b7, rook f8, queen takes b5.
The end.
Rook f7, queen e8. There's not much game left.
Nope. Nope. There is no solution here for Adamush.
Any time trouble anywhere? I haven't checked.
Not anything serious.
Drosh and Adamush does resign. Anish Giri picks up a point.
Gets a round of applause, I think, from our crowd.
Tepid applause. But good game by Anish. Comes a bit late to join the fight for tournament victory after he lost to Bluebaum, where he's back to 50%. And so is Adamush, just coming from the other side. Still a tremendous event for the 14-year-old. Not a lot of chit-chat after the game there.
No. Not. Maybe we can take a peek at... have a look at where there is time trouble. There isn't too much time pressure in any of the games. Fedoseev and Matthias Bluebaum, they're in a double rook ending. It looks quite balanced. And maybe we can go to Arjun against Sindarov, because the move g5 has been played.
Sindarov still trying to create some chances, and he's still a pawn up, right?
Yes.
Keeps pushing. Well, Sindarov now feels completely comfortable just playing for a win against anybody with either color here, with the black pieces pushing against Arjun. After the World Cup win, he has so much confidence. I haven't checked the live rating list, but he must be winning some here. So also closing in on these top 10 guys slowly, no? Probably not there yet, but he looks very strong.
He looks very strong and also very gutsy. You know, g5, opening up the king, undermining the knight. Some concrete reasons to do that. Usually we're getting word that Vachier is number 17 on the live ratings.
Still ways to go, but it doesn't feel like there's a difference in class when he's playing these other guys, and he's still very young. I'm not sure. Who's your candidate's favorite? Because the candidates tournament, of course, are the one where you qualify for the match against Gukesh. Will start in late March. We got Pragnanda, Caruana, Nakamura, Sindarov, Bluebaum, Giri. Who am I forgetting? Wijk.
Wijk, Sindarov, yeah, and well, I believe that Anish Giri will win the candidates.
Fishing for cheap applause.
Well, thank you. Yesipenko also.
Yesipenko, I forgot.
Yeah. Well, who do you think will win? You're going to be doing the commentary there? You have to be neutral. You can't say.
I'm always neutral because I... No, I think Caruana, he's been quiet, but I'm assuming he's off somewhere clicking on chess moves. He's been very close a couple times. And also rating-wise, he's the top favorite, but it's such an open field. And what I was trying to say is, to me, it looks like Sindarov no longer has outsider status even in the candidates. I think he could very well be in the race. He looks so much more confident. His openings have gotten so much better. It feels like he's getting stronger every tournament.
Yeah. And he's also, you can tell that he's incredibly motivated as well.
Yeah.
Very determined. And, well, we see rook to d1 being played. Red alert. Rook takes knight incoming if Sindarov is not careful. So you have to protect that knight.
But if you do, all of a sudden white is in big trouble. Threatening this. attacking this guy.
And if you go rook e1, again, just trying to again invite
Take another
repetition. And yeah, there's no way to get at your king, right? Like the queen needs to hop over the knight and the pawn and to deliver some checks, and she's not getting there so easily.
No. Arjun's nightmare continues. I was going to say Wijkmare, but it doesn't quite work.
He's lost 60 plus points.
Yeah, not in this event, but total.
In
his
total.
Wijk and Zee career, I think he's going to break 70 today.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you think
rook
we'll
d8
see?
played.
Do you think we'll see him back at Wijk next year?
I don't know.
I mean, if you keep losing points in one tournament, at some point you've got to go. We don't agree with each other.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, normally I don't think players do it. No, he's a professional. This is a great event. If he gets the invite, I think he will show up. But so far, it hasn't gone his way.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so we looked at rook e1. This is simply met by pawn takes pawn. But you highlighted queen f1.
I was just doing random things, I think.
Okay,
Let's
well,
try.
but pawn takes pawn anyway.
Yeah, still the same. You can't take
Because of
a
knight to
two check.
e2.
No, it's just bad.
Yeah. And what about moves like rook? No. You've got to cover knight e2, because I was thinking rook d3 and then go setting up some kind of knight f3 business. Maybe rook f1. I got it. Rook f1.
Yeah, just one GF.
And then
Okay.
knight to f3. You just want to.
No, just wanna be 2 pawns up.
Which is a really
Humble
good idea.
goals, but,
Yeah. I'm down with that, and there's no way to access. Oh dear, Arjun,
Nah,
in
big trouble for Arjun. All right, let's do a quick tour. Vincent against Pragnanda. Keymer is still much better, but the fight for now is still ongoing. Tai-Dai Van.
Well,
They
that's a
are having
mess.
one of these weird lines we looked at. King d4, apparently equal for whatever reason. Gukesh is somewhat better. Hang on, something happened here? Is he winning now? No. Just somewhat better. King f8. Anish won against Erdemush. Jorden drew long time ago against Abdusatorov.
And maybe we can just have the full bird's eye view of the challenges. Again, just to have that oversight on what's happening.
Yeah, Bluebaum has a rook endgame, pawn down, but should be very drawish with these 3 isolated pawns. So normally you should hold this. And in the challengers, Faustino Oro won, Andy Woodward won. Anything else?
Well, Ivanchuk looks like he is also winning, if we believe the evaluation bar, and we do.
Probably very instructive game by Ivanchuk, or it's all too subtle. All these little moves he played here, like queen d8 back, bishop a6, rook b7, queen b8. But of course, this structure is in his blood. He grew up through all these big theory debates in the 80s and 90s, and he's teaching young Suleimanli a lesson here.
And also note how he was quite willing to give up an exchange.
Yeah, well, you got 2 pieces, which is nice. And now, some tactics. Yeah, apparently he's just winning. Also, he spent a lot of time at the board today, so he seems to be eyeing a late push in this tournament. If he wins, he gets to 8 points.
Which is half point away from Andy Woodward, who would be on 8.5.
I hope he qualifies for the Masters next year. Like, I can't do math, but how old is he? He's like
in his 50s.
55-ish. Then the 59 already.
He was born in 69.
Born in 69, yeah, so 56, 57.
And would he be...
So let's say the rest of the age is 23, and then he's 56. He'll get us up like by 3 years by himself.
And I was going to say, you know, is he the oldest player to have played in the Masters and the Challengers? Oh, well, okay, if he... I assume yes.
I don't know. I don't have these kinds of statistics. I would guess not. No, I mean, like, in the old days...
Do you think there was some 70-year-old playing?
I'm sure.
60-year-old?
Some 60-year-olds must have played in both, but I do not know.
Well, he's really doing super well here, Ivanchuk. He's just thinking about how to rescue this knight on a3, whether he needs to.
You can also take...
a4.
Push. You can't take because of the...
Queen c1. Oh dear.
Double attack. So wise to go rook b2 with some move. But it does look very unpleasant at some point. He will start collecting.
That's very, very clinical. Very effective there. And I'm keeping an eye on the game between Pragg and Vincent, because that's the only one where they could see some time trouble.
Pragg is in some time trouble. What move are they at? 32. Okay.
32.
And apparently it's less clear now. In compy speak, knight c4, and computer didn't like this move for some reason. Want to go with the king. d6. Okay, we can stay with this until they make it to move 40. Vincent Keymer, so 7 minutes. But once you start calculating, 7 minutes also not that much.
No, and they're on move 32, and Vincent thinking about moves, and he has a few candidates like bishop to c2. The pawn grab me, it's like take and collect. You have to work out some checks. Rook b8. What other move?
What's the pawn count? Pragg has 3 pawns, but it's sort of trashy pawns for the piece. But still 3 pawns.
And I can see bishop c2 actually. Are those tempting? You've got rook c1. Oh, no, there's always this bishop to d4 check.
Yeah, rook c1 runs into this.
Okay, so you have to go rook to d2.
Check, I thought.
And then king, I thought here king moves.
Yeah.
And then bishop takes b3. It's still in the air.
No, it should still be good for black, but nothing easy. Vincent Keymer.
Well.
Deep thought.
Yeah. What other moves could he have? Rook to b8, I mean...
Yeah, all the moves make sense, I guess. That's his problem. Rook b8, rook c8, bishop e6. But I don't like his strategy of burning 5 of his 7 minutes here. And no, he's making a move. Rook c8 played.
Okay. Why rook c8 as opposed to rook b8?
I don't know.
And what's the best for Pragg? Oh, okay, he wants to stop bishop to c6.
Pragg goes to d5.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. e4 is going to be incoming. Start asking the questions to the black pieces. So, how to handle that? Bishop c2,
Well, we
yes.
still have this check.
And
gotta be
now
careful.
it's worse because you can't hide the king on e6.
Yeah. Keymer just goes rook e8, keeps an eye on the e5 bishop. I guess Pragnanda will bring the king.
Can he go e4?
Also possible, yeah. What results are you expecting? Is Vincent winning this?
Yeah, well, do we think that Vincent will win this? Yes. I think the answer is...
He should, but Pragnanda is very slippery.
Move 33. Under the minute and a half for Prague.
No increment here. He's used to the 30 seconds per move. Don't get those.
No. Well, he has to take a quick decision. King f2, is he going to push a pawn? Is he going to make one other move? Not easy.
No, he's hesitating. E4 is possible.
E4 is
and
possible.
Then bishop g4 keeps an eye on the guy. And
He
plays
goes e3.
e3.
Okay, that's good because it stops any bishop to d4 nonsense from black. So now Vincent likes to use up all his time. You rarely see him making those quick moves.
He's checking.
What's a Vincent Keymer type move, Jan?
Not sure. The computer wants to go somewhere with the king, king g7, just get out of the way. This looks more active. Maybe that's more his speed, but also do you want to like calculate stuff like this before the time control? I don't know.
Yeah, that one isn't as clear, although it does look quite good if you ask me. You know, the rook has to move, bishop takes knight, rook takes knight.
Technically, apparently it's good for black, but to sacrifice material, because I would guess he thinks he's just winning if he can sort of stabilize and nothing happens to him till the control. So I don't know. Yeah, rook d8, king g7. Just make a move.
And we're trying to get into the minds of Vincent. He's not going to be wanting to move that rook from the c line because of bishop c6.
He just put it there.
Yes. And there's
shaking his head.
But that's the thing. There's no natural kind of move.
Yeah, I'm also not sure once you see usually since we see the computer lines, hard to say, okay, this is natural, king g7, bishop f6, or rook d8. I don't know.
No, it's not that
messy.
natural
No.
because, you know, there's e4, or is he going to go bishop to g4, attack the rook, you know, just kill one? No, he can't do that either because there's a rook coming to f1. So he goes
did
for
go
rook
rook
c5.
c5. He's going for the clarification after b4, rook takes d5. Yeah, it's a big decision to take in the time trouble. So for Prague, the good news would be if this happens, that will take him to the time control because all his moves are forced.
Well,
Thinking about it.
24 seconds.
And b4
yes.
played, there you go. And that's what I meant. Now if you go rook takes d5, which I'm assuming is the idea, this is forced, so you can play it instantly. This is more or less forced, and this is forced. So it would take him to move 38 at least.
Yeah, and he's got 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you think that Prague will have been practicing how many moves he can make in a second?
I don't think that's how they spend most of their time preparing, but he looks fast. And what's your record?
I never practiced. I never even knew it was a thing. Apparently, before this
I've seen guys
whole
make
increment.
3 moves with a second, yeah, in the old days.
So But Vincent is doing the right thing. You know, he's keeping Pragg guessing. And he goes
does
for
take,
this.
Yeah, he wanted this, but now Pragg can blitz out all the moves. That's why I didn't like it so much as Vince had more time. As the sequence is completely forced.
Well, now here you can vary.
Now Vincent
you don't
has a
have
choice.
to.
Yeah. Take. I'll go. Let's say rook b8.
I feel like rook to b8 is going to be...
It comes down to the same more or less.
Because then there's knight takes bishop.
Check. Can you still take? Looks like Vincent missed something. Anything could still happen here. And he does take. Rook takes. What's the human way? King e6 probably to clean this up.
What about rook
Or rook
b8?
b8 also naturally, yeah, but he plays king e6 and rook to b7. Now he has to calculate if he can take rook b6, rook d8, but apparently nothing too bad is happening there.
What about... Now Vincent down to...
Vincent is trying to catch up.
He's just calculating whether he can grab that pawn on d6.
Erwin is done in the background. He doesn't take. He goes bishop. Allowing d7 and all kinds of... he's trying to repeat moves or what? And rook d3. This is move 40. Pragg gets up. Don't look at him. You have to make a move, Vincent. Focus. Looking at what Pragg is doing.
Well,
bishop
he
c2.
makes a move. Bishop c2 and...
Made the time control, but was this good, this bishop b3, bishop c2 business?
Well...
So does he think that Pragg lost some time? What's going on?
No, he's just checking to see whether they've made 40 moves, because basically they can check the screens and they're the arbiter saying that yes, they did make the time control.
Pragg looked very, very sure.
Yeah, well, also sometimes there's a question of counting, but the players will not have been notating, so now they can catch up on the score sheet. Let's check in on Sindarov.
Yeah, just to sum this up, Keymer is still better, but it's far from over. Like these types of endgames, computer is not giving a big edge to black, which normally here means that white should draw. So he messed it up a little bit in the time trial.
Well, a little bit, but let's see how Arjun and Sindarov are doing, because the evaluation bar is telling us it's just one-way traffic.
Arjun in trouble.
So
did they make move 40?
They have made move 40. Maybe we can just backtrack a little bit, because when we left it, g5 had been played.
Yeah, we
rook
saw
d1.
this, rook d8, and looked like another pawn was gone. Rook to c1, and Sindarov didn't even take. Went knight e6, f5, and knight f4.
Yeah.
Knight g4, and now he has time to calculate, and apparently h5. It's just very strong. Check. And all the pieces are coming.
Very nice. Rook e1. Can you still fight on like that? But
I was wondering why we can't take here.
Knight.
It's still very computerish. Here, knight e2, king f1, and rook d5.
Well, queen f7 was incoming, and you
Yeah.
had to stop that.
Okay, not easy at all, but I have faith that Sindarov will find a way. h5 is also not forced. Rook d2.
Well, yeah, that looks also very good, because knight has to defend g2, so you have to kind of go knight to e3. But maybe this is just going passive, and you have to go knight f6. Like, you could go knight f6 check.
Yeah, because knight e3 I think we can take.
Yeah.
Then there's this.
That'll be checkmate. So, okay, again, asking black where to go with the king.
Yeah, we shouldn't blunder the queen. And if it goes to the corner, it still looks bad.
And how to defend the g2 pawn.
Not going to be able to do it. There's also side quests like knight e2 or queen b7.
So, Arjun in big trouble. Also, we saw Vachier-Lagrave doing very well against the leaders and the challengers, Aydin Sulamanli. And we did ask who has been the oldest player to play in both the Masters and the Challengers. We asked, our production team delivered. So take a look at this graphic. And Viktor Korchnoi, he has this list with 68.
Yeah, Ivanchuk still has a long way to go.
Yeah.
56. Najdorf also.
And Grunfeld as well. Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Kostic and Najdorf, but mainly it's been the domain of Viktor Korchnoi.
Yeah, Korchnoi and Najdorf, they're dominating that list. Chess got a little younger, yeah? Who's our oldest participant? Anish Giri, he's 31.
In the Masters, yes. he proudly said it
Not
himself.
even half their age.
And in the Challenges, of course, it is Vasil Ivanchuk. Now, we've had a lot of fun watching the chess, but how about playing some chess? Because take a look at this. We have a Tata Steel online Blitz tournament arena, which takes place on January 31st at 3 p.m. CET. And you can win a signed Tata Steel Masters chessboard and, of course, other prizes. So make a note in your calendars, and I'm going to invite absolutely everyone, whether you're watching online or you're in our audience. Go and have a go, and you never know, you might be the winner of a signed board. Now that the time control has been reached, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return...
Before we go, who signed?
The players have all signed.
Okay. Just double checking.
You can add your name to that as well,
no,
if you want.
All the players signed, apparently. That does sound tempting. Sorry, I interrupted. Break?
We are going to go on a break. See you in a few minutes.
I know it's wrong, but I don't care. The fire is strong, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
We are back with the time after the time control. We're going to break down the positions that have unfolded. And there's still a lot going on, but the kind of news of the day is if Sindarov wins his position, he joins Nodirbek in the lead at the Masters.
That is the news of the day, and it looks like he's about to do it, Arjun. Stoic as usual, but if we look at our computer friend, it says -3 after both h5 and rook to d2. And h5 played. Sindarov is so precise; he really doesn't set a foot wrong.
No, he doesn't. And this is like the position that we were looking at, you know, with the knight being chased around the board and rook to d2 incoming. That looked very convincing for...
Yeah, the knight doesn't have a great square either. Like after the check now, he can go king g7 because there's no fork. Okay, the knight goes somewhere. The lines were still a bit tricky, but it looks like Sindarov has everything figured out.
Yep.
Like the winning line was queen here, knight takes, check, king goes somewhere. And now, I mean, the easy way is this, and black should be winning. But the computer way is rook to d5, and apparently the position collapses. Now, pick up the rook. If the knight moves, the queen threatens some checkmates.
Very dangerous, very nasty. Also threatening the rook as well, so can't do everything. But Looking great for Sindarov. It's also looking great for Hans Niemann.
Oh, does it? What happened there?
Yes. Again, I'm just checking and tracking the evaluation bar. When we left it, it looks still very murky, you know, with white advancing, the pawns on the queen side. And
How did the king end up here? Wasn't it somewhere in the middle?
well,
He didn't put it in the middle. That was a mistake. He should have gone king to d4, apparently. He went here. Pushed some pawns. And after some horsing around, it does look like this pawn is the decisive factor.
and we have a few moves, and also Win doesn't have too much time. The knight has fallen off the board, so
So he went king f3. Hans decided to cash in. And now it's black as a rook up. The white pawns still look menacing. But a rook is a rook. c6 played.
okay, well, how to handle this one? Because you're automatically capturing on c6, and I'm like, whoa, I'm not sure about that. Is there some rook c2 business? And I see that the red outline is on the board again, which means that there's really only one move. So let's look at bc6.
I guess the white probably h2 pawn stays alive.
So if you go,
So here we just push.
and if you were to go b7, then of course rook b8, and everything is blockaded.
Yeah, and here we can take. And now this pawn distracts the rook. What did Hans do? He played something? Yeah, he did take. And as you mentioned, b7, just here, takes rook c2, nothing moves.
Yep. That's clinical.
So another loss for poor Tai Daivan incoming. D takes c plate. We can wait for rook c2, but I'm assuming it will be blitzed out. Yep. And this is it.
And with this win,
H2.
Hans will be moving to 6.5 points.
+2, also
Yeah.
still in mix. Mr. Niemann. Has he been giving interviews, or has the chess been speaking for itself? What's he been up to?
He's been doing both. It's very nice to see him relaxed, playing great chess. You know, he started with a bang, 16-move win over Fedoseev, then beat Aravind in what he called one of the best games that he's played. It would go in his 60 best games collection, and H2 being played.
Yeah, this is over. The king can't come to stop the pawn, and white just can't move, having to pay attention to this guy. I guess he plays some move, but then black can even go rook b2 and get rid of the b pawn.
And that would be game over. It's also very unfortunate that having the doubled h pawns for white just means that you can't approach the pawn. Like if that pawn on h4 didn't exist, you'd be able to go king g3 and it'd be another ball game, potentially.
No, rough tournament for Tai Daivan, lost his last two. He's also going to lose today. But yeah, if you're an outsider in such a field and things aren't going your way, tournament goes on forever and pairings don't get easier.
And the players, they smell blood. They can sense weakness. And Hans, he knew that this was a game that he'd hoped to win. And so he definitely embraced the complications. But Win puts his rook on h1.
There's not much to talk about, just go rook b2. I guess he will try rook takes h2. Takes and take this guy, but
Rook c6.
the extra rook will decide here.
Indeed, it will.
How's Vincent doing? Still more or less the same.
Yeah, not too much to report with after king e6, rook b6, and then rook d8. So the idea is just to corral the pawn on d6 and then the pawn on b4. And this pawn on h3 is so annoying.
Yeah. Bishops look nice too, controlling all the squares in the center. Apparently Pragnandar's best chance was to go for this rook e7 check. But I can understand. He assessed this as lost. The bishops are so good in such positions.
Right.
Maybe with not so many pawns, there was some hope.
And also you think, well, the white king can't even join the fray, join the action either, because as soon as it starts running off and the rook moves away from d2, there's even ideas of bishop takes g3 in the air.
Yeah.
So I can understand Prag's hesitation, but ultimately this looks good for Vincent. Things are a little bit murky in the game between Gukesh and Arjun, by the way.
Yeah, Gukesh didn't manage to find a clean way, and Arjun defended nicely. e4, check, more checks, but black is still very much in it. The king looks in danger, but it can't be mated yet.
Oh, it's hiding behind the bushes, right? It keeps on.
It's dancing around its own pawns there.
But okay, is king g7 the only move to play?
Oh no, what looks normal? Queen f8 looks sort of normal,
Yeah,
but then we're
Queen
being
C.
checkmated.
Yeah, and h6 is incoming.
Yeah, h7.
Okay, so that would be game over. So maybe king to d7 is a bit of a must find. Unless you go rook to e8 again to cover. But I think it's the same business again, that you just go queen c3. And yeah, you're going to have to let go of protection of the f7 pawn. So yeah, now whoops, queen g5. And then you go to the middle, but that's not what you want. So Arjun has to find king g7. Dancing out of the check makes a lot of sense.
Thinking about it. Let's briefly check on the other Masters games. For the sake of Bluebaum, they've had this rook endgame for a while now, where white is an extra pawn, but with the 3 isolated white pawns, black being active, it seems winning chances are very limited. Normally I always believe in the side with the extra pawn, but this one, yeah, looks so active for black that it should be fine.
Yeah. Well, so far, so good for Matthias. And that's more or less the games in the Masters. I still see no move from Arjun in the game against Sindarov. But in the challenges, as mentioned, Vasil Ivanchuk won his game against Aydin Süleymanli.
Moving up to 8 points.
Yes, just a half a point behind Andy Woodward. And it's quite funny because the leaders all all of those in the mix, they're going to be playing each other in the final round. So that's going to be absolutely epic. And it was a draw between Max Varmadan and Erwin Lamy.
Just trying to figure out why Süleymanli resigned here. But okay. What's the material? Black is two pieces for a rook.
I guess bishop takes knight is incoming.
You just take and take here, and then you get start checkmating.
you
Okay.
work the light squares. And also a win for Carissa Yip against Elina Rebers.
Yeah, Elena's struggles continue. Final position. Says it all. She just got outplayed on the dark squares here.
But for Carissa, she moves ever closer to that 7.5 mark. If she gets
Well,
that,
she has
she'll get
six,
a GM.
6.5.
She's got 6. So if she gets 1.5 out of 2, she will get a GM norm.
Yeah. It's in the mix against Yufa. And then last round against Lumiere. Who's still playing against Bibi Sara? What are they doing?
It's a draw. Well, not a draw. It's equal.
All right.
Allegedly. This looks anything but the 0.00. I just looked at the bar and thought, well, okay, it's as level as can be, but it's actually not. This one is quite complicated.
I was gonna just roll with your equal evaluation so we don't have to think about this messy stuff. But you can. Okay, so white is a pawn up, but black is active. Equal.
I just looked at 0.00. I mean, that's all I saw.
arguing.
And this is like anything but.
You know, you had a tremendous event last year, if memory serves, in the challenges. Struggling a little more this year, 3 out of 10, also not terrible against a strong field. Has not played a single draw yet.
No, well, she had that rocky patch where she won the
lost
first
6
2
in a row.
games, 6 in a row, and then finally she struck back, but then she's lost again. But this one really could turn. But the question for black is, I mean, how to make progress. Yes, the pawn on e3 is very impressive, but there's nothing more to be done there.
I have no idea what's going on, but apparently neither side can do much, so you play some waiting move.
And if you were to go rook to d6,
I thought maybe I'm preparing some king maneuvers.
and if you were to go a6 just to try to get a pass pawn, well, apparently no.
He's not queening.
And oh wow,
Not sure if this makes a whole lot of
I
sense.
was thinking rook
Can't go
d8
here.
might come with rook
Yeah,
2.
yeah. Apparently check.
Aha, then you go king h2.
So it seems like it's white has to pay a bit of attention to keep the balance.
But how do you keep the balance as white? Because isn't king g6 incoming regardless? Okay, so I guess you go. Okay,
Bring the
you have
king
to
back.
back pedal. And a move was played.
Sorry, I'm just messing around. They played something. Rook e6, also sensible, stopping all a6, c6. Cutting the king off. Draw.
Well,
How's Ivic? Winning a game?
Ivic is winning against Panasar.
Ah, yeah, this looks winning. Pawn up. And these guys are fixed on dark squares, so you bring the king, go f5, e4, pick up some stuff. And if knight c3.
And yeah, this looks nice. Bishop b2 incoming, and then you chase away the knight. So Ivic looking to get another win. And if we bring up the bird's eye view, I just kind of wanted to highlight that things are going in the direction that we expected in the Masters, with knight to e4 being played by Arjun.
Uh-huh. We've been here.
Yes.
Oh, no, but the queen went to b7. So it wasn't the first computer line for a change from
No.
Sindarov.
And for Win, he has gone into that in game where ultimately he's just going to get ground down.
My favorite type of rook ending. We have more rooks, makes it so much easier. But yeah, he still has a nice pawn chain there, but I guess there will be ways to make progress. Hans waits.
Guess he just has to bring his king.
And then we start the long king march.
I guess.
Still not sure where I'm going here. Oh, and I'm even blundering counterplay.
Not as.
Still not that simple, is it? Like, it has to be winning. It's a rook, but.
Okay, so if you go king f4, what happens if you kind of tie the rook along the fourth rank? So if you line up the two rooks along the fourth rank, how to do that? So let's just go rook a7 just for fun.
Okay. I guess I'll wait.
And then I will tie you down. Then
And now
king
you
steps
bring the
up.
king.
Yep. And now I guess you start waiting with the rook.
Yeah.
And how does one make progress here? Okay, so now the rook comes to d4. And then I want to go rook. Yeah, I can wait one more time because I just want to the other rook. No special reason. Okay. Anyway, what I want. Okay, so
And draw a grid
draw.
there.
But what I was trying to get at is if you can come round the back with the rook. So go rook b1.
Yeah, it should collapse, no?
Yes.
If the king ever comes here. I guess I have to go active, but then
Rook f1.
the pawn is lost. Yeah, that
Yeah.
looked convincing. English technique.
Like you say, life is much easier when you have to have one extra
Yeah,
rook.
yeah, it's much better.
And maybe we can check in on this Vachier game because hang on a second, there's been. Well, you can see the evaluation bar is having some fun.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
at
trying
first it
to
was.
decide. But I jinxed him after saying he's so precise in all these positions. He stopped being precise.
But it looks good, rook d4, right? Like, where is. What is he? Because I'm like looking at rook d4. But I guess you have to calculate what happens after knight takes c5.
What does happen? Just queen d5 centralizing? Yeah.
And then rook d2. Very good.
And he moved something. Looked rook d4-ish at least.
Yes.
Yep. Played. And if knight takes g5. Ah, this is unpleasant.
Very nice.
Ouch.
So, how to hold the balance? I guess you have to go rook e1.
Sad. This check looks tempting, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah? The king just hides here. Arjun's still fighting. Must also be so tough. No, you're having a horrible tournament, but still have to sit there 4.5 hours in, calculating in these miserable positions.
Yeah, it is. It is tough to have a bad tournament here, and then still you have to be there working absolutely everything. But what to do? You don't have to do much here. You just have to calculate f6, rook e1, and try to hold firm. I mean, you're very much reacting to whatever Sindarov does. And knight c3, can we go that? We saw knight c5 bad. Knight c3, at least you don't have any queen d5, but you probably have queen d7.
Yeah, also now you're so passive, like this also looks very nice, stopping any knight e4, setting up all kinds
And
of
what about
business.
rook to d1? Is there any salvation in this particular endgame? And the answer is probably not.
Nah, it's just a very bad position. This apparently wins, but even just keeping it simple, black is so much more active and has an extra pawn.
Well,
Arjun still in trouble, and Hans executed your plan.
and that one is pretty much
And
game over.
resigns.
So Hans Niemann, with that win, moves into 6.5 points, and he's part of the chasing pack, just 1 point away from Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who currently leads the event. But he might not be alone, Nodirbek. If Sindarov continues his precise moves, then it does look like Sindarov will be winning his game. For Fedoseev and Bluebaum, there's been some progress, but I don't think there's been any progress in terms of actually inching towards a victory. The players now nicely analyzing.
Following that debate, Stidai had a good position, no? But Hans doesn't look that concerned.
No, he did have a good position. I mean, he had a great position at some point in the middle game, but he just didn't have too much time on the clock.
It's been his main enemy, the time management. Everybody's used to these 30 seconds extra per move, which they don't get here. And Stidai has been struggling with it.
He certainly has. That has been his downfall. And it was also a very complicated rook and pawn endgame there at the end, but you know, one misstep with the king, and that was enough for Hans to get the counterplay rolling on the king side. So great result there for Hans, and it's looking like it's going to be another decisive day. I mean, the only game that I can see that is clear-cut equality is Fedoseev against Matthias Bluebaum. And
Aravin's also hanging in there. He might hold, but let's check in. With these guys, some pawns are disappearing.
I thought we could check in and then check out of this one very quickly.
Yeah, it's not enough left to play with. Let's say rook d4, rook h5, king e4, rook e5.
Yep.
Now this should be over soon. Fedoseev also seems out of ideas.
Oh, good result there for Matthias. With the black pieces still part of the chasing pack with if he draws this 6.5 points. And you mentioned that Arvind was holding on for dear life. Yeah, that is what he's doing. He found king to g7, which was a critical move.
Queen came,
rook
rook
f8,
rook c3. Gukesh keeps asking questions though. Queen to h6.
Rook g3.
Yeah.
Rook g3, and then what does he play?
He's done something. Queen d6. He's
Aha.
chasing some pawns.
Also been tricky as well, right? You threaten the king side, and at the same time you've still got your eyes on the queen side. So, I mean, do you defend those pawns? What happens? I mean, actually you can't defend the pawn, right? Because if you go b5, you still got queen e5 check. If you really want to be materialistic. And I do.
I don't know, what about this guy? We can't take yet because of rook g3. Probably it's a bad idea to take in general, yeah, because then the king no longer has shelter on the h-file. So what should you do? King h7.
You can take on b6.
takes, And no, just do nothing.
Oh, that's like the most difficult thing to do in chess. The art of doing nothing. Rook g3. Next move, queen c7. Okay, you're defending that.
Well,
How
computer
annoying.
is. It still looks tough, but black was a pawn up, so he could spare one. If he manages to stabilize here, now everything is more or less under control. Should still hold.
What about, can you start introducing the bishop? Like bishop c4? Well, at any point, to be honest.
You can, but I'm not sure what else. So rook a8 is sort of a strange move. Like, what's the normal move? Queen d2, maybe. Do something active.
Right. I agree. But, okay, so here, I don't want to go queen takes a5, because after queen takes b2, I feel like you're getting ever closer to the draw. And I need to get at your... And if I go queen c5, you're just going to move your rook to g8 or something and just go...
Somewhere, yeah, I don't know.
Somewhere.
Here. No, it looks like black is stable enough. I mean, this rook isn't doing so much. The king can hide on the h-file.
Yeah. Also, I'm very worried, actually. So if I went queen c5, that you would go rook g8, and there would be some funny business.
Yeah, white should also take some care. No. So they have movie night here tonight?
They have movie night, but no one needs movie night when you have chess night.
I disagree. I want to attend. What's showing?
I don't know. Does anyone know what's showing? No, we're just like here. We've got one track mind. It's all about the moves and the chess.
But how do things work in Wijk? This is like the official cinema, and it's being rebuilt, or they show some old movies. What's the system?
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm asking the audience, but they also don't seem to know.
Maybe we have some locals in the audience, and they can tell us what's showing, how it all works. I'm guessing it's just like a nice community thing, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not against it. I'm wondering if I should check out the movie.
It's probably a kids movie, if I'm gonna guess, or something rated PG. I don't think that they would have like a horror night here, would they?
Why would they start a kids movie at 8 p.m.? I'm not sold.
You're not sold?
I'll investigate.
Okay. Well, do report back.
This looks equal.
Maybe we can...
If you see if Bluebaum looks equal, Arjun is still trying to hang in there, but he's still in trouble. He went rook e1. Queen b4, asking fresh questions.
And questions need to be answered. Queen c3.
Still deeply unpleasant, because he's slightly less active and he's a pawn down. And Sindarov looks as fresh as ever.
Also, after all of that, he's reaching for...
That was the knight. Was it the knight?
You think he's going to throw in knight d3?
Why not?
Yeah, you might as well pick up that 30-second bonus.
I'm wondering if he's trying to evaluate however this goes. Stuff like this, but it doesn't look like the max. Somehow his pieces are so active. Why exchange them?
What are the pitfalls though? So queen d5 would be met with queen takes c4. So that would be one pitfall. Queen b4 we've highlighted. Looks very nice now. He's knight d3.
Knight d3 plate.
So I reckon he's just going to be repeating moves just to get that time in the bank balance, like rook e2, knight f4, and then he's going to switch it up and play queen b4.
Maybe White is improving a bit if the rook is here instead of back, so I'm not sure.
But now you can go queen d5.
Yeah.
Whether that's a big deal, I don't know, because queen takes c4, c5, sorry. Oh, you want to take knight takes pawn?
Yeah, I thought queen c5 never.
Yeah, because then
never
rook
worked.
d1 looked a little bit scary.
Even this. Oops, sorry.
Okay, rook d2, yeah. Yeah, and this looks not good.
Okay, still tremendous pressure on Arjun is to keep making only moves while Sindarov has a choice, but after rook e2, nothing decisive there just yet.
And what about in the game between Prag and Vincent? Because Vincent has won the d6 pawn. Prag is down to 3 minutes and 18 seconds, but he does get that 30-second time bonus. And
Like Keymer achieved the maximum. He picked up this pawn without having to exchange rooks, which should also be good for him. Now he has to find a way to improve. If this rook moves, then there's b7, so he probably doesn't want that. Even though...
You get away with it.
His bishops look a little loose, but maybe there's nothing there.
And if you go rook, how are you going to hold on to b7?
No, I'm a bit shocked that apparently this is not completely winning, which feels it should be. Maybe not. But it looks totally winning. Yeah.
It looks good. I think you can barely move the rook. And the king.
Could even be
And the black king is just going to snake its way around to pick up the pawns. So no, I don't believe the...
Yeah, if I get, let's say, here and here, isn't White running out of moves? Yeah, no, these bishops should just win.
Yep. Domination.
Okay, so Keymer in very good shape. Bluebaum is done. Draw against Fedoseev. Not the most exciting game, but good result for Bluebaum. He's stabilizing after his 2 big wins. And the black draw against Fedoseev is not an easy feat. We've seen him crush quite a few people with white pieces.
And the black pieces here, playing some great moves against Erigaisi. But, okay, so that means there's 3 games outstanding. We saw it's not that easy for Gukesh against Aravind. It's basically more or less gone into what we expected. For Vachier, he did repeat moves.
Okay.
But he's now thinking again. Is he now going to lift up the queen and put it on b4?
Looks like there's a new move coming.
What other moves could he be thinking about?
Queen d5 or queen b4. Look like the natural choices. And yeah, queen b4 played. It's the rook.
Queen c3.
Queen here. And you jump back again. But doesn't collapse just yet, yeah? Black is so active, but if you have to play moves like g4... I'm assuming he's looking for the knockout, but maybe there is no knockout.
Yeah.
Queen c3
Queen
played.
c3, which is forced. You need to defend the rook and the knight. And there's so much at stake here for Sindarov. A win would give him a tie for first place.
Who does he have left? He has Prague, who's not in great shape, and Taidai, who's not in great shape. So on paper, that's not the worst lineup to face. What about Nodirbek? He's facing Bluebaum and Arjun. Bluebaum in better shape. Arjun, if he loses today, he's still Arjun, but also won't be thrilled.
And
so is Sindarov the tournament favorite now?
He could very well be the tournament favorite, but we have to see, because as the rounds they tick down, the pressure does increase, and yeah, Sindarov has been a very cool customer. But
And he just won the World Cup, where you have
Exactly.
this knockout pressure every round, so I think he can handle it.
well, he's shown so far that he can. But now, I mean, comes the crunch time, right? Because if he doesn't win this one, he's going to be feeling really angry. Like, he could have tied for first with Nodirbek. And who knows what can happen when you get emotional. But knight to d3 is a move that we're looking at. Why do you have to go knight to d3? Why not just go g5 or f6?
Don't know, isn't white threatening to take?
Ah, okay.
93.
Okay.
Does some stuff.
So you're threatening to take on c5, so that's why you can't go g4 or f6 or anything like that. So, okay, you have to pay attention. And
Always gotta be careful not to draw too many arrows here.
yeah, don't do that.
No.
Knight d3. No.
Thanks.
So, why is Sindarov taking so much time? Like, what?
I'm assuming he's trying to figure out what to move.
Mm-hmm. Three minutes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because you still feel that there's going to be some technique, at least, left.
Maybe he's also calculating if he can just win some endgame without all this uncertainty.
Why don't you take on g5? That's
Yeah.
And then
I don't know
g4,
how winning this is, g4 or g3.
maybe
This is
g4, you
G4.
know, get some pawns off.
Still looks nice, but is this what you want? Yeah, I'm also not so sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's about to make a move, but Arjun looks more confident now.
He's going for a5.
Okay. Keeping the tension. Why can't we take something? Ah, he wants rook d2 in the endgame, or what? Ah, yeah, he wants this here. He's arguing a5 is helpful. Smart.
That's convincing. So,
And if we take this,
what's the same business, isn't it?
that's similar to what we just had, but maybe a better version with the pawn
Mm-hmm.
further ahead.
And then you just take. Actually, is he going to even ignore that pawn and go a4?
Don't know. You could take either pawn.
Yeah, but if you
Or
go
push.
a4, yeah, push. And rook a1, and now you go knight e2. You showed me the way. Then knight takes.
Yeah, still
Looks
looks very
good.
dangerous. Not sure I like this position better than the one he had, but also with little time, he's trying to simplify things a little bit.
Well, eliminate the risk.
Yep.
Yeah, this is not as easy as the evaluation bar makes out. But for Arjun, he has to take a decision. Which one of those is going to give him the easier life?
Nothing's easy, but I think you probably want to take here at
Yeah.
least, yeah, because his knight takes c5 looked really sad. Then black keeps his whole king side intact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that looks very promising for Sindarov. I tell you, it's also extremely promising for Vincent Keymer, as he has now firmly taken over
Wow, you
the
get
position.
everything for free. Also got the b pawn.
Yes.
Rook active.
And the bishop is now coming in. You can go e5, b4.
Wherever. Oh, maybe c5 is also a nice squaring. Or rook b3, bishop c5.
How did this happen? Maybe we can just...
Prague just tried to avoid rook exchanges by all means. Just went passive. Probably evaluated it as hopeless without the rook, so maybe he's right, but this doesn't look any better. Now Vincent's gonna win this one.
And also with Prague under the minute, things are very, very difficult. And then let's just turn our attentions to Gukesh against Aravind.
Aravind starting a counter-attack, but the computer is not impressed. So we've seen something like this, but he gave both pawns. And now he's looking for counterplay.
Yeah. Okay, but why is this not good for black? I mean, why is the engine so critical?
Engine is doing smart stuff as usual. Rook c5.
Okay, but you just go bishop f5.
Threatening here.
Block it all off.
Slows us down.
And then after bishop d3, you start lining up against the g-pawn.
Yeah. So what is it saying? Queen here.
Okay, queen g6. Oh, no, hang on a second. There's queen takes h.
G6, maybe I can take.
Yes, the queen takes f4, so they don't want that. Queen takes h. Oh, but hang on a second. Isn't there some queen takes f7 business?
Yeah, now the king is a bit open. And Gukesh played something. He went queen here. Hits the bishop. No, maybe this f4 looked active, but also it weakened his own king a little bit.
Yeah. Also, the bishop on e4 was like nicely anchored.
Yeah,
you didn't have to worry about that. You do now.
Apparently, to keep sitting even here was still fine.
But that's the problem, you know, it's so difficult to do nothing. You kind of want to do something and at least get some counterplay somehow. Bishop d5. What next?
Maybe this is nice. Check f5. Look, Compisis has only plus 0.50, which means draw in computer language, but over the board, I think you normally lose this.
Well, this one for sure. Yeah, you kind of... Rook h3 is not possible because queen takes h3. But it's so shaky.
Yeah. All right. So what we have? We have draw in Jorden against Nodirbek. Hans Niemann won. Anish won against Erdemush. Draw in Vachier-Lagrave Bluebaum.
Yeah, 2 decisive results. We could potentially see a third.
Yeah, third for sure. Maybe 5.
5 decisive results.
Vincent's gonna win.
He's
Sindarov
gonna
has
win.
great chances, and Gukesh also has good chances now.
Okay, this game is still ongoing, but Prague has been pushed all the way back, and now the bishops are just simply taking over, as we expected them to do. Bishop d3 is good.
Oof, not a lot of squares left for these
No.
poor rooks.
And in fact, isn't that going
Keymer
to...
enjoying himself.
There's not even a single check that White can give, and okay, you can go again. Bishop f3, bishop d3, king steps up. You pounce on the e3 pawn. And the problem is that the black king is almost immune to any checks. And if that white rook on a1 tries to get active, then there's always rook c1, rook h1 ideas. So bishop c5, and already you can call it a day.
Yeah, you can prolong it a little bit, but sooner rather than later, this should just fall apart.
Yep.
What do you do? Bishop d5. Is he going after this pawn? It's the only thing he shouldn't do, no? Take here and miss rook b1, but it's unlikely.
Yep, that is not going to be happening. But things are also going downhill for Arjun, because as we predicted, Arjun did go for winning the g5 pawn, but
oh, he didn't play this pawn to g4 move.
no, that we were just
expecting.
advocating that because we thought we'd trade off some extra pawns. So he went king f1, and rook takes g2 played. The evaluation bar wasn't a big fan of that. But the knight has to move, or you go h4.
Maybe h4 to at least keep.
Mm-hmm. But then king f6.
Yeah. Wasn't much counterplay. Okay, how lost is this?
Oh, you have to go rook c2. Rook takes c3.
Oh,
sorry.
don't do it. Oh. Never too late to blunder the rook.
Nope. Especially at 7 p.m.
Okay, but then if we have to do this, at least a bunch of pawns are disappearing. Might still be bad. But not so many pawns left. Unfortunately.
Careful.
Oh no, I hung the other rook. Okay. Well, these guys figure it out. Tough to keep track of your rooks at these hours.
Yeah, knights are crafty. So they're actually
How do we
gone
do
for
this?
some
H4, king f6.
Well, he didn't go
A1.
h4. He went on the counter with rook e4.
He's trying to get to the rook endgame, but that looks... Isn't he a lot of pawns down?
Well, then now you go rook a4.
Ah, that's what he wants. And here, king e2, he's trying to win this guy.
Well, we're going to go into this.
Rook takes f4 on the board already.
Yep.
King f6 looks natural. There's also rook g3. Oh yeah, king f6 played.
And now I guess you have a choice. You got rook a4.
But you combine it, yeah, rook a4, now you go rook g3.
Yes.
That's the...
Yeah.
That's the killer. Takes, and we pick up another pawn.
Yes, and if your rook moves to attack the f7 pawn, then the h3 pawn drops. But also just wanted to say that the white could go rook to c4, but that actually leads to nothing because you
Then rook
literally just
F5, yeah.
take. We check. So close, but no cigar.
I think Arjun is a big cigar smoker.
Undoubtedly. I
Nothing
mean,
to
he's
celebrate
wearing the white outfit that cigar smokers are known for. Just missing the hat. King e2. What to do? You can go king e2. I'm clutching at straws
try to
here.
switch around, and if rook
Yes.
f5, then rook a4.
Yes.
But if we still go here,
No response. Rook c4.
no, it's more cunning. Apparently, still lost, but at least, yeah, this looks more tricky. No, you should try this.
Yeah, well, it's desperate times for Arjun. The straightforward rook a4 would just simply lose.
Yeah, this is too good.
Oh, he goes for
He
it.
does it. Nice. Yeah, he lost his mojo.
Yeah.
Now rook g3 more or less forces resignation.
He reaches
And he's
for
seen
it.
Yeah.
But so
Yeah, played.
instructive with these Zwischenzugs. Rook g3, targeting the pawns. Okay, but Arjun is not out of it just yet. This is a crafty move. Rook takes h3 is going to be met with rook takes c5, and you know the a pawn is.
And here we have this.
Yeah, that was a
So
check.
I guess he will try some king move to stop it.
Okay, you might as well do it with tempo. King g2.
G2. Here, here, I thought here. Nah, you always
Very
end
good.
up 2 pawns down. No, it's too much.
Mm-hmm.
And if king goes here. Can I give it a check?
King up.
Yeah.
But you can still do the same.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach e5, but I'm failing. Okay, apparently some smart stuff like this wins, but I'd rather be 2 pawns up here. Still have to calculate. Okay, maybe not so hard for Sindarov.
Isn't this where, like, if you were to go rook a5, you just go a2?
I was just gonna take, but
Ah,
a2
okay.
probably does the job as well. Threatening rook h1.
Yes, this is the trick I wanted to point out. Well, we have a few moves. Let's catch
What
up.
are they doing?
He just
he
went king
g2.
g2.
Well, that's making it easy. Come on, Arjun. Rook e3 and resigns. Okay, not resigns yet, but he is going to lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not worked out well for Arjun. You know, at moments he's putting up great fights, a lot of resilience, and then
It's also tough
somehow.
if nothing's working and you get another bad position, you have to defend it. So
Yeah.
okay, he's not resigning yet, but these 2 pawns.
Yeah, he's 2 pawns down, and
Without
still.
seeing a pawn, you could have some hopes, but they are
Mhm.
still there, and white. Black will use the time to improve.
Okay. So this game will continue for a little bit longer. I also see that I think we're going to be seeing resignation anytime soon. We see Vincent flexing that he has
Vincent
good
enjoying
reason
himself.
because his position is absolutely crushing. In fact, it's probably going to be checkmate.
What's Prague hoping for? If check and takes, e4, you're also losing, but that's the last resort.
But can you not do bishop f3? Isn't that?
Yeah, I think anything one, just
Yeah.
checking if you can still blunder a stalemate or something, but no.
Nope.
Not even that. Goes bishop c6.
That's also very good.
Forcing the rook away from the e file, and then rook g2, rook
Yeah.
g3 will be quite good. So this should force the handshake. Yep.
Handshake indeed, and a win for Vincent Keymer.
Brings him back to +1, 6 out of 11, which he won't be too thrilled about, but 1 draw out of 11 games is still a pretty sick result. I think he told me he lost like 2 games in the last half year of 2025, and now he lost 4 already in the first month of 2026. Anish mentioned he only lost 2 games in all of 2025, and here he also lost a couple.
Yep. Don't go making those claims. 2026 is bound to prove you wrong, which means that there's 2 games continuing in the Masters. We have that rook and pawn ending with Arjun Erigaisi going to go down to Javokhir Sindarov. Maybe we quickly check in on Gukesh.
Hang on, is he doing smart stuff here? He went a4. What's that all about?
Yeah.
He's just not in a hurry to pick up anything. He wants to put his rook here, which is probably good technique. He's a very good technician, this Sindarov. I would have grabbed the pawn, of course, first chance, but he's just improving.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, there's still some work to be done, right? You don't want to be, as you pointed out, you don't want to be losing the.
I think he He's happy to even give this pawn, and then he will come after this one.
But a kind of nightmare scenario for black, as if they lost the f pawn and the king was just far away from the queen side. In the meantime, Vincent and Prag are still analyzing, at least smiling with each other. And that's something that I've been...
Vincent is smiling a bit more, has to be said.
But this is something that I've noticed with Vincent. You know, whether he's had a good game, bad game, he always shares his thoughts with his opponent, and he does it with a smile.
Also, the switch seems to be very quick, no? Because he's so intense. Like everybody while they're playing, but then once the handshake is there, like all the tension falls off. Must be nice. Yes, Sindarov, this is over. So that leaves us with Gukesh and Aravind. What's Gukesh doing here?
He's burning the time on the clock.
He's not really trying to occupy the center. But apparently he's putting pressure.
Maybe we stick with the Arjun game because it has such a big impact on the standings. You know, Sindarov with a win would just join Nodirbek, Abdusatorov. 2 games remaining, 2-way tie for first place.
Yeah, I think he did this very cleanly, even better than this alternative with rook takes f5, which should also win, but then at least there's a scenario where these pawns somehow get exchanged and you end up in a theoretical draw. The way he played a4 and rook e4, putting the rook here, and then just giving this pawn, running with the king, looks very, very precise. Very good technique in general. Also up to Satorov, but Sindarov, I notice it's a big strength, the chess education, or you never know. Like everybody's story is different, but overall in Uzbekistan, these guys are very, very good at end games, and the hand just wins these games. It's very impressive.
And I actually remember Sindarov back, I think from 2013, I want to say, when he played in some World Schools Championship. And he was already really dangerous then. He just completely steamrolled over the competition. And it became clear that this was a kid who was just studying chess. And there, king takes f5 being played.
Yeah, Arjun is trying to force this in order... I don't know what he's hoping for, frankly, like rook e4, rook c4. Still just decide.
So, how many, I mean, you've worked with the very best, Jan. I mean, how often and how much would you say people practice? I mean, are we talking about a daily routine of 8 to 10 hours?
I think people are very different, but this myth that top chess players have a daily routine, I think, is mainly a myth. Of course, if you're at a tournament, there are tournaments a lot. Your work day is normally longer than 8 hours. You play 5 and you prepare like 1 to 3 hours, often after the game, after dinner, and then some more in the morning. And we're being told Gukesh lost a pawn. But no, chess players don't really have a 9 to 5 lifestyle. Often you go for training camps where, once again, there is typically more than 8 hours, but with blitz games and walks and the usual stuff being thrown in.
And in a training camp, like how much time would be dedicated to the end game, or is it just purely about the opening and the resulting positions?
Everyone's different. I don't think there's a formula. You do 60% openings, 20% tactics, 20% end games. It's so hard to say how chess improvement works and how the brain puts it together. But yeah, most training camps, especially if you're preparing for a world championship match or candidates or whatever, are opening heavy with some exercise solving, or Nodirbek call it puzzles, thrown in. But yeah, then everybody is very different. Also, like some guys like working on openings better, some guys like solving exercises better, and letting the seconds do the opening part and then you just repeat it, while others are, of course, also very, very good at preparation and finding ideas. So
yeah,
it's the beauty of chess. There's many ways to be good at it, apparently.
It is many ways to be good. We see Gukesh shaking his head, but for Sindarov, he's found the optimal placement. Rook behind, past a pawn, and now the king is coming. This is it.
I'm impressed. He doesn't care at all about the number of pawns, just about the quality and where to place the rook. Because I would be obsessed with I must keep my 2 extra pawns to win easily. He doesn't care at all about giving this one. Just put the rook behind the pawn.
Yep.
Run. Game over.
It is game over.
And Arjun does resign.
And great win there for Sindarov, who now shares the lead alongside his compatriot Nodirbek. And that means with 2 games remaining, everything to play for. And we go to the last remaining game in the Masters between Gukesh and Arjun. And Gukesh, he is down to his increment.
Gukesh also, he did something wrong, yeah? B5 played, queen h7. Took on h7, b6, k5, 5. No, black is just fine. Takes bishop b7, king d6.
Well,
should be a draw.
I was going to say, can black get bold and start to play for more? But, you know, you go bishop to bishop to c8.
No, it should be a draw, but now it's Gukesh who has to make it, which won't thrill him. Yeah, he doesn't look too happy about it. But okay, still sort of a straightforward draw, even if you...
Yeah, you just stand on the dark squares.
Put the king here and never move it again. Then you run with the bishop.
And I think there's still one game ongoing in the challenges.
Yeah, let's quickly check in with Ivanchuk against Panisar. And Ivanchuk, looks draw. She's no longer so clearly winning with his a-pawn. We're not allowed to follow the challengers till the bitter end today as much as we would like to, because we gotta vacate the room for movie night.
Yeah. And that is very important.
Gukesh
But
goes g3. Oh, so good, yeah.
But is that the most accurate, right?
I'm not giving Blake this passer, so it feels a bit strange, but I guess he calculated that it's also safe. It should be, of course.
And then travel on the dark squares.
Yeah, I guess you can just sit here as well.
Can he? Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is definitely going to be a draw, right? And the black king can get to g5 and help, but unfortunately 2 little pawns remaining on the board. But yeah, Gukesh very cross with himself. So close to kind of, you feel, getting an advantage, getting a winning position. You know, he was the one who was pressing at every single moment, and now he's the one having to defend.
Yeah.
An equal endgame, but on the worst side of it.
Yeah, it's worse but drawn. I guess it's trivial for him, but still not a pleasant turn of events. Is he going g4? Yeah, he plays g4. Tries to get rid of the pawns, and if f4, I guess he's still trying to create some sort of winning chances. I would never dare to give these 2 passes.
Right. It feels very brave.
Probably it's not, because he can just calculate it, but it's also the only way to lose.
G6 is...
How does this go? G5, E5, G6.
King East.
Takes bishop D5 and draw, yeah?
Yeah, you have to go bishop f5. And if you don't do that, if you go king to d6...
Oh, we got company. Should I go? Okay. So apparently Gukesh does still have things under control, but he can't be too thrilled having to make a draw here now. F takes G, Arjun takes the pawn. Arjun didn't even try F4, had also seen enough for today. And went F takes G, which looks quite drawish now, so we can expect a handshake. No pawns left. And the game is over. Good defense there by Arjun, and Gukesh won't be happy that he had to defend, but in the end it was a draw. And now we have the honor of being joined by a man who also has one draw, but that's out of 11 games in this tournament. Vincent Keymer, how is Wijk treating you so far?
Yeah, up and down. Now it's getting better again, and yeah, but we will have to see. I mean, losing 4 games is very bad, winning 5 is very good, so yeah.
But you did win your last 2 against not bad players, against Prague today and Arjun yesterday. So, day before yesterday.
No, I mean, they're very strong, but it also doesn't seem to be their tournament. So maybe a little easier than it normally would be, but yeah, of course, today also was a crazy game, that's for sure.
What's going on in this tournament? Do you have the feeling there's more blunders, more ups and downs, more decisive games? Is it the air? What's happening?
I mean, that's certainly the case. Why, I don't really know. So I have a feeling it might be because we are just, playing so much all the time that people are kind of overplayed, and yeah, but that's just a guess.
So what happened in your game today? You want the mouse?
No, you can keep it. It's fine. I will leave that to the pro.
Not sure that's a wise idea. I'm not a specialist. This D6 knight A6 looked like some fresh stuff. But you got a nice position, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not. I remember that D5 shouldn't be the critical move, but yeah, after that I was not too sure. Knight F3 normally was supposed to be, but yeah, of course it's not so easy to play if you don't know it. So, I mean, it looks very stupid to play D6 Knight A6, but actually it's not such a bad line. So yeah, I mean, it was half a reason that I liked to play, but also it's not like I take a huge risk because it actually is a decent line. I mean, there's no advantage or anything like that for white. I mean, nowadays so many things are working.
Is that part of your approach? You look for things that look stupid but aren't so stupid?
Sometimes, yes. It has some advantage, but yeah, I'm not sure about this whole bishop d7 h5 thing, but maybe it was fine. No, h5 I didn't like. Yeah, bishop g5 would have been a good move, I believe. I don't know, it was a bit too much what I did. I was even thinking about some queen b8, knight h7, h4, and some, but yeah, my pieces are too bad, so I don't believe I can really afford to do that. It's just. But the way he played it was suddenly made sense, so I was quite happy. I believe he just underestimated queen b6, that this endgame could actually be not so easy for him, because yeah, this h-pawn, you think it's there to attack, but actually on h3 it has some power. So yeah, I was expecting him to go queen a3. I believe bishop e3 shouldn't be a good move. So yeah, knight c7 was normal option, and then yeah, I was already quite happy here. Once I understood that I should just play this and not go for some crazy attacks, then yeah, and bishop e3 should be a mistake. After that, I
have one question about h-pawns, because I'm old. When they did this in the old days, you did it to open the h-file and checkmate. But here, computer says h3 even here. Is that a move you consider, or is it? Does it also look weird to you?
Of course, my first instinct was to take on g3 and try some queen c8, just to kill. But once I realized that this will actually not work, I realized I will have to play this as a strategic game anyway. And of course, strategically, the pawn on h3 has some value. So at that point, yeah.
So here you're in good shape, but then stuff got
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Bishop f5 was again not necessary. I don't know why I did it. It's I was just trying to punish him immediately, even some e4 to kill this bishop. But yeah, of course, any normal move it just gives me a very nice position. So I don't know. Bishop f5 is. Yeah, also he overreacted. Kind of rook fd1 would be a quite normal move, but maybe it's actually decent what he did. I don't know. It's
yeah, no. Computer said this was his best chance. This crazy stuff that happened.
No, but I've thought about knight g4. I actually kind of like this idea, to give all the material, but just knight f7, king d7, and just play this because I have such nice pieces, and this bishop on h1 is so stupid.
Like
And,
this,
yeah, this was. But I just couldn't evaluate it, so at the end. Also, rook h8 is the move I realized I could even play right after I played rook hf8, which probably was the safest choice, but also not so easy. So yeah, rook f8. Let's see. I think rook e1. I thought rook fc1 might be a good move, but maybe it seems like very bad.
Here?
Why? Yeah. Okay. Can we go down that line? Is it losing? Ah, king e7. Rook e8, okay.
Oh. It's checkmate.
Oh, okay, but you, yeah. Pawn on h3, bishop on h1, it's
Pawn
so
is
bad.
doing his job finally.
Okay, so no, then actually, so that was, he could still draw, yeah, by giving the checks.
Yeah, we were wondering if you could play for a win here, but then you're also taking a lot of risks if you
Yeah, no,
run
I probably
then
wouldn't
yes,
have. I mean,
all kinds of stuff.
I've had my experiences with king in the center in this tournament, so I'm I wasn't too looking forward to getting killed again here. So, but you know, once he allowed the bishop h8, I got kind of ambitious. I felt that this might be some chance. Of course,
also after f4, he no longer has f3, e4, so it's sort of a big concession.
Yeah, I guess he just missed bishop h8, which is very important. And then, yeah, okay, we moved back, which probably is not great by me, but anyway, I felt like I need to win sometime. So, and then still now after king 7, now, I mean the change that I had was knight c4, king c7, rook fc1, king b8, bishop e5, rook e5. That this is working well for me. That's important to just. It's very often I have to give back, and then suddenly, you know, my pieces are just overwhelmingly strong because of this bishop on h1, and dark square bishop is just too powerful. So then I felt like also in the game, like I got king d7, knight g4, and I have to be winning. I felt this, and then I don't know. Also, he was going so low on time. I was already expecting to win this game much smoother, and then suddenly he put up very nice defense, even with seconds on the clock, and I started to. Yeah, I mean, okay. Bishop g4 I have. Yeah, this one I could have found actually. Bishop g4 is. But of course, a lot of checks. Yeah, rook a6, bishop b2, knight c5. Many. Actually, not so many. Yeah, king d8, king c8, that's it. But yeah. Okay, once you see it, it's easy, but maybe not so easy to find. And actually, it's crazy that I don't believe I have any other like so clear win, right? It's not so simple. Yeah, okay, what I did was also fine.
Good, but what you did? Oh, sorry.
I played knight b8. Rook a7, king e7. Yeah, now this was, again, yeah, of course, knight d7 is practically a very bad choice. I mean, I should just go king g7, but then I thought he will take on e5, rook e5, bishop f3, and I understand that probably I'm winning, but it's still work to do. It's not so obvious, at least it wasn't to me. So I was trying to, like, even get this improved version with knight going to e5, but then, you know, when he played d6, I realized that this is now very complicated and not so easy to win anymore. Yeah. So this was fine. Now bishop d5. This was awesome. Yeah, e3 was such a good move. Yeah, king g7. I can't play king g7 because I have rook f1, rook c5. Yeah. That's.
Here, time trouble was creeping in. No, he had
Yes.
less time, but you were also running a bit low, and you have to make decisions.
Well with the whole time. He was really completely locked in, focused, and he did very good job in that period. I mean, not to lose this game before move 40 was crazy, and I believe after move 40 he should have quite good drawing chances. I mean, still this bishop pair is very powerful, but I mean, it's just I went for this because I realized it's completely safe and I still have some chances, but it's not like I was so happy to go here. So let's see.
I was trying to figure out because
No, he has
computer
to.
always is yelling
Yeah,
this
he has
rook
to.
e7.
No, I believe it's
this is
like
winning
to
or
me it
not.
was quite clear that he has to do it, and you know, I was hoping that he will spend a lot of time for that at least, because with that time control we don't get extra time after move 60. There's still a lot of to defend here. I mean, it's not going to be fun, and yeah, but he has to do it. I mean, the way in the game I just won quite easily because the pin is just temporary, and in the end, you know, that rook will just destroy him. So of course, it's kind of painful that he has 3 pawns for the 3 pawns and rook against 2 bishops, and still he has to play such a sad move as like rook e7. Yeah, okay, this was still before move 40. Yeah, I mean, I felt like rook e7, you have to do it. And of course, he's really not going to enjoy this position, but yeah, that's what he had to do.
What was your feeling? You think it's winning?
No, I didn't. I felt I have practically quite good winning chances, but it should be a draw objectively. That was my feeling.
And then in the game, when you voice the exchange, it's tough, huh?
This should be lost. I believe in it. I mean, I will just untangle at some point, and okay, I guess he missed bishop e4, rook b3, bishop d5, rook b5, bishop c4. But already it doesn't matter too much. I mean, he had so little time, and anyway, that position should already be lost. And it's so much easier for me to play. I mean, there are so many bishop jumps and rook c8, rook c2. It's just, yeah. This pawn on h3 is still doing an amazing job. So, yeah. I mean, here he just played on, I guess, kind of out of frustration.
Hopeless, huh?
Too sad, yeah. Bishop appears too strong.
Nice job. We earlier had a question, last question, because they have movie night here. But people asked, what is a chess professional's daily routine if you don't have a tournament? Like, do you get up at 9, you work for 8 hours? How does it look normally?
I mean, at the start of the tournament, I still went for breakfast and started working at around 10:30, with some breaks, of course, but pretty much 10:30 till 1, and then go for lunch. Now I didn't go to breakfast. I started at around 11 with a small walk, and then like an hour.
Well, that's here during the tournament, right?
Yes.
I mean, if you have time off, like...
I don't. I mean, the last time I really had time off was after so many tournaments in a row that I just didn't do anything, basically. So that the average day that people assume there is, we're just at home, nothing to do, it barely exists nowadays. So, but yeah, then I would try to get some hours in, like not 8 hours, like for a regular day, not in a training camp, maybe 5-6 hours is a reasonable amount.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We won't keep you 5-6 more hours. Best of luck for the last 2 rounds. And Vincent Keymer back in contention. We will have a look at what is happening. Is everything over? And did Ivic? This looks drawish as well. Ivic drew. So all the games seem to be done. There's still 25 minutes till movie night. But I will leave it to the experts to take you out of this show. In our standings, according to my math, the Uzbeks still on top, chased by Matthias Bluebaum and Hans Niemann should be on +2. Ivanka, I need help here.
Yeah,
I don't know these scores. There we are.
Oh, don't worry. It all will be revealed.
There.
Absolutely. I have my sheets here, and it was another very bloody day here. And round 11 at the Masters, a lot of decisive games. We saw Vincent Keymer there defeat Pragnananda, also wins for Hans Niemann and Vachier-Lagrave. Very important win for him as he joins Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the lead. Also a win for Anish Giri. So let's have a look at all of that movement. Did it affect the standings? Yes, it did. As it mentioned, Vachier-Lagrave and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, 2 of our contenders from Uzbekistan, are now in the lead, sharing first place. But they cannot rest because there are 2 rounds remaining, and there are 3 people half a point behind them. Jorden van Foreest, Matthias Bluebaum, and Hans Niemann now all on 6.5 points, as well as players on 6 points. And in the challenges, again, this is the standard that we have come to expect. A lot of decisive results. But very importantly, we see that Aydin Süleymanli, who temporarily had the lead going into the round, he lost to Vasil Ivanchuk, whereas Andy Woodward defeated one of his rivals, Marc-Andrea Morizzi. So those important results, also a win for Carissa Yip to keep her Grandmaster norm chances alive. And let's see what the standings are after round 11. Well, 1 person in the lead, and his name is Andy Woodward. He cannot rest either because there are 2 players half a point behind on 8 points. And let's not forget Marc-Andrea Morizzi, 7.5 points. But Ivanchuk there to win his game, to be there in shared second. Impressive.
Yeah, he keeps getting stronger with the tournament progressing. That is it from us, I believe. What about this online arena? When was it again? What can I win?
31st of January. Reminder to everyone that there are prizes to be won by playing. And here is a 2-hour arena open to absolutely everyone. So make sure those players watching.
That's tomorrow, the 31st?
That I don't have
Sorry,
control
I
of.
lost track of days.
I've also lost track of the days. It's been a long time here in Wijk.
Yeah, today is the 30th. I checked.
But for our viewers and also our audience, just a reminder that you can participate in our online arena. There are some cool prizes to be won. But that's where we are going to be leaving it tonight. Some clear leaders out there in front, but the chasers hanging on. 2 rounds remaining, and the pressure is only going to start to increase. Our thanks to everyone for watching, whether online or whether in our audience. You guys have been absolutely awesome. But we are set for a huge weekend of chess. But we are going to leave you with Hans Niemann explaining his win earlier on from today. We'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.
Hans, congratulations. You just beat Van Nguyen to move to 6.5 out of 11. It's been a while since we got to catch up with you. How have you been feeling over the last week? How do you reflect on your games before we talk about today's one?
Yeah, I missed a few chances. I think against Prague I had this one moment where I could have won, but it was difficult. I should have at least tried to find it. And then against Jorden, I mean, it's been, other than the very bad loss against Keymer, my play's been very solid. I haven't been under any pressure in really any game, or I haven't even had a worse position. So I failed to convert those 2 advantages, and anyways, this is a very important win and puts me into contention.
It does put you into contention. I mean, things are very close at the top. But for now, let's look at the game. It was a very tense game. At times, it was hard to understand what was going on. So I'll hand you the iPad and let's try and
here you can play bishop c5 or bishop a5, but I guess this was his idea. And we got this position where I have not the best pawn structure, but perhaps some initiative. I guess I want to play b5, and what I had in mind was very concrete. Perhaps sacrificing a pawn. Like, he could have easily gone wrong here. I mean, if knight b5, f5, and I could just be mating him. But he found rook e1, which was strong. Knight g6, knight h2, and all around here, I thought everything was fine, but perhaps, yeah, he kind of got b4, and I underestimated how quickly this was coming and how I would be able to attack. But, you know, again, he's had such a unfortunate tournament, so if there's anyone I have to take risk against, put pressure, so things kind of got out of control.
Did you feel you were taking a gamble with some of you?
I was taking a huge gamble, but I mean, look at his time.
Yeah.
This moment was important. I mean, I found this, and it really wasn't that easy. Now I've got this pawn, but he's got 2 minutes for 10 moves. I mean, how can you not? And then I kind of found this.
How did you evaluate? I mean,
yeah,
it was a position that was.
I knew that I couldn't give him time. Yeah. This was really nice because suddenly my
pawn.
It's actually kind of weird that in the center I'm lost, but I've got these double flank attacks. So then suddenly, I just took control, and then, yeah, this was, I think I found a lot of really good moves. Like, this was, everything kind of came with threat. Like here, I get the, and then rook d8 was incredibly, I liked it, very prophylactic, and then check, and rook f8 I also liked. I was really happy with how I calculated here. I had a mini hard attack at this moment because I can't really move the king because rook d8, but then I realized that I have rook c2 and that the pawn is running. So these 2 isolated pawns sort of...
It's funny how you first had the b pawn and suddenly the h pawn.
Yeah. So perhaps only someone as delusional as me could have the vision of this working out so well. So it was incredibly fortunate, but obviously this time control is unforgiving, and he collapsed. It's so hard to play with no time.
How do you feel you've gotten used to the time control over the course of the tournament?
Well, I'm generally not someone who gets into time pressure, so it certainly benefits me. and I guess it does put a bit more pressure. You have to sort of, at some moment, for example, a game against Prague, I had about 40 minutes for 5 moves, and that was the moment where I had seen this h4 pawn sacrifice, not in the specific order, and there, if I had increment, I would have spent all of my time and then bailed out. But because you don't have increment, you sort of think you have less time than you do, and it can lead to hasty decisions. So it's something to get used to, but I'm sure that the candidates are enjoying the warm-up.
Speaking of time travel, we saw you a couple of times today around the time travel phase. Get up and look at the screen on the
Well, you don't have to notate. Yeah. So, I mean, I just wanted to be sure what move it was, how many moves he had to make. Okay. Because if he has 1 or 2 moves left, should dictate if I spend my time, right? If I think his next move is forced, then there's no point of me playing quickly. So that's just, it's nice to have it on the side.
Be able to see it so quickly. Let's talk about the last 2 games. You're playing world champion Gukesh tomorrow. Is it always a special game to play against him in classical?
Well, we've only played once, and it was actually right before he won the candidates, and I beat him in the London Classic, and that's the only game we've played. But no, I think you treat him really as any other opponent, and he's been very unstable this tournament, so it should be an interesting game, or fighting at least.
And then Anish, in the last round, those are your last 2 opponents. How are your energy levels holding up such a long tournament?
Well, I thought that the last rest day was a bit unnecessary, and then but now I feel so tired after this game. But obviously, I had to really find so many crazy ideas at the end. So that was obviously very draining. But no, I feel good. There's not much of a difference between my energy level now and at the start, so I'm optimistic.
Well, Hans, we're going to let you go have a little bit of rest after tonight's game. Best of luck this weekend, and congrats again on the win today.
Thank you. Thank you.